participant for this event. Just to let you know that our speakers, some of speakers are still in the line and coming way. So we will start in a few minutes. So be patient and take your seat. Hi, colleagues. Please move in at front as possible. Due to the rain, our speakers and the participants are all delayed. So we will start in a few minutes. Hopefully, our more speakers can come on in. Please do move to the front. Thank you. Thanks for coming. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. As I mentioned earlier, we have speakers still kind of in traffic, and then participants as well. So thank you for those who've been here at the beginning and right on time, and thank you for your patience, because this topic is really important. We are all kind of under the control of the weather in a way. So let's get started. My name is Lin Li. I'm the Senior Director of Global Policy and Advocacy at WWF International. So I'm happy to be the moderator for this session. And we all know that biodiversity is really the key system, the ecosystem are supporting the human being for clean water, for air, for the resilience, for the natural disasters that we all rely on. And we are in a deep crisis. And we have a lot of effort to put in on conservation, restoration, that's for sure. However, if we don't address the drivers and pressures that we put on nature, we will never really secure the system that is needed for human being. Therefore, mainstreaming biodiversity and make sure that the government, the sector policies, when they make decision, the nature's value are taken up, and in the decision making, the benefit from nature are recognized and then in the decision making. Therefore, mainstreaming of the key biodiversity value in the key sectors like agriculture, fishery, energy, infrastructure, etc., is really critical for us. So we are in this critical moment after the GBF Kunming Biodiversity Framework, Kunming Montreal Biodiversity Framework, GBF, has agreed. So COP16 now, we're really time of implementation. Well, during the implementation, we also thinking about quite a lot of NGO organizations coming together to say, we need to really bring the mainstreaming of biodiversity into the center of the decision, center of discussion. And this is not only NGOs' view, there's many governments are really seriously taking the mainstreaming issue up forward. So today we are in this panel that I will introduce the panelists later. That panel will share the view from different angles about why we need mainstreaming, how we have been together to call to action, to take action on mainstreaming, and what are proposed immediate steps that party here already need to take, and also party and the stakeholders can take from now on as we go. So with that, I would like to introduce today's panelist. So the gentleman on my right, his name is Dr. Martin Locke. He's the executive director of the Capital Coalition. Then we also have Heather Delasta, from the policy coordinator from the Global Youth Biodiversity Network, Gibbon, presenting the youth point of view. We will have Aisha Firoza, advocacy lead in the Business for Nature. And we have one more speaker. She is on the way here. She's Linda Kruger from the, oh, yes, she is. Okay, you're just on time, Please have a seat over there. So, yeah, so Linda Kruger, she's here, Director of the Biodiversity and Infrastructure Policy in the Nature Conservancy. So this will be our panel. We will talk, in the next hour, we will talk about the different views, different perspectives and recommendations about mainstreaming. So Linda, please have us rest and seat there. And then to start, we will invite Dr. Martin to open this panel to give us the view about why we need mainstreaming and what is the critical issue we have to think about mainstreaming, elevating nature into the decision-making of the key sectors that affecting biodiversity. Please, Martin, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Lynn, for this warm introduction, which, by the way, is quite welcome because I'm a little bit cold, I'm wet. I need to talk a little bit more like that. Okay. So thank you all for joining us here in this session. I was rightly introduced as Martin Locke from the Capitals Coalition, so a civil society organization. I used to work for the government. And at that time, I also worked on mainstreaming biodiversity into sectoral policies. So I want to explain a little bit from my perspective why it is so important by going back in time. So at the end of the 90s, I was leading a new strategic policy plan for the Netherlands. And the minister at the time said, we do need to move on. Conserving nature is good, but we have to link it to people. So we created a policy plan called Nature for People, People for Nature. This was around 2000, so it's quite a while ago. And we had all kinds of new innovative measures into the policy plan, including what we would call now regenerative agriculture or nature-positive transportation policies. We called it a little bit different, but that's what we did. Then 10 years later, we look back because we were so proud of having this policy plan on nature with influences of farmers, of the transportation ministry and all the others. And yet, what we saw was that the progress wasn't as good as we thought it was. And there were two key reasons why that wasn't the case. And yes, there was a lot of collaboration, but there wasn't really the trust that was needed between the nature conservation community, including the ministry, and the other actors. And also, there wasn't really ownership by the other actors. So trust and ownership really were key things for mainstreaming. And I think when you look back at the results of the IG targets, it's quite comparable. Yes, there were loads of plans. The implementation wasn't that good, not good enough. And the lack of trust, the lack of ownership really was a key problem there. So now move on to Montreal, COP15. there we had a tremendous grow of involvement of civil society organizations, but also several other ministries that really took part in the discussions. And I think we saw a great progress as a result of that. There's what some of us call mainstreaming targets as part of the GBF, target 15, which really brings business on board. Target 19, that is all about aligning the financial flows, including the private financial flows. So that is a lot of progress. And also, I think COP15 itself, when you saw the involvement of the indigenous communities, local communities, involvement of youth, that was very active there. Business, we started Business for Nature just ahead of that. We brought over 1,000 business representatives to that COP, as we are doing also this time. So I think that is an enormous step forward. And if you see where we are now, I think there are many good results. One of them that I would like to highlight is the Task Force for Nature-related Financial Disclosures that created this framework. That is a voluntary framework. So a lot of times you say, it's only voluntary, won't change the world. But this really is going fast. It has more than 450 companies that are now committing to integrating nature in their reporting. So they are working on it. And there's a regulatory kind of path following that, with a lot of regulation in the EU and other geographies, that will make more than 11,000 companies follow the same pathway. So a lot of progress there. Still, we are not going fast enough. You see that with the implementation of the NBSAPs, the majority of countries have not yet submitted their NBSAP, and in many of the countries, businesses, youth organizations, indigenous communities, they are involved, but not everywhere. So we need to step that up, and it is key for implementing the GBF. Without all the shoulders that we need to back up the actions that need to take place, the GBF will not be achieved. So that's why we created this call to action to make mainstreaming really work. It was started, and I need to, Linda, you and your team, thank you for that. The Nature Conservancy came to us and to others, the Capitals Coalition, my own organization, Business for Nature, WBCSD, Gibbon, and said we need to have this call, and now it's signed by more than 45 other organizations. And together we really are calling for governments to make mainstreaming, to integrate nature more effectively in what they are doing. And it's, you see here the 9 points. What we really are calling for is to do this at the global level, but at the same time also at the national level. Here we are together at the global level to discuss how are we progressing with the GBF. So you see, we do need to have an ambitious roadmap to increase the effectiveness of mainstreaming and therefore the outputs of the GBF. We also need to work together to strengthen the accountability, and you see the other actions. It's more or less mirrored by similar actions at the national level, where the NBSAPs and the implementation processes, the measuring of progress at the national level, and also ensuring that there's coherent policies at the national level, for example, by reforming environmental harmful subsidies is a key element. So this is what I wanted to share with you. We do need to make more effort of mainstreaming to make it real at the global as well as at the national level. That's what we are calling governments to step up their efforts.
Thank you, Martin. We hear that voluntary action is needed, but not enough. We need the countries at national level, global level to really working together, make decisions so that, you know, players like companies in the sectors can follow. We know the world is us, but the world is also for youth. You know, you are the one leading. You're gonna leave with a decision made on this by this generation. So I'd like now to invite Hater from Youth Global Biodiversity Network to share the youth view, mostly when, what in your mind see the opportunities and the challenges that we try to mainstreaming biodiversity value into the decision making of key sectors. The floor is yours.
Well, thank you very much, and thank you everyone for sharing your time with us today. My name is Heitor de Lasta. I'm from Brazil. I'm policy coordinator for the Global Youth Biodiversity Network. And for those who don't know, GIBN is the international platform for involving young people at the CBD. And we also have over 60 national chapters where we are community building, capacity building, implementing local biodiversity actions on the ground, and of course, collecting inputs to bring this youth collective voice to negotiation space. And of course, that when we are talking about biodiversity laws, it's important to address that now directly and indirect drivers of biodiversity loss are economic sectors and financial sectors. And we can't halt and reverse biodiversity if we're not addressing it. So mainstreaming, of course, it's not a new discussion. And also, of course, it's not a new discussion at the CBD. And we need to learn from the past experiences what have failed and what are the transformative approaches that we need to go further. And there are a few things that could go different. In first, the current mainstream approaches, they are missing an emphasis on more coordinated regulation on business that are truly damage biodiversity and also leading social inequalities and environmental conflicts. So when we are saying that too much emphasis is being paid for voluntary guidelines, we are not saying that they're not good, but we are saying that they are not enough, as already mentioned here. It was also missed and full and effective participation of right holders, which would include indigenous peoples, local communities, women, Afro-descendant people, and youth. And when we mentioned that this meaningful participation was missed, is because these people and communities were on the ground that are the most negatively impacted by the biodiversity loss consequences. And it was also embedded, and this is perhaps one of the things that we need to pay a lot of attention, that mainstream agenda or past mainstream agendas, they were embedded in conflict of interests, which means that we had power imbalances that was pushing by mainstreaming with a lot of companies' interventions with not the best intentions, which means that we're trying to still push for what we call false solutions or greenwashing approach or vague concepts that are not leading us to transformative change. We really need to talk about mainstreaming, and we need to start talking about actions that are guided by evidence, that are guided by science, otherwise we are not moving forward. So, of course, that mainstream agenda, it's very important, and that's why we are here, and that's why we are inclusive building this multi-actor partnership, and that was our intent as youth, as also to join this call and make this a stronger and stronger process. And there are a few cross-cutting perspectives that we think that's crucial to make this mainstreaming call to move forward, and they need to be highlighted. So first, as mentioned, is recognize economic sectors and financial sectors that are driving biodiversity loss. So we need to start thinking about how can we create pathways that are putting nature and people at the center of the decisions, which means that real transformation for these sectors are needed, and we need to rethink, be creative, be audacious for making these things happen. Second, if these voluntary guidelines are not enough, we need to start pushing for governments. We need to make sure that governments are able to ensure strong policies, strong incentives, and strong regulations for these different sectors. And of course, we need actions to be implemented, and we need to guarantee that these actions are addressing these power imbalances. We need to guarantee that all actions, they are being led by human rights-based approaches, and including, when needed, when we are talking about projects on the ground, social and environmental safeguards. And of course, we have also different actions, and these actions are pushing us to a more precise roadmap. And just to mention two of them, because I'm sure that my colleagues would also talk about other ones, we are counting that, one, we need to truly address accountability, traceability, measurements that have their indicators, their frameworks based on science, based on evidence. And second, we need urgent, secure financial resources. And when we are saying about financial resources, indeed, we need to increase positive financial flows, but we also need to think about the harmful investments, the harmful subsidies that we have, and how to reform, how to phase out, and how to shift these negative flows for positive flows. And this is a number that I think we all have on our minds, but the 5.5 trillion only for private sectors that are harming biodiversity. So indeed, that's why we are here. Mainstreaming is very important, and we need urgent transformation to make this a transformative change approach. There's no more space, there's no more time for keeping us on the same track of business as usual, false solutions, or vague concepts. We need to address these sectors and these financial sectors to be able to truly achieve a vision of living in harmony with nature where no one is leaving behind. So thank you.
Thank you, Hater, to give the point of view from a youth point of view. Keywords say it's not new, but how can we really make this initiative, which is not new, to really take into action, address the imbalance, but also the critical drivers. I know the Business for Nature has played a critical role in the COP16 negotiation. I was there. I saw business represented by Business for Nature asking the government, asking the parties to say, put the regulation out, so regulate the company. Target 15 was really, really critically pushed by the Business for Nature. So I would like to hear from Aisha, sorry, I couldn't pronounce your name. From a Business for Nature point of view, what is your thinking about this mainstreaming biodiversity value into key sectors, and what action has you been seeing that changing or happening on the ground that make this happening?
Thank you, Lynn. Maybe just to introduce myself quickly, I'm Aisha Feroz from Business for Nature. I'm the advocacy lead. We are a coalition of 100+ organizations seeking to drive policy ambition as well as business action for a nature-positive economy by 2030. So indeed, Lynn, as you mentioned, we have really seen business action increase since COP15. 450 organizations, in fact, from over 50 jurisdictions have committed to disclose through TNFD. And we are also seeing 150 businesses who are setting robust science-based targets through SBTN. And even on our end, from Business for Nature, through our Now for Nature campaign, where we guide businesses on how they can come up with their own nature strategy. In the lead up to COP16, we've seen the participation of more than 20 businesses, and there are a lot more in the pipeline. So there's definitely that positive trend that we see towards businesses wanting to act on nature and wanting to integrate it. However, voluntary action is not enough. So based on analysis and benchmarking from the World Benchmarking Alliance, only 5% of the companies that they have benchmarked actually are really attempting to assess their impacts on nature. And less than 1% are, understand their dependencies. So there's definitely still that gap which we see in terms of business action. And for this, in this regard, this is where really mainstreaming comes in and how important it is. And so it is essential that policymakers really put the right policies, the right legislation into action to spur, action from businesses. And in this regard, I really want to focus on one of the key actions from the call to action, namely the implementation of sector-specific pathways, transition plans, and because when policymakers put into place these kinds of plans, they really provide incentives for businesses to embrace the transition needed to move towards more nature-positive practices and really transform their sectors and their actions. And these are easier for them to do when they have clarity and guidance from governments and when governments put legislation into place, for example, through NBCEPs. So an example of this, in France, the government has piloted a project where they are having 6 sector-specific groups. So these range from issues such as textiles, energy, agri-food, and they're basically looking to assess what dependencies each sector has and come up with action plans where they identify what actions each sector can take to, transform their business models. And these, sector groups are also being supported by more cross-ranging groups on corporate financing as well as governance. So WBCSD, WEF, as well as Business for Nature, we've also released a set of 12 sector guides. So this really seeks to tell businesses in each sector how they can really incorporate nature into their decision making and move towards those transitions themselves. So moving on, I would also really like to emphasize the need for policy coherence as well as the urgent need to align, public and private financial flows to really achieve the targets of the GBF. And I really want to take a time to focus on the importance of aligning public financial flows and specifically address environmentally harmful subsidies. It is essential that policymakers really work to identify, reform, and redirect, as well as eliminate where necessary environmentally harmful subsidies. These subsidies, they skew prices, they skew resource allocation towards practices which are based on the destructive for nature, and they really hinder the transformation of business models. And recently, even though it's been some time since COP15, instead of seeing a reduction in harmful subsidies, we've actually seen an increase. And at this point, we are actually, as a global community, spending 2.5% of our global GDP on harmful subsidies. So we really need to see action, and we need to see it now. The urgency is real. So when governments are able to redirect subsidies towards more sustainable practices, and they are able to increase positive subsidies for business, positive incentives for businesses, that's really where we can see the leveling of the playing field and businesses being more motivated to go through that rapid transformation of their business models. So essentially, we really need that feedback loop between businesses as well as policymakers. Businesses need to really take that first step to assess their dependencies, disclose and all that. But they also need to be open to supporting government in whatever actions that they are taken. And of course, government action is also critical in terms of the legislation they put into place, how much they involve businesses. So I would just like to end off by saying, to move towards a nature-positive economy, we really need to embed nature in all decision-making, whether it's policy makers' decision-making or business decision-making. And we really, to achieve the goals of the GBF by 2030, we really need both public and private sectors to co-lead this transformation together. Thank you.
Thank you, Aisha. This is from business point of view. And another key stakeholder are really the NGO communities. And as Martin mentioned, the TNC, led by Linda, has been leading this group of NGOs, which you saw in the previous slides, different organizations, and coming together to put together as a call to action of mainstreaming biodiversity. So Linda, I'd like to hear from you to share the view about why now? Why this group calling for a call to action for the mainstreaming? What have we been asking? What kind of a immediate action we wanted parties to take now, here, but also go back forward? Thank you, Linda.
Thanks very much, Lynn. And TNC, the Nature Conservancy, is thrilled to be driving this call to action along with all of our great partners here on the podium. The reason we have to do this now is because, frankly, countries need the help of advocacy organizations to keep the pressure on for mainstreaming. If you as Martin said, we've made a lot of progress in this convention, getting certain targets embedded in the Kunming-Montreal framework, but it's always in danger of falling by the wayside. Look who is here doing the negotiating. It is environmental ministries, by and large, and they have a fairly narrow mandate in many cases. They can't take actions that constrain their infrastructure development, their renewable energy deployment, their mining sector. These are all the sectors that are not reflected in the global biodiversity framework, but that have serious impacts on biodiversity. So they're implicit in Target 14 that countries have to address the mainstreaming of all these sectors. But if any of you are following the indicator and monitoring framework, we know that there aren't good indicators that really hold countries' feet to the fire that they really do this, right? So that's why we need groups like Business for Nature, like the Global Youth Network, and WWF and our other partners to make sure that countries recognize that mainstreaming is still critical. It's something that all countries will do, and it's something that we're watching and we're hoping they will be reporting on. So one of the first results of this call to action, if you will, we are asking, it's number 3, for countries to form a champions group on mainstreaming. We think that's going to happen next week. So we've been working with a lot of countries and are hoping to launch that group at our an event led by Colombia and Mexico next week. What time? The 31st. And hope you will all be there, because it will be a country-led champions group that will be really focused on transforming sectors in a nature positive way. So it's really about turning around the sectors and getting countries working together, as Peter said, on the detailed regulatory framework. So, you know, it's fantastic, the Target 15 on business and business transparency, but we really need countries to be working across the board and showing the transformation pathways. Part of that is subsidies reform. A lot of it is creating the right incentives for agriculture, forestry, fisheries, but also infrastructure and all kinds of consumer sectors to be nature positive. And so that's what this call to action is about, where we think it's already, you know, bringing about results. We've had such a great turnout in terms of organizations from civil society that have supported this call to action. So thank you. I assume some of you are here today. And I think we have to keep all talking about this and not let the countries to this agreement forget that this is a critical part. Yes, it's the hardest part, but environment ministries cannot go and reach out to their counterparts in other ministries unless they really feel that pressure from us, right? There has to be pressure from outside that is initiating this, because it doesn't necessarily happen organically from what we've seen. So thank you very much. Thanks for coming out, and yeah, thrilled to keep moving forward on this with all of your help. Thank you.
Thank you, Linda. So you have here the perspective from business, youth, NGOs, and also, you know, we all know we need regulatory framework. I'd like to open the floor to the participants to see whether you have other questions to the panelists, or cases you want to share, or observations that you like to share, or complementary views that we have not covered, so that we can have a richer discussion and a fuller understanding before we go back to our negotiations or actions. The floor is open. Any take up? Yeah, please, Naoko. And please do introduce yourself so we all know when you're speaking.
Hi, wonderful discussion. My name is Naoko Ishi. How to introduce me? Okay, I'm Director Center for the Global Commons at University of Tokyo, but I'm sitting on the advisory board panel of Capitals Coalition, and also the former CEO of the GEF. One question for the panel is that, maybe starting with Linda, you mentioned, that this the coalition of champions to put the pressure on environmental ministers so that they can actually put the pressure on the other powerful ministries, if I get it right. I think it's quite right way of doing that, but the question is how effective it can be. Should your coordination, this group, have to put the pressure on finance ministries or the infrastructure ministries or the agriculture ministries more directly, because you can't really expect the environmental ministry to have a pressure on those other powerful ministers. So the question is, are we putting also pressure on finance, planning, infrastructure, agriculture, energy, those kind of things. So that's one question, because I'm a big fan of this and more like a multi-stakeholder coalition, high ambition coalition. But I started to doubt the effectiveness of those high ambition coalition, because I haven't really seen much coming out of those ambition coalition. So
Thank you, Naoko. Well, you think your questions, we try to answer this. I think Linda and also Martin would like to answer. If Heta and Aisha would like to say, that's also good. Please, Linda.
I mean, one initial thing is we need to get a mainstreaming decision at this COP, right? So there's a paper out this morning based on the contact group. So the mainstreaming issue almost fell off the table totally in Nairobi. And a group of us, through this mainstreaming coalition on the NGO side, were able to keep that language alive and strengthen that language. And so the Champions Group is maybe a group of countries that are backing a program of work within the convention, using the program of work term in the unofficial sense, but that there is continued attention in the negotiations on the need to do mainstreaming. So that's one very focused outcome, perhaps, for that group. And secondly, yes, it's going to be hard. Just forming the Champions Group doesn't necessarily mean that all those other ministries are immediately going to fall in line. But, we have a group that's working together, that's talking about it. TNC and the other members of this coalition are looking to help them as an informal secretariat. And speaking from the Nature Conservancy, we are absolutely trying to reach out to other ministries in our partner countries where we work so we can talk about biodiversity and ag and talk about biodiversity and infrastructure. And working through infrastructure-related organizations in particular, we have a coalition on nature-positive infrastructure that we also coordinate with many of the same partners on. And so looking for other hooks to bring this in and support this Champions Group. But the nice thing is that having a counterpart to the High Ambition Coalition, which is focused on protected areas 30 by 30, and this will be the Champions Group for all those other mainstreaming pieces. So, and maybe that will give us some political leverage to move this agenda forward.
Thank you, Linda. Martin?
Yes, thanks, Naoko, for raising this question. I think you're quite right. Bringing only pressure will not create the change that we need. We are calling for a group of countries. So it's not necessarily the environmental ministers that need to be part of that. And I think one example that I'm always very happy about is what we see happening in the financial regulators space. So last year, September 2023, the chairman of the Financial Stability Board, Klaas Knot, he's also the CEO of the Dutch Central Bank, he said nature is part of the mandate of every financial regulator. He believes that. So he takes ownership. That's why I mentioned in the beginning why it's so crucial to have ownership and trust in the others. So I think it's really needed that from the environmental ministers need to give trust to other ministers. So if you give trust, they will pick it up and they will stand next to you. So the pressure is good, but also in combination with the building trust and inviting people to take part.
Sure, thank you. And Hader would also like to share his view.
Yes, thank you very much for your question. I think just two quick reactions. One, that indeed I also agree with you that sometimes high coalitions do not deliver what they want. And we, of course, that we had an internal discussion, and that's why we implemented the GBF. This is almost a message to say that we are watching you and we are aware that we are following the passes that you are going, that we indeed need to go to all those targets, section C of the implementation and so on. But also, this is an invitation perhaps to not think only on the same boxes that we are used to. And a practical example that is still a promise, but Brazil have starting to create a subnational entity on climate, which means that is a person that is not a minister, but it's a high-level person that will try to connect all the ministers to put climate and, of course, biodiversity in the same direction. So we do not necessarily need to talk only about ministers, but we need to think what are the other opportunities that we think to truly consider mainstreaming at this perspective that are connecting different ministers in the national level at all.
Thank you. Oh, okay. Please, Aisha, also.
I'll just like to build on to the points that my other panelists have raised. And now, I think you raised a very important point that's kind of issue at a lot of multilateral platforms. But I think there's a point about complementarity to be made. So the Champions Group, as Linda mentioned, really keeps this high on the agenda. It keeps pressure on all the different countries that are coming. And maybe even if it was not at the front of their minds when they first came to COP16, once this group is announced, they'll be like, oh, mainstreaming, maybe there's some word for action that we should put into it. And I think this is really supported by the different conversations that, the different organizations such as us are having, and the different conversations that countries are having with us as well. So on our end, Business for Nature, I would really just like to highlight one of our examples, which is when we, engage in conversations on specific targets. For example, target 15, we're increasingly seeing governments and bringing in, policymakers from the different ministries, for example, from the finance ministries, to really talk to us. And on our end as well, we do try to, as Linda mentioned, set up meetings with those who are more in charge of finance and try to have that coherent conversation together with both, so that everyone is on the same page, and it makes it a bit easier when we talk about implementation, when we talk about continuing the conversation. Yeah.
Thank you. Maybe I can also answer to that question. Remove my head of chair. You are right. The pressure only given to the environmental ministers not enough, because they are in their government. They are also marginalized sometimes when the key decision being about a country, about security, about a physical plan. That's right. So therefore, I think the pressure is coming from all over. So we're happy to see our business, our youth, the NGOs, civil societies, and the indigenous people coming to put pressure, make the ask, make the call. At the same time, if you look at the 45 organizations, we all work, in vast areas of working. That's where the pressure to the finance ministries, the planning, the spatial planning, the economy, the forest, the agriculture, the energy, that pressure should all be there. And I also thinking one more thing that I hate to mention, that GBF, Global Biodiversity Framework, itself is a whole of government approach. It's not just for environment ministers to deliver. So that is also another way of a global decision will make countries to fulfill their obligation. Then without a finance minister, without energy, without infrastructure, a country will not fulfilling their global commitment. That's why the call to action we need at both at global level, at national level, to be very honest, also at the sector level. That's why the business in each sector, we need to build pressure and build the push so that we can really get what we need. Any other questions from the floor? I put back my moderator's hat on. Yeah, please, the mic is yours. Please tell us who are you and which organization coming from.
Yes, my name is Maxine Addis. I work for the Nature Conservancy, the Caribbean division. And I manage a project focused on 5 countries actually in the region. And my question is really focused on those small island developing states. I'd like to know, if you have any advice on how those countries that are often focused on economic developments implement mainstreaming, biodiversity mainstreaming currently.
The question is how the small island states can mainstreaming their biodiversity. Is that a question?
Yes, those countries that are usually focused on economic development because they have challenges.
Sure. Okay. Any panelists would like to take that? Yeah, sure. You have your mic, please.
Yeah. My advice would be to go to their key challenges. So don't start with nature. Start with the key challenge you want to develop. In what direction do you want to develop? What do you need for that? What are the underpinning capitals, nature being an important element there, that you need for your development? I'm convinced that in many small island states, nature pops up just like that. because you need mangroves to protect against flooding with rising sea levels. You need enough clean water for the population to drink, to grow food. You need healthy soils. So that's all depending on nature. So if you start by asking what kind of development do you want to have, you will end up by nature. So one of my colleagues, when I worked in the Dutch Ministry for the Environment, for Nature and Agriculture, he used to say the most important nature policy is not nature policy, it's agricultural policy. So starting with the development, not with nature, would be my advice.
Okay, Hader, please.
Yes, thank you for the question. And I would connect mainstreaming with resource mobilization discussion that it's inclusive our call to 5, because here we are listening a lot about the rest mob discussion and financial mechanisms. And when we are particularly talking about small islands or less developed countries, we need to create enabling conditions to be able to act. And this is where we are starting to think about how our financial systems is be able to also support the actions that need to be implemented. So all we are listening here that are very aligned with the reform of our international architecture is also something very important to figure out how can we access resources, can we guarantee that these enabling conditions are being funded in the pace, in the quantity, in the flexibility, in the predictability that they need also for being at least possible to implement this at the national level. So I think this is something that we are listening here, we are negotiating here, will be hard negotiations, but it's something that's important for trying to push to connect funding also for this and reform these financial institutions that are being able now to cover these main gaps on all these regions.
Thank you, Hader. I also try to answer that question. So I agree with Martin. In the small island states, not talking about nature because they are in the surviving crisis because of climate change. So in a way, we should really engage them, talk about how do you be resilient, be able to adapt to the changes that are already coming their way. They are the one affected most. In a way, a healthy ecosystem will be their survival means, that they build survival. So that survival argument is it's more, I would say, stronger than just protecting nature. So that I think that's one point. The other point is that when a country think about the survival, and that's really they can bring the value of ecosystem that can help them to survival, to adapt to climate change, to be resilient from natural disasters, will be mainstreamed into their decision. So that's another way, when Naoko asking about the pressure, another way of pressure to show the evidence, show the angle they may not see from before, not mangrove to grow, but it's more for the islands maintain the system so that they are able to be resilient. That will be my answer to that. Thank you. Any other questions? Okay, please.
Yeah, hello. Damien Plant, based in Vienna, but here with a organisation called IEMA, that's a professional body that represents a membership who work in sustainability. Might be an oversimple question for some of the people in the room, but having listened to the conversation there and having worked in 2 government departments for the UK and seen the second one absorb a international development department and then absolutely destroy it, who at the governmental level, which government department owns and is responsible for delivering the GBF? Now, like a barrister, that might be a question you only ask if you know the answer to. But is that potentially a blockage?
Anybody want to answer
I could take a crack at that. I mean, like Lynn said, it's supposed to be the whole GBF. It's supposed to be a whole of government approach, so it's not supposed to be owned by any individual government. And where we see some of the best policies is when there's a cross-departmental committee formed, and in many countries that is happening sort of under the auspices of a president, vice president, and you have representation from across government, people working together to put together their national biodiversity strategy and identify targets. I think in some of those cases, you have the best chance of moving forward in an effective manner. But at the end of the day, it usually falls to the Environment Department, Ministry, and that really constrains what can happen sometimes.
Yes, thank you. So that's why we, as stakeholders, really pushing GBF to be whole of government and a whole of society GBF, so that all government departments are obligated to deliver, not only just environment ministries. As Linda mentioned, we saw many countries, as a WWF, we do a MBSAP tracker, tracking the National Biodiversity Strategic Action Plan, MBSAPs. And then a lot of, one criteria we judge whether that's really whole of government approach is that do they have a community that are cutting across the ministries, critical ministries covering all the sectors actually affecting biodiversity, not only just protecting biodiversity. So that is, when we mention putting the pressure on, it's not only from outside, but from inside. So if taken up by the president, vice president in a country, or super ministry committee, that actually is the one of the means to bring the issue to the critical ministries to deliver this. Thank you for the question. Go ahead. You go ahead and then Marty. Yeah.
I just wanted to make one point on the indicator framework, because I think what we have some gaps on that in this, and we totally support the adoption of the revised indicator framework at this meeting. But what we've heard from countries is that having a hook in that reporting framework that requires those other ministries to report is an essential outcome. So that's what we're continuing to work for, is like some sort of reporting requirement where these other ministries would have to get in on that action and be accountable to the global community on that.
Martin, please.
Yeah, it is a good question, but it's also a little bit a misleading question, Damien. If I go back to the European Union or to the Netherlands, and I know a little bit better, what you see in the Netherlands is the minister responsible for nature that has to deliver the GBF, but he can only do that based on collaboration with the whole of cabinet, and his position on the GBF is negotiated first within the cabinet. So it is backed by the full cabinet. So the ownership is not really the question. I think it's about the power balance in between that. So, and there you see that nature in most countries is not the most urgent problem on the top of the agenda. And how can we change that? I think for that, you need to bring in the understanding that there are other problems that seem not to be about nature, but are a nature problem too. Like we have done quite effectively now with climate change. Migration is another topic, very big on the political agenda in many countries. Nature loss is also part of that. So I think that's one of the issues. The ultimate example where we saw that a problem suddenly became chefsache for most of the prime ministers was the COVID crisis. So if the crisis really is there, then you see others stepping in. We are not there with nature, but I think managing the power balance is one of the key things here.
Thank you. I can also give you I worked in China for 11 years, the WWF Conservation Director. I can just give one example how China is dealing with that. So in China, the ecological security, it's very high in the Chinese government agenda, and the world doesn't know much. Ecological security means that the ecological system in China that sustains the people for food, for natural disaster prevention and relief, but also the future generation. For that reason, they need to maintain the ecosystem healthy enough, protected enough to be able to pass the whole country to the generations to come. Thinking about China have lived there, I don't know, thousands of years, right? So I would just say some kind of country has different ways of dealing with issue. But that kind of thinking, if that imprinted underpinning all the other works that ecological security is for generation here, but the generations to come, and then that mainstreaming naturally become all the ministries' agenda item. Yeah. Okay. Any other questions? If not, Yeah, are you trying to raise your hand? Yeah, please, over there. I will, last question, and then I will try to summarize. The lady over there. Yeah. On the third row there.
Hello, good morning. My name is Isilda Nyantumbu. I work with the Biofund, Conservation Trust Fund in Mozambique. I'm just, I'm first to commend everyone for this panel and for bringing the mainstream high up in the agenda again. But I'm just wondering whether, having moved for many years of discussing about mainstreaming the environment, the climate change, and the other aspects into the policies, and many countries already having those policies in place, whether this is actually the priority in the countries or it's more about how to move forward to take that action to implement. In some countries, if I can give the example of Mozambique, there are multi-sector and stakeholder platforms for discussing and reviewing, for example, the NBSAP and the progress in its implementation. And this cuts across from the Ministry of Health, the Minister of Economy, Mineral Resources, etc. They come and sit at the same table to discuss. And they develop the actions. But then the big challenge that comes next is how those sectors actually integrate that in their plans and the budgeting processes in order to implement, and how then we have the monitoring framework. I like the number 7 there, that could help in checking the progress that is being achieved. And this, I'm talking about the national level, but the other challenge is how that cross-sector work is laid to the subnational level, at the provincial level, at the district level, where the decisions and the actions in terms of investment are taking place. So I think the key priority really is the institutional framework to support that action when the mainstreaming in policies is already done. And yeah, I would like to hear some experience on how that's being addressed. And also to reflect on, sorry for China, I don't want to pick up on you, but just to give an example, I think we have to be consistent in taking policies in country and also implementing sustainable actions in the countries where we extract the resources from. Africa in general is suffering a lot from the rush to take forest resources, mineral resources, etc. And there the companies are overlooking any kinds of principles of sustainability and piggybacking perhaps on the weakness of the government in terms of law enforcement, etc. So I just wanted to leave these thoughts with you. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you. Which one you want? Please,
I'll be
Linda.
happy to- Brilliant questions. Thank you very much. Very, very salient comments, very important comments. I think you've really hit the nail on the head in terms of the capacity building needs to implement this work, because so many land use decisions are made on a very localized level. So you need to train people and cascade that down from the national to the district level, where they're actually deciding where to locate that, new solar installation or that new farm or whatever productive capacity is going in there. So yes, it's a capacity issue, but I'm not aware of any country where there's truly mainstreaming fully done at the policy level. And I think that policy level has to then cascade down to the actual, capacity building. And I know Nature Conservancy, where we've done some of this work, we've actually tried to train people, at least at the provincial level, on land use and by integrating biodiversity into various land use decisions, but that's key. And addressing supply chains, absolutely critical, right? It's sort of in the GBF, but how do we do that? And can we get countries either through this champions group or elsewhere in this convention to make commitments to apply their great biodiversity policies they may have domestically to their international sourcing decisions. It's not just China. I mean, we're all importing things from a lot of places, and we don't know where things are coming from and what is being destroyed in the process. So trying to clean up supply chains is a critical piece of the mainstreaming agenda. It has to be, yeah.
Thank you. Aisha, you want to take it, please?
Yeah, firstly, I just wanted to express my appreciation. I think you raised quite a lot of salient points that I think a lot of countries are facing in terms of translating mainstreaming, or not even mainstreaming, but any nature policy in terms of implementation. And I think one of the points that I raised earlier that's also in our call for action is the need for, sector-specific action plans. But I really want to highlight the need for all of these plans to really be customized to suit each national context. I don't think there's one size fits all for and any country. Obviously, you have a different environment. The small island developing states, they're going to have a very different kind of landscape, different kind of resource needs, and different kind of policies that need to be put in place. So I think that, to build on Linda's point about capacity building as well, that need to collaborate but also build on your own localized experiences is really something that's going to be really important in terms of implementation. Thank you.
Thank you. I think our time is up. There's very rich discussion. I like to kind of try to capture a few keywords that we have been hearing, so that as a takeaway, we all agree nature needs to be elevated into the decision making of the government, but also sector policies. And the voluntary actions guidelines are not enough. We need a detailed regulatory framework to really, push that forward. We need to transform the economy, finance, and to make sure that we have incentives more for the good and reduce intensive for the bad, for the negative impact to the nature, that including the subsidies, but also other incentives we talk about. We need to really address the imbalance issue about the power, about different ministries, but also about rights holders, indigenous peoples, and the capacity need on the ground. So that all need to be addressed. And some proposals that we propose to have this champion group really take the lead, working with government and also non-government organizations to build on policy coherence, to push mainstreaming. So that's a long history. We build on learning that, really push that forward. We need to see the cross-sector engagement, most important cross-country. In a way, once we work in the country, we also need to look at the global supply chain that cross the country, so that we don't get the order in country good, but then disrupt the orders of other countries. So that's really what we need to do. Keep the pressure on is critical. We'll continue from all the angles. I think all that and what need to be to have is that we need trust, we need ownership, we also need the action now and action not now. I mean in the COP16, but action going forward. I think this is I try to summarize what I hear, and also from including the questions from audience. And I thank you to our panelists for really rich discussion, and thank you for the audience for really active participation. Mainstreaming biodiversity and the nature is for all of us, for not all of us here, but for all of us who have not been here, future to come. So this is a critical issue. Let's continue our effort, keep the pressure, keep our action together. And thank you for coming. Thank you very much.
In 10 minutes. So
the next section is in 10 minutes, so let's continue to chat outside other than to give the space for the next session. Thank you.
want, I can this one. So there is a lot of cabin here. Like you want to
Pavel, my friend.
from the community. It's from the, like I said, especially from the right. Yes.
No, that's really interesting. I do not have at it right now, but
So it's like this. It's like
think I have not.
you can how the local rice. So used for different use. So
My flight was shorter than the bus.
there and also kind of that like this rice is cooked rice increases lactation of mother. Cooked rice you add like that after that.
No, there is a control.
With the starting point of cooked rice. Use
Cuando usted diga, sí, como vamos a hacer una presentación, sería pertinente para poner. Es más, si quiere que la pongamos una vez, pues realmente, porque como nos podemos dar para decir,
Está bien.
ya con el
Okay, friends, I think we have to get started. I would invite the colleagues to maybe we can sit more here in the front. Thank you. What do you prefer? Okay, thank you very much. I'm happy that we made it, considering the rain in the morning and a little bit of traffic to get inside the blue zone, but we are all here. And good to see some familiar faces. I know there's a couple of other colleagues on their way, but let's get started. All right, so this side event will speak about the ecological and the cultural relationships through community-led agroecology and how this relates to the local preservation of rice diversity or rice genetic diversity. And genetic diversity is a very important topic in the conversations here at the CBD, as you know. People are speaking about it in different areas and in different groups. And I'm wondering if you ask why we need to preserve or conserve genetic diversity of crop or livestock, most people will normally say, well, we have to preserve this diversity because we have to keep improving varieties for better yield. Or some people might say we need to develop more adapted varieties to future climatic change. Some people might say we have to protect and have protection for crop and livestock for diseases. So there's a range of arguments that people would say why you need to have protection of genetic diversity. And I suspect that if you do a small poll here in the CBD, the arguments will surround those, like resilience to pests, diseases, environmental stresses, maybe yield stability, maybe productivity. But I'm wondering if we make the same questions to the rice communities, the people who actually grow rice, which kind of answer we would get? Would they also identify those factors? Or do you think that maybe they would say, no, I would highlight ecological and cultural aspects? So this is, I think, the kind of conversation that we could have today in our little group. We're going to have a very interesting case from Bangladesh. My colleague Pavel will present in a minute. It's a research that he has been conducting in his home country, which obviously is a country where rice is basically key for food security, for community-led food security, for national food security. And once he presents what he has found out about the ecological and the cultural importance of rice, then I would make a small panel here, invite some of our colleagues, and have a conversation. So we kind of bridge the specific findings that Pavel will show to us to the broader aspects of the discussions that we are hearing in many different areas here at CBD. So we're gonna probably link the research with the discussions on agroecology and biodiversity. We can link also to the discussions on health and biodiversity, and potentially also on public policies. So this will be a very interesting panel. I would just then pass it on to Pavel. He has a presentation, right, Pavel? Some 15, 20 minutes, and after that, we're gonna invite the panel for a conversation. So Pavel, over to you, and I ask our colleagues in the back to please. Thank you. As you prefer.
So, welcome to all in our presentation. So, thanks to all because it is the rainy day and we are here in the COP16, the CBD conference. So, greetings from the Bangladesh Research Center for Indigenous Knowledge, BARSIC, and also Global Alliance for the Future of Food. So, we are here, and there are also delegates from the different countries, from the different organization, and Agroecology Coalition is also here. So this is a extensive research on the ethnobotany of the local rice diversity in Bangladesh. I'm giving thanks to the Matthews. Basically, he is facilitating today's discussion. So now I am requesting to you all. This is based in the Bangladesh, the rice diversity. Hope you know that we are coming from the countries. It's the South Asian countries, the Bangladesh, and especially we are the riverine and also the rice diverse country. And historically, we had the more than 20,000 local rice varieties in Bangladesh in the different geographical location. The Bangladesh is divided by 30 agroecological region and also 17 hydrological regions. We have 1,008 rivers. So this study basically carried out the 350 local rices variety from the 3 different rice season. We had the summer, winter, and the autumn rice season. So from the 18 communities are the mainstream, the Bengali community, and also from the indigenous communities of the Bangladesh, and is carried out from the 58 districts. We found that there are 40 different uses of local rices, not only for the consumption, also for the different kind of the relationship with nature and also the livelihood and also the ecosystem. So I'm go quickly. So first I want to share with you, each rice have its own name. So it's basically not the name, it is a kind of the metaphor. You can see there are the lots of metaphorical thing in with the rices. The mostly when people are giving the rice name, it means it's the features, the characteristics of the land-raised varieties and built with its the original first name. Most of the rice names are carrying a metaphorical dimension. The name of rice is also an observant metaphor, which is aiming the relationship with ecosystem and agrarian culture. Like there is a rice I am showing here, is named the Begun Bichi. So Begun means the brinjal, aubergine, the Solana melonzana. The seeds of the brinjal is a very small. So this rice looks like the seeds of brinjal. So in Bangla, the Begun means the brinjal and the Bichi means the seeds. So it's a kind of the metaphor, and there are lots of metaphor. And another rice is we call the Ponkiras rice. The Ponkiras is a character of the fairy tales. It's a horse with the wings. So this horse can fly and move anywhere, anytime. Ponkiras rice has very significant larger lamina and the palia, which are locally called pakna, wings. The lamina and the palia provide the protective cover for rice flour. This is a almond season rice and found in the lowland areas of Bangladesh. And the people of the indigenous people, they believe that if you farmers trained relation with this rice, it will fly away from the rice field anytime and not return again. So there are the lots of metaphor. You can see here the another rice. It's named the Lanka Purabini. Hope you know that. It's this name is basically metaphor is basically coming from the book the Ramayana, and there is a character of Hanuman is an ardent devotee of the Rama, according to reach in the Lanka through fight to burn the Lanka kingdom. That time the tale of the society that almost kingdom burned and only the Lanka Purabini rice saved in the Lanka. The seed coat color of this rice like burned. It is the stress tolerant variety. And you can see here the Jamai Naru Dhan. So Jamai means in Bangla bridegroom. And this is a aromatic rice, and Naru means sweet. This rice variety is very used as a very delicious to cooking the delicious item. And usually in the Bangladesh, bridegrooms are invited with special food dish and arrangement. It is found in the lowland areas, also the upland areas in the Bangladesh, and it is a, also the almond season rice. And hope you know that the rice has also the ethnomedical uses. There are lots of things. This is a Kachi Noi rice, a traditional rice. The fresh leaf of Centella asiatica juice, fresh leaf juice, with this starchy water of this rice, it is used in the treatment of stomach complication. And there are lots of ethnomedical uses of the rices. And also the rice used in the indigenous dish preparation. There are different kind of dishes prepared by the different kind of rices, and also the rice used for the cakes. And I found that 30 types of local rice and the 20 types of traditional rice cake making from them. And also rice uses the rice bubbles. Not only the all rice used for the rice bubble, there are some rice used for the rice bubbles, and also some rice are used for the puffed rice. And there are some rice also used as the bhat, we call the cooked rice. And also there are some traditional rices are also used in the different kind of the rituals and the worships, not the all rices. There are very significant rices, and I found 31 rice varieties from the Bangladesh used in the 30 different types of rituals and the worships. And also there is a harvest festival in the different communities, and there are some specific local rice only used in the different rice festival. And also there are some the aromatic rices. And the community, they have their traditional knowledge, and through their ethnotaxonomy, they can differentiate their rice. Some rice are saline tolerant, some rice are drought tolerant, some rice are upland, and some rice are lowland rice. And some rice are specially used as the rice beer, and I found the 16 types of rices. And also some rices are used for the watery rice, we call in Bangla panta. And also some rices are used for the food course with the different kind of like the vegetables, fish or chicken or meat, but not the all rice. And some rice are used as very different things, like the construction, rice for the livestock, and also for the local fuel, and also sometimes the women of the community, they use the rice husk ash for their dishwashing, and also they use the rice for their hair for shape, and also they use the rice straw as their rope or ripening their fruit, or they use the rices for their different. And also it is a very interesting use of the local rice. Some community, they use a very specific rice to make the kajol, basically kohol, for their rices, but not for the all rices. And also some rice are used for the ornament and also the decoration of their houses. And rice is also used in the handloom. Hope you know that. Already UNESCO declared the geographical indication. It is the Jamdani. It is a very significant cloth from the Bangladesh, but it is used this very specific til bajal rice when the traditional handloom weaver, they make this kind of handloom cloths. And also some wild rice, hope you know that I found 348 varieties are from the Oryza sativa, but the 2 varieties are from the Oryza rufipogon, basically the wild rice. And there are also the lots of the rice tabos, and rice is also used as the natural incubator for the chickens, and also the some rice is related to the myths and the beliefs. But now I'm also want to discuss with you what is the relationship with the ecosystem and the ecological relationship with the traditional rices. So you know that this is a floating agriculture, and already UN declared the Bangladesh floating agriculture is a agricultural traditional sites. So the people only use the traditional rice straws when they make their floating beds, but you do not use the other rices like the hybrids rice straws or the other high-yielding varieties rices. And rice is also used in the proverbs, songs, and the folklore in our daily life. And it is very interesting thing that the community, they collected their wild foods and they make, you can see here, there is a food, it is the kind of the puffed, the wild varieties of the grass plant, but it is only found in the traditional rice field of almond rice. It's the lowland variety, but not found in the other areas. And also traditional rice fields are the safe territory and the breeding ground of local small fish diversity. So that when the small fish they come, you can see here, this is the anabas, we call in Bangla, the koi fish like to live in the almond field of Digha rice. So why the small fish are like to live in this kind of the traditional rice fields? You can see here the photos because there is a safe habitat and there is a food sources for the small fish varieties. Why? Because there is a algal bloom in the local rice field. So it is the main food sources of the most kind of the local fish varieties. And also in the traditional rice fields, there are living, they live the rats and also the snakes. There is the lots of holes here because people are not using pesticide or any kind of chemicals in the traditional rice fields. And also it is the kind of the last bird refugia in a villages when it is vanishing the village common forest and the natural habitats. So some birds can only stay in the traditional rice field and they make their nest and also the resting place. And also some community, they collect rices from the rat holes. So there is a very critical relationship with rice, rat, and people. You don't kill any species, so we break this harmony. And it is also very interesting. Can you see the pinnacle of the traditional rices? It looks like a 45 degree or the 90 degree, but not the 100 degrees, not straight. So bees and insects and the butterflies, they come in the traditional rice fields and they like this kind of the panicles, is that the curve the panicle. And so is that there is also the pollination and as the pollinators comes in the rice field. So there are the lots of traditional rices and we see that there is the significant relationship with the local rice and also the natural and also the ecological relationship between the community. But how community they conserve this kind of traditional rice? The community basically conserving the traditional rice through their agroecological practices and through their traditional knowledge. I'm now through my presentation, there are some recommendations from my research. So natural forests and wetlands are considered in the mainstream biodiversity conservation discourse. But the traditional rice fields are still now, and also the rice genetic resources are still now not recognized in this mainstream biodiversity conservation planning and strategies. Cultivation of high-yielding varieties and also the hybrid rice through the so-called modern agriculture, which is based on hazardous pesticide and chemicals and mechanized technologies, leads to loss of local flora and fauna diversity because wildlife cannot forage, build their shelter, and use their connection and dependent on the farmlands as their safe habitat and their territory. So, respected delegates, I'm recommending here the rural farming communities are conserving traditional rice diversity through their agroecology. So this practice, science, policy, and the movement are contributing the multi-layered connection of the local genetic resources conservation. So it is important, it is very important to include traditional local rice varieties and the people's-led agroecology as the core consideration in the overall program for biodiversity conservation. This is the last slide. So traditional rice diversity, traditional knowledge, and we are talking on the sustainable use of the local genetic resources should be addressed in the National Biodiversity Strategic Action Plan (NBSAP) on a priority basis by giving importance to the CBD Article 8J, traditional knowledge, innovation and practices, and also the Article 10C of the Convention of Biological Diversity, CBD 1992. So thanks for your patience. Stay connected with the traditional rice wisdom. I'm now giving the mic to the Matthews.
Fantastic. Wow, what a rich presentation, Pavel. I like the sentence diversity is richness, and this was really, really interesting. Like you spoke of metaphoric characters, relationship of rice with beliefs, faith, religion, rituals, worship, ethnomedical treatment, how rice is used in different culinary preparations, construction. Wow, this was really impressive. And you even throw a couple of suggestions on how to address this in the context of the CDB at the end. So I would welcome then our colleagues to form the panel. Then we can actually, like I said, bring the discussion and widen it up with the other topics that I mentioned in the beginning. I would start with Ferris, if you could please join the floor, Liz and Manu, and I will introduce you before passing you a few questions. I sit here. Yeah, okay. Let me introduce them. Ferris, good friend. It's a consultant working on agroecology and biodiversity for the Global Alliance for the Future of Food, my organization. Also for BioVision Foundations, for many other partners. Has extensive experience on agroecology. Liz Willits is a clinician and a science policy expert with 20 years experience in food systems. She's a strategic advisor focused on planetary health, consults for a range of our institutions and multilateral environmental agreements, such as the Committee on World Food Security and the World Health Assembly. Manu, good friend as well, is a sociologist currently at a master's degree program in social science, development, agriculture, and society. Has worked for more than 15 years with civil society organizations, and for 5 years has been building the food system program of Ibirapitanga Institute. We are good on time. We have some 30 minutes, maybe 25 minutes, so we can give the floor at the end for Oliver, so we don't need to rush. And Faris, let me start with you.
Sure.
Maybe I will pose you 2 questions to get started, 2 to 3 minutes as you wish. First one is, I know that you know, and we know that the agroecology movement highlights the importance of genetic diversity in food production for years and years. Why you think is that's the case?
Sure. Can you hear me? Yeah. Well, I want to start by saying that I was quite blown away by Pavel's presentation. Blown away like the fan, keeping us all cold. Well, I mean, the very heart of agroecology is diversity. And when we talk about diversity, sometimes we forget the layers of diversity, right? We talk about diversity of species. We sometimes forget to talk about diversity within species. And you made such a clear case of how, you said 300 varieties here, but earlier you were saying 600 across the country, of Bangladesh only. That's a stunning number. And it hides the fact that those varieties are not as accessible to people in the market, for example. Many of them are hidden. Some of them are lost and forgotten increasingly. And it masks the story that biodiversity is shrinking, right? We've lost so much of our biodiversity in the last 100 years, 75%, according to FAO. So the heart of agroecology is biodiversity. And that's where the idea of ownership, creation, culture, all of society, not just agriculture, becomes very, very strong. And what I was going to talk about was what can policies do to protect that, to nurture that, and also to block some of the things that are actually hurting agroecology. I don't know if that's an exact answer to your question, Matthias.
We can get to policies at the end.
Yeah.
I would say maybe I know that something that was stressed also in the presentation of Pavel is farmers' autonomy. He mentioned about how they conserve the diversity using traditional knowledge, etc. This is also part of the agroecology movement discourse, right?
Yes, absolutely. And within that, there's dynamism and power embedded, even in the co-creation of knowledge. So I think we need to talk not just about farmers being co-creators with researchers and scientists, and how we need to change the research system to be more fit for purpose for agroecological research. The research system is really geared towards, a few crops that are commodified and are aimed for a certain market and so on. So I think we need to unpack that and reconfigure research and also make it common research, not privatized research. The second thing about power, as I said, was we need to look at who holds knowledge within communities that are the stewards of, in this case, rice. So yes, there are men, there are women, there are indigenous people who cultivate, and sometimes there are uncultivated varieties. There's a question of intergenerationality, because young people are probably not familiar with the incredible intraspecific diversity that's available. So how do we create this intergenerationality that elders and youth are working together to make sure that that knowledge is carried forward? And on equity, it's a very important question. The role of women and their knowledge systems, perhaps we should highlight that more, because women's knowledge systems of biodiversity are more sophisticated than men. They are breeding and nurturing varieties for different purposes. They're looking at nutrition, they're looking at cooking traits, they're looking at storage, whereas I'm generalizing here, but sometimes men will look at the market. They'll say, okay, what will get me the more money? So I think it's really, really important to uplift women's knowledge systems, because they are more sophisticated and more multidimensional.
Thanks, Faris. I will pose a question on policy now so you can think a bit, because we're going to discuss that with Manu, but I want also to hear from your side. And the question is, Pavel mentioned at the end a very specific way of incorporating the topic of genetic diversity within the MBSAPs, and we have been doing work on that. So maybe at the end, I will give you the floor again for, if you could highlight one bullet point that I know that we have been discussing on how to support that through MBSAP's development and implementation. But I want to turn it to you, Liz, now. You are an agroecology specialist, and you also, I like that you put the emphasis on the linkages between food production and health. And Pavel mentioned a few aspects on how health directly relates to preservation of genetic diversity. So how do you see ecological aspects of genetic diversity with better health outcomes?
Thanks so much for this presentation and this panel. I'm going to offer a bit of the science policy perspective and the health perspective because that's where I come from and I think the value add here. And this topic is tremendously overlooked in those spaces. And so to answer that first question, my first comment would be just to recognize this traditionally quite weak connection we have with agroecology and health. And I'm going to use the word health here and not nutrition because it's very clear from Pavel's presentation that rice has nutritional value, but also quite a few other health values, not only for, we talked briefly, kind of as a topical or as a medicinal, but also in terms of a social determinant of health and a cultural application. So we've had a really weak connection between agroecology and health, and some of that is based on the silos of our institutions, our food institutions, our agriculture institutions, our health institutions, and there's quite room for growth there. And then in terms of NBSAPs, another historical gap is that NBSAPs do tend to talk about agriculture, and they do tend to talk about food production. They do not tend to talk about food or food systems or food practices, and they do not tend to talk about health or nutrition. And so in terms of an entry point, I do quite a bit of work on the, it's on the negotiating table right now, the Global Action Plan on Biodiversity and Health. This is one space where we could build this out and work to develop this. And then just to follow up a little further on that question, you had, there's the science aspect of this. What tends to be good for the planet tends to be good for us. And agroecology can offer that not only in terms of providing these diverse species, which can offer so many co-benefits, whether it's climate adaptation, which is good for health, or providing products for housing and habitat, which is essential for health and stability of communities. But there are also other aspects of kind of the science of health that I think is worth briefly recognizing. One is that the genetic diversity of the food produced also helps us have dietary diversity. And the dietary diversity can not only include nutrients, but also non-nutrients and fibers and other important aspects of food that we tend to overlook in our glossy kind of media world, but are fundamental and clearly present in Pavel's presentation. I'd also mention that there are some very serious impacts of climate change on soil and also the nutritional uptake of foods. And if we have a stronger genetic species diversity of our crops, especially core crops like rice, there's more likelihood that in that 350 pool of rice varieties, there are going to be varieties that don't have as strong impact on their nutrition from climate change. And that's likely, that sounds like a very good research topic to me. And then just lastly, we talked about the chemical inputs. This is a huge health impact. The impact of pesticides, endocrine disruptors, the leaching from floods of pathogens as well as heavy metals. This is tremendous in our food system, and we can avoid this with different kinds of practices. And I think I'll stop there, but there's just a tremendous gap in this space in terms of research and then how we're applying it into policy spaces.
Thank you, Liz. Thank you very much. And I will also make the same question to you so you can think a bit in terms of how to make the best use of the MBSAP's development and implementation. Where is our entry point with health? I'll leave that for a reflection. I'll come back to that. Manu, with you, I think we could move beyond just understanding why we need to do that to go a little bit deeper in the how to do it. Your foundation is part of our network, participating in many policy discussions, support many organizations to participate in policy discussions as well, many family farm organizations, indigenous groups, etc. And how do you see the topic of genetic diversity forming part of a broader strategy of food systems in Brazil, your home?
It makes sense to highlight. It makes sense to highlight the national policy for agroecology and organic production, which was created in 2012. And this policy main operational instrument is a biannual national plan, which had this third edition just launched on October 16th, the World Food Day by President Lula, after a very long process of social debate. And about this plan and how it connects with genetic diversity in promoting agroecology, I believe that it is important to say that it is a central part of this plan, the reduction of pesticides. And to include that in that plan, we had in Brazil a very huge social pressure and mobilization. Furthermore, this plan has 7 objectives, 4 of which are directly related to the preservation of social biodiversity. And in Brazil, we use social biodiversity to emphasize the importance of cultural and social processes in preservation of biological diversity. And also because we really like to use big words. But to name some initiatives that are aimed at dealing with the reality of drastic reduction in the crop's genetic diversity, this plan foresees, for example, support projects for Creole seeds and crop genetic diversity production and preservation, mapping information on genetic resources in agroecology, similar of which Pavel just did in Bangladesh with the rice, build reference centers in live pharmacy connecting with the health dimension. We do have this experience in Brazil with projects that usually are led by women that has herbs and medicinal plants. And also one that I believe that is a very important piece of the plan, that is to develop a governance plan for the dynamic conservation of genetic resources for agroecology.
Thank you, Manu. And you spoke a lot already on the type of policies and how they are designed. And I know that you have also extensive experience on looking at that. So what kind of policy measures do you believe would be more effective for promoting preservation of crop genetic diversity, but in collaboration with the farming communities? How is the characteristics of those policies?
Yeah, so that's a very relevant question, because although we have this big picture with the federal policies, how it is actually implemented in the territories, it is a constant challenge. So, and it demands adjustments and updates all the time. So I would highlight that as a first effective policy measure is guaranteeing social participation, which is essential in the sense to contemplate not only a bottom-up vision, but to really improve the public policies, right? Which is the case of the Agroecology National Plan itself. It was built and constructed by a commission formed with more than 20 organizations and social movements. Also, I believe that another policy measure that is key in Brazil is creating financing mechanisms via public calls to support territorial and collective projects, as is the case of a program that we have that is EcoForte program. This program provides finance directly to the communities and the territories. And one thing that is very important to say and connect with what Ferris was talking here is that those projects are are designed by the groups and the communities and also their objectives. So that tends to preserve their autonomy in the process. And lots of those projects are related to House of Seeds, community seed banks, and also seed networks. We have a very big seed network in Brazil right now. And finally, talking about effectiveness, I really believe that effective policy measures tend to be those that recognizes the multi-layers of relationships between people and nature and have an open-ended view about the effectiveness itself. So it's that one that allows the possibility not only to redefine the goals and the steps along the way, but also the co-creation of the evaluation processes and results measurement with the people on their territories.
Fantastic. Pavel, I will pose you a question also to reflect while we hear the others. I was making notes from what Manu said. She said, how do we define these policies? Social participation in the design of policies, finance, so direct finance to farming communities, and then you have to rethink effectiveness in a participatory way. Is there something missing? You can reflect a bit and then come back to... You can use mine.
I think most of the things are covered thanks to all the panelists because this discussion is the kind of the different because it's based on a research, so the action research, but it's who we are here. We are also practicing agroecology, and we are also talking for the biodiversity conservation. But main thing is when we are talking on the biodiversity conservation, we ignore the genetic resources of just like the rice or the crops or the other things. So we need to change the narratives because what people are doing in the ground, the women, yes, all of the panelists talked this, and also the EOs and also the indigenous peoples and the local communities. Basically, they are conserving their the flora and fauna, and they are not differentiate the elephant or the tiger or the snake or the fish from the rices or their crops. So they have no any kind of differentiate or they have no any kind of prioritize. They are not prioritizing any kind of the species to survive the first. So we need to think about this. So when we make our own NBCEP or the biodiversity conservation strategy, so we need to rely and respect the community's struggle and the movement, the social movement and their narratives to cover the holistic approach, how they manage, how they conserve, how they kind of the quote unquote the safeguarding the nature, the ecosystem, and also their livelihood, also their food system, all the things, because all are interconnected. So it is a very crucial thing. It is not only the conservation of kind of the tiger conservation or the elephant conservation or the plant species conservation, not kind of this, because all are interconnected with all the species in the world and all are interconnected with the human being also. And we are presented here and also the discussion also the discussed the community feelings basically kind of the ethnocentric, not the ethnocentric. So basically, they are trying to address the ecocentric way. So change the narratives of the so-called the ethnocentric narrative in the discourse of the biodiversity conservation, because human beings are not the core center of in the Mother Earth, because we are all the interconnected. So so why we are talking on the rice genetic resources based on the traditional knowledge of the local community. So I think if we respect and recognize the community knowledge, their agroecological practices, we can contribute more for our Mother Earth and also the biodiversity conservation. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you, Pavel. So let's start with moving to a conclusion. So bringing you back now, bringing you back now, Ferris. Let's go for how we link that with the MBSAP. So one bullet point that we would like to highlight.
Well, actually, Manu did a really, really good job of concretizing what we need. We need multifunctionality, we need coherence, we need capacity, we need finance that's fit for purpose, because agroecology is a very different, multi-dimensional purpose. So all those things, and I think you're going to mention that we're releasing a document, a guidance that will actually help governments do this, look at how agroecology can be integrated into NBSAPs. But the thing, that's not what I was going to say now. I will say that NBSAPs are not just for governments, they're also for people. And if we leave the NBSAP for the government, I think we'll miss a huge opportunity to make this a whole of society approach. So I think the thing I would say is that, you know, if you're looking at the food system, we are very much part of the food system. We are very much part of biodiversity, and NBSAPs might seem far away, but we can take actions every day in preserving the joy of biodiversity that you may not find in an NBSAP.
Fantastic. Liz, final words, one bullet point that you would like to highlight?
Just one.
We can highlight you.
I will be brief. I want to make one last point on the previous question, and then I have a bullet list of targeted areas in the negotiations where this could be applied. The first is, I didn't mention this earlier, but it's not just the practice of agroecology, it's the knowledge holders, and how the knowledge holders for genetic diversity of different species actually become knowledge holders for the food practices and preparation that creates nutritional combinations. And there's a really great example from my part of the world in the Americas. The combination of corn, beans, and squash is an incredibly nutritious combination. How do we know that? It's because it's been a tradition that's passed down and provides a complete package. The same way with various preparation of fish and other plants, the practice of creating a tortilla from corn and lime creates a totally different nutrition than a tortilla that's made out of wheat to be inexpensive. So the knowledge holders are really important, and I'm going to take that right in to the bullet point of how do we get this into policy and the negotiations themselves. Well, I think there's a clear space in the GBF, in the Global Biodiversity Framework, which is going to frame how we create our NBSAPs. And specifically, I want to highlight the target on, it's target 11, nature's contributions to people, which can be very broad and include food. Also on GBF target 10, which is talking about not just food systems, but forestry, aquaculture, agriculture, different coastal and marine food systems. There's space there to really think about agroecology, culture, food, nutrition. And then I want to highlight for knowledge holders GBF targets 22 and 23, which are about enhancing participation of different knowledge holders. How can agroecology be built into those? And specifically, Pavel is mentioning 350 species of rice. I asked him, well, who knows that? He said, well, the women do. Well, target 23 of the GBF is about gender participation. So how do we build that in? And then very, very quickly, there are 3 other decisions outside of the GBF that I think are very relevant here. The first is 1522, which is nature and culture. There's an MOU between the CBD and UNESCO. I think that's an incredibly valuable space to explore the cultural heritage and identity of food, nutrition, agroecology. Decision 25.8, which is on the table here, it's on climate change and the links to biodiversity. What are we doing about biodiversity in food, and how does genetic diversity play into adaptation? And then lastly, I would say for NBSAPs, we're missing a lot of things. We're not thinking about food systems, we're not thinking about nutrition, we're not thinking about food knowledge holders. And I would also say we're not referencing other processes and mechanisms in the NBSAPs. And one example I wanted to highlight that captures some of this is there is an indigenous advisory body to ECOSOC, the Economic and Social Commission of the United Nations, the heart of the United Nations. It's called the UN Permanent Forum on Indigenous Issues. In this past year, 2024, as well as in 2023, they have produced reports that highlight the value of food practices and foodways. Can we get those referenced in our NBSAPs as valuable cross sharing of knowledge? So I took a little bit more time here, but hopefully this useful information.
Thank you, Liz. Thank you very much. We're almost in time, but we do have time for one question, and then I'm going to pass it on to Oliver for conclusions. So if someone would like to make a question to our colleagues. Dipayan? Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. Just a small practical, not a question, but an observation rather though. The policy practice gap is quite high, quite wide in the global south especially. So when we talk about this biodiversity conservation, the first thing that comes up is number one, marginality. The farmers who are doing this, they're doing it by choice. So they're like islands, and they are more attacked by the pests because it is organic type of a farming. They are having a product which has a low shelf life, so the market repels. So this is the marginality and the scale. Unless we scale it up, the economy of scale cannot be made understood to the farmers. So usually the deject, say, adopting to these type of biodiverse agrobiodiversity, and that's a loss for us. So if this is brought up even in the NBSAPs, the policy, when it trickles down to the community, is too late. And there is a major change in the entire framework as it comes down to the marginal communities. So this is a bit of a fallacy, a lacuna that we are surviving in. But even then, as Partho is saying, I can just contribute in the same room. We will have another session on this, and I will show you the Indian side with another 450 rice being conserved. Yes, thank you so much.
Thank you, Dipayan. Good point, well taken. Important to work at many levels. So, Oliver, to you now. Oliver Oliveros is the coordinator of the Agroecology Coalition since 2023, has long experience leading philanthropic organizations, working in the public sector, 20 years of professional experience in food systems, agroecology, science, policy interface, rural development, multi-stakeholder engagement, and is also a good friend of mine.
Muito obrigado, Mateus. From one rice eater to the next and to me. I'm from the Philippines originally, so for us, rice is life. More than 2,000 years ago, indigenous peoples from the northern part of my country, the Ifugaos, has created the Banawe rice terraces. You may have heard about it. This is like a mountain with a terraced rice. And they did that with their bare hands. And it's part of their culture. It's honoring their tradition. It's honoring their identity. And so you could see from that how intricately linked life, food, and culture is. In Japanese, rice is called gohan. And food in general is also called gohan. So it's all about food, and it's rice, and it's life. So in Asia, in my context, in my background, and it's what you have said, rice is a matter of literally life and death, right? And this really amplifies the importance of making sure that we are looking at, when we speak about agriculture, the culture in the word agriculture. Because the emphasis of the current system is really on the production side, as you have said, and really looking at the production orientation, producing standard food, the McDonaldization of the world, which eventually leads to also issues related to malnutrition, obesity, etc., loss of cultural and dietary and nutritional diversity, and with that, obviously, what we all know as, the food that all our grandmothers cook, right? So when we go home, wherever home is, we always crave for what is comforting, what is traditional, something that brings back memories, something that brings back connection to our family and the family of our family of our families, right? And this is exemplified and highlighted by what you have just said, Pavel. And it is also linked to the issues around the social dimension of agriculture, of nutrition, of social organization, and of what Faris was mentioning as a sort of like a systemic approach to looking at things. So we have heard this interesting presentation, but also interventions for our members. So how can we really boost biodiversity? And by that, we mean also the genetic, species, and cultural, social biodiversity, as you call it in Brazil, into the way that we are looking at biodiversity conservation through the NBSAPs. And I think, and Liz mentioned that maybe an important element to that is to frame a national biodiversity strategy and action plans with a food systems lens. Because that is really how we were able to address systems and issues in a more systemic and holistic fashion. And we could only also do that if all these type of interventions are linked in the way we are doing, or the way or means by which we are producing, cultivating, processing food. And that is what agroecology is also all about, from pre-production up to the post-production aspect. And that obviously includes how food is also transformed and transported, right? Because when you talk about food systems, it's a whole logistics around it. And it's also about implementation, right? Issues we've heard about governance mechanisms, about evaluation, about metrics, but also in terms of having systems that, or governance mechanisms that also involve not just governments, but people and financing that are fit for purpose. And so these are some of the things that, the how part. I think we have discussed the whys, and the question now is the how. And this is part really of this guidance book that we are launching also this moment in COP, which was a product of the experience of various organizations and people involved in developing national biodiversity strategies and action plans across different countries in East Africa, but beyond that one. And we're launching that book this time. That is really a guide to book that how to guide in terms of what it means to concretely address or integrate agroecology in NBSAPs, what interventions can leverage to reinforce biodiversity through agroecology, and which means of implementation is needed to be able to successfully deliver results. So this guidance book is a product of that collaboration across different organizations, the Global Alliance, Alliance of Biodiversity SIA, WWF, the Coalition, BioVision Foundation, and many others. And so I also wanted to mention that what we have discussed today is, in the essence, as I've said, the culture in agroecology. Its emphasis on, and one of the principles of agroecology is really touches on that part, no? Social values and diets, which is also, if you use the FAO elements of agroecology, they refer to the human and social values plus culture and food traditions. So the principle is really about building food systems based on the culture, identity, and the tradition. So we have highlighted all of this, and also because of the importance of what is indigenous, what is local, what is traditional. And so what we're seeing here is really the important element of bridging or converging different set of knowledge systems, right? And by combining what is experimental and what is experiential, we're really able to bridge different communities, science and policy, and the local practice. And this is really an essential element of agroecology and of food systems thinking. And I think we all are in this moment where agroecology, there's a big recognition of agroecology now as a potential element framing to address food systems. So we have all waited for more than 20 years probably for agroecology to be recognized. And I think it is our collective responsibility that we don't lose this occasion and we make the most out of it. So with that, I turn over the floor to you, Mateus, and thanks everyone for your great interventions.
Just a big thank you for everyone. Let's not lose momentum. Thank you very much.
Good morning. Well, it's almost afternoon, so good morning / afternoon. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to this event. My name is Jeremy Epple. I'm a senior advisor with Nature Finance, and we are going to present to you, as it were, an event on accelerating alignment of finance with the GBF. I think we're going to give you a 1 to 2 minute video if we're ready to roll with that. Technicians, just to kind of get you in the mood. Okay, let's go with it.
Seas and species extinction and threatening food systems, financial systems, economic stability, and our lives. Markets need to recognize that decisions made in financial centers like London, Tokyo, and New York have consequences for people and the natural world. We must reverse the destructive flow of finance, transforming harmful investments into ones that prioritize the protection, management, and restoration of nature. To achieve this, institutions that fuel economies need to be armed with the knowledge and tools to account for their reliance and impact on nature. There are signals of progress among regulators, governments, and businesses, but every market actor must play its part. Central banks and regulators should protect financial systems increasingly imperiled by the unchecked destruction of nature. Governments need economic policies that support an equitable, nature-positive transition, and financial institutions must set targets and engage with portfolio companies to rapidly transition finance towards nature-positive outcomes. Extraordinary challenges can move us towards transformational change faster than we could ever have imagined. Now is the time to rewire the financial system for good.
Okay, well, I hope that gave you kind of the flavor of what this is about. Nature Finance is a Swiss-based not-for-profit foundation whose mission is to align global financial flows with nature-positive, equitable outcomes. You might add net zero to that, but that's our mission statement. So this event is really to try and help you get your heads around what's going on in this space internationally, why it's important that the financial sector, public finance, private finance, development finance from the multilateral and bilateral development banks, all take that very, very seriously. And in the Global Biodiversity Framework, as I'm sure you know, Goal D and Target 14 in particular highlighted the significance of aligning financial flows. But then there are a whole range of other parts of the Global Biodiversity Framework on the finance side, which, as it were, complement and reinforce that and also need to be delivered if we're going to see that realignment. Target 15, which talks about disclosure, and I'm very pleased we've got Emily McKenzie from TNFD here today, but we're also seeing other more regulated approaches happening both in Europe and internationally, and other targets such as Target 18, where it talks about the need to reduce harmful expenditure, in particular harmful incentives, and to scale up positive incentives for biodiversity. And of course, the one that gets a great deal of attention and is causing the usual amount of intense discussion here in the negotiations, Target 19, about the actual financial flows towards biodiversity funds and both public and private finance, as well as innovative financial instruments, of which Nature Finance is actively engaged on many fronts. So you will be able to hear about those in other events we're organizing this week. So what we want to do today is trying to give you as broad an overview as possible of what's happening in the alignment space in terms of what's happening from the regulatory and disclosure side, in terms of what's happening from the data and metrics side, how we can identify the kind of tools that are needed, and in terms of the areas towards a nature positive and net zero transition that need to be thought about. Because this isn't just about understanding the metrics of alignment or misalignment. And we know if the global financial system, public and private, wasn't badly misaligned, we wouldn't have needed the GBF. We need the GBF because so much finance is going in the wrong direction. And so we'll try and give you an insight into some of that and some of the tools that are available for those in the financial sector to begin to grapple with this. And over time, and we hope the time is short that they grapple with this, to start to build transition plans to shift their investments and their activities to a more nature positive net, and equitable outcomes. But that also should include looking at climate change and the importance of an integrated approach to nature and climate in those transition planning exercises. So I think that's more than enough from me, because we've got an excellent panel. And we've got 6 people, but I want to bring them up in sort of 2 groups of 3 so that we can get intense conversations. First of all, if Emily, Sarah, and Ian would be kind enough to come up and grab any of those seats. And I have to say, this is quite a luxury event. Not only do we have air conditioning, but we have a microphone for each speaker. So for those of you who are veterans of this kind of exercise, you'll realize that's quite a luxury. Emily, from TNFD, I think we have a little card to illustrate your graphics people. Anyway, there we go. Technical Director of TNFD. Emily, say a few words of introduction, if you would, but also please tell us from your perspective what you see as positive developments and challenges since COP16 when it comes to aligning financial flows to nature positive outcomes. Secondly, also be interested to hear your thoughts about transition planning in particular in this space, but particularly, first of all, what you see as positive developments in this space so far.
Thank you very much, Jeremy, and real pleasure to be here today. I work in the secretariat that supports the TNFD, leading the technical work, and we've been working for several years now to create a framework which both corporates and financial institutions can use to assess and disclose and, most importantly, act on and manage how they interact with nature, how they depend on it, and how they impact it, and the risks and opportunities it creates for organizations. And I think what I've seen as, well, I guess I'm slanted by my focus, but in my area, what I'm really excited to have seen happen over the last 2 years since Montreal is the tremendous momentum from the private sector. So we launched our recommendations and additional guidance in September last year, 14 months ago. And we now have 500 adopters. We're going to do a formal announcement on Friday, but I've been told I can share it here today. So we have seen a very large increase in momentum around both the disclosure, but I think most importantly, the assessment and understanding of these issues. And then, of course, beyond us, we're a voluntary market-led framework, but Jeremy, you mentioned also, of course, we're an important part, but one part of a wider system. So we're seeing the evolution of the international standards. So we've created a market-led set of recommendations like TCFD, but for nature. We're now seeing the international standard setters updating their standards. So, for example, GRI updated their biodiversity standard in line with our recommendations, but also the International Sustainability Standards Board, which sets that corporate reporting baseline, now has a project underway on this topic and is looking to our recommendations as they think through what's needed. So those standards will then become the basis for many jurisdictions of folding that into regulation. And of course, in Europe, as you alluded to, the European jurisdiction was very fast out of the gates and already has sustainability reporting standards that are mandatory and embed many of TNFD's recommendations. So the corporate reporting architecture is evolving in a way that is enabling an understanding of the issues, disclosure of those issues, which then investors, financial institutions can use to see transparently the metrics, the indicators, and the disclosures, and shift finance coming to the alignment point on that basis. So that's the first positive development. Connected to that is this quite recent shift now to thinking about transition plans. And we'll be launching TNFD's discussion paper on nature transition plans on Sunday. For anyone interested to come, we have an event on Sunday alongside GFANs, who are also launching for consultation draft guidance on nature in net zero transition plans. And so this is a pivot from thinking about disclosure generally to specifically focusing on producing a plan and then disclosing that plan. So what we've covered in our guidance is the content of the plan and how to disclose it. And the transition is framed as the transition implied by the Global Biodiversity Framework. So a transition plan would set out how does an organization, both either a corporate or a financial institution, intend to respond and contribute to the transition implied by the goals and targets of the GBF. So that means we're now really moving to action, accountability mechanisms, setting out a plan in quite a detailed, coherent, structured way. And we've built from precedent, from climate, and from net zero. So just like we built our disclosure recommendations from the TCFD on climate, we've built our draft transition planning guidance from the GFAN's transition framework, which is now well established with the 700 organizations that are applying GFANs, and then from the transition plan task force, which set out recommendations for disclosure of net zero plans. So we're building again, as we've always done, from climate to enable that integrated approach. And I think that's going to lead to an even more like laser focus on alignment. And then finally, very briefly, my third positive development I'm excited about is around state of nature measurement, because all of this has to lead to outcomes that we can measure. So we have indicators in the TNFD's disclosure, indicators and metrics on the state of nature, looking at ecosystem condition, ecosystem extent, and species extinction risk. But we have guidance on it, but we put this word placeholder in front of it because we felt we needed more scientific consensus on what those metrics should be. So it seems appropriate given we're in this pavilion, because the Nature Positive Initiative has got a consultation underway, which we hope will lead to that consensus, and then we can update our state of nature metrics accordingly, which will mean we're not just looking at the drivers of impact, things like pollution, resource use, but actual outcomes that are measurable, which we think will be important for the credibility of what we do.
Emily, thank you. A really, really useful kind of insight and overview of what you think's been happening, which is clearly a lot, and it's very good to hear how significant you still see the alignment terminology to be, and also the reference to metrics. I think that's really important. And I think what we'd like to do next is hear from Sarah Krisht, who's my colleague, who's been leading the kind of upgrade of the work that Nature Finance has done on an alignment tool. Some of you, if you were in Montreal, may remember we launched a very early beta version of that, which was Excel-based. We're now moving into a much more high-tech space, and we'll very shortly be doing some interesting revelations on that. So, Sarah, over to you to tell us what's happening in the kind of tool development space, because without tools, none of this is going to work.
Thank you. So at COP15, some of you may know that we launched the Excel-based version of the Nature Finance Alignment Tool. And we intended for it to be applicable to governments and financial institutions and development banks. And we socialized the tool and did some pilots with some of these different actors, and ultimately decided that we wanted to upgrade the methodology. We wanted it to be more scalable. So we moved towards an idea of having an online tool. And fast forward to where we are now. So we've developed what we're calling Nature Align, which is a suite of different analytical modules, which are meant to help organizations assess their alignment with perfect information, so data gaps, issues around consistency, etc. We didn't want to create an expectation for users to have perfect information to use the tool, so it's very much part of the philosophy of the tool to work with that imperfect information. We also work at different levels of granularity, and we have clear links to things like the TNFD framework and CSRD requirements, etc. And it was really important for us to engage with the users of the tool so that we made sure that this was something that they wanted, that they saw added value. So we engaged with over 15 financial institutions and did 2 pilots with a global asset manager and a global commercial bank. And we are releasing the tool as a beta version. So that means it's going to evolve, and we want to hear people's feedback. So hopefully when it comes out on the 6th and people start to use it, we can hear what you guys think and how it can evolve into the future.
And it will be open source and free at point of use, right?
Yes. And one of the things we added in was the ability to download data from your assessment, because we understood that that was a really important thing for financial institutions. So you can take that and combine it with your internal analysis, essentially.
So, Sarah, that's great. Thank you. And we're really looking forward to seeing that for real. And I hope you'll all kind of connect with it when it comes out on the 6th of November. But what about public finance? What about development finance institutions and governments? I remember with the Excel version of the tool, we did actually run a small pilot in Gabon. But it's, I think something for governments as well, and DFIs. So tell us what the ambitions are there.
Yeah. So we have not forgotten about development banks and governments. We're starting with a phased approach. And we are starting our first government pilot with the government of Colombia, actually, through the financial superintendency. And we plan to look at things like public and private finance, hopefully, and look at how the app or the methodology adapts to a government context. And then for development banks, our plan is to look at what development banks are doing, because we know nobody's starting from scratch in this space, to really be able to understand where there's room for adding value, and then starting to engage with development banks. So if there are any development banks here, please feel free to chat with me so that I can learn more about what you guys are doing.
Okay, you've got an offer there. I see at least one I know in the room. There may be others. Please see Sarah afterwards, or me. Thank you, Sarah. That's really helpful, and we look forward to that. And I think we're super excited about the pilot with the government of Colombia, which has been confirmed and just hasn't actually launched yet, but we're very, very close to doing that. And I think as the host government of the COP, it's a very important signal that they take Goal D and Target 14 seriously and want to try and see how their public and the private finances that the financial superintendency oversee can be shifted towards greater nature positive alignment. So I think that's a very interesting development that we're pleased to tell you about for the first time today. Ian Brettle from Seed. Probably, and by the way, these QR codes, I believe, if you scan them, are intended to give you a lot more information. I don't know about the individuals, but certainly about the work they do. So please scan them, and then you can follow up on them. Ian is Policy Director at the ETH, which is a prestigious Swiss research institution in Zurich, ETH Crowther Lab. Please tell us, how does the Seed Biocomplexity Index fit into what we've been hearing about and the contribution that you see it making to this? Thank you.
Yeah, sure. Thanks, Jeremy. Just to give a bit of context on who we are and why we're building Seed. So, as Jeremy mentioned, I'm a member of the Crowther Lab, which is a scientific research group at the University ETH Zurich in Switzerland, and the lab focuses on doing global scale ecology. So using advanced machine learning and AI to combine ground source data with environmental global data layers and satellite imagery to create these global maps that make predictions about what's likely to exist in every terrestrial location on Earth. And so over the course of the lab's history, it's either generated itself or collated from the academic literature hundreds of these global maps that each describe a particular ecological variable. And so there's a lot of interest in accessing those kinds of data sets, particularly ones that show the actual and potential carbon that can be sequestered from ecosystem restoration. And so in order to facilitate access to that, we spun out a platform called Restore, restor.eco, which is envisaged as the Google Maps for nature. So instead of seeing shops and cafes, you log on, fully accessible and open to anyone. You can draw a polygon around the area that you're conserving or restoring and get access to a bunch of our biodiversity, carbon, land cover and deforestation and water data sets. And on Sunday, we'll be launching Seed, which as Sarah's mentioned, we have integrated into the Nature Align app, but we'll be launching it and integrated it on Restore on Sunday as well. And so with strong support from Nature Finance at the outset, we developed Seed in order to collapse all of this abundant ecological data into something that makes sense and can inform action. And so what it is our flexible framework for integrating all sorts of ecological data. These include the global maps that have been published in the academic literature, the remotely sensed data sets, and ground source data as well. And it collapses them along 9 axes. The way that we displayed it is as a radar chart. And essentially it summarizes the information as an index between 0 and 1, where 0 represents a complete absence of biological complexity, and 1 represents an ecosystem that is just as intact as its minimally disturbed state. And so what I'd like to emphasize its flexibility as a framework. And so each of these layers are recorded weights determined by our experts in the lab based on how accurately they represent conditions on the ground. But in principle, any data can be integrated into this metric. And so as Emily mentioned, Nature Positive Initiative is undergoing this process to identify or to create a consensus around the types of state of nature metrics that can be then used for TNFD and SBTN and other frameworks. And so we've been participating in the process and we fully support it. And we're poised and ready to integrate those final recommended data sets into Seed so we can summarize them together with any other informative or available data to then create this globally standardized index that can advise governments and corporates and local nature stewards and any user on not only what the state of nature is and how it's changing, but most importantly, how to actually most effectively conserve and restore ecosystems.
Ian, thank you. Very briefly, I know you've done some of the, pilots been the word, sort of order of the day from all 3 of you, but you did some pilots of your own, including integrated into 1 or 2 of the early pilots we did of the alignment tool. Were there any particular challenges that you felt were faced by the piloters, the financial institutions, in using the seed biocomplexity units? I mean, I think it's a marvelous kind of configuration of a lot of data, but were there any particular challenges? So for people in the room who are from a financial institution, are there issues that you've learned from those pilots that you've now adapted to make your tool even more usable?
So we've run a few pilots with several financial institutions, including UBP, JGP, you'll be hearing from Bruno shortly, and Nuveen Natural Capital, all for slightly different purposes, but JGP and UBP essentially wanted to use seed to make an assessment of how the businesses in their portfolio were impacting nature. The challenge that we come across is that because seed is spatially explicit, in order to do any analysis, we need locations. We need locations not just of the headquarters, but the locations of the supply chains. And it's pretty clear that although financial institutions may be ready and willing to purchase data and start using it, they're going to run up against this problem of limited location data and a limited sort of force of compulsion to encourage their the businesses that they invest in to actually trace those supply chains. And this is what's caused the delay to the EU deforestation regulation. And so without those supply chains, without that location data, there's really what we can do with seed is quite limited. But there are data sets out there of companies' assets. I know Bloomberg has one, I know MSCI has one, and there are probably a few others. They're quite expensive. I've heard about 100K, maybe more, depending on your use. Bit more than we can afford in our scientific research group. But if you combining that asset location data with seed can actually reveal some pretty interesting things, I think.
Yeah, and I think that's going to be very important for financial institutions trying to understand really where their impact reaches geographically and sectorally. And without more and better physical asset data, I guess it's going to be harder to do that and really then to start changing the harmful flows. Okay, thank you all very much indeed. I'm going to bring up the next three panelists. Please stay on the stage, the three of you who've already spoken. Let's see how we can do this while still allowing you to see QR codes. So if Kata, Abid, and Bruno would be kind enough to come up now, I'll try and shuffle this along. Okay, I told you we had an eminent and diverse panel, and I meant it. We've got Kata Molnar from the Central Bank of Hungary. We've got Abid Kamali from the Bank of America, and we've got Bruno Bernardo from JGP Asset Management, who were one of our earliest, in fact, our first financial institution pilot, the original version of the alignment tool. So, Kata, I'm very interested to know why a central bank is engaging in this. I mean, we know that lots of financial institutions have thought about nature-related risks and how to improve their perspective and their behavior on those. But what is it that, for the Central Bank of Hungary, interests you about the concept of alignment and how that can support the institutions the financial institutions that you're involved in supervising in improving their performance? So tell us what's in it, if you like, for the Central Bank of Hungary and the work you've done.
Thank you so much. So as a central bank, mandate is price stability and obviously the financial system's resilience. For Hungary, the Central Bank of Hungary was given a green mandate by the parliament in 2021, which complemented this basic mandate. It enables us to integrate sustainability into the supervisory and monetary tasks. We have also the sort of a domestic and EU regulation that as drivers, obviously, to meet the EU net zero targets. But also we have an ESG Act that was enforced early this year. And we are a really small country, very dependent on import of oil and gas. And more and more extreme weather events are coming. So So we have recognized that that these drivers, and including the green mandate, is enabling us really to start to apply and integrate climate and nature risks into our sort of supervisory tasks. I'll give just a couple of quick examples of that. So partially, we have a green recommendation for insurers and credit institutions, which applies governance structure, business model, risk management, disclosure. So all of these areas should include sustainability considerations, and then our supervisory sort of assessment also integrates sustainability in as part of our mandate. We have something very unique as a central bank. We apply a green preferential capital requirement program. It's a very unique global sort of tool to reduce capital requirement under Pillar 2 of the Basel requirements for green bonds and loans. And actually this proved the green hypothesis that green loans are less risky because of the sort of we proved the less probability of default. So far, we tested this on renewables, housing, and electromobility. Biodiversity-related themes are not yet, and I can talk a bit later about why, but it's not that, or nature-related risks are not that much coming forward for our finance institutions to apply this tool, but this is also forthcoming. And we also have data publication on a regular basis, so quarterly. So this creates the transparency for all the stakeholders to see, how the market is sort of doing. And we have a green program. So the green program applies to all the financial institutions, our own sort of greening our own operations through nature-based solutions. And we also build a lot of capacity because this is a new topic. This is not as well known biodiversity and nature as climate-related risks. So we put also a lot of emphasis on education and capacity building for various parts of the financial institutions. And I just highlight the project we just concluded with OECD and supported by the European Commission. We will have a side event actually dedicated to this. If you're curious, you can come find me after this event. And this has really tried to create also a sort of a framework for assessing nature-related risks as financial risks. And we sort of apply this on the Hungarian banking system, but also created sort of a framework for supervisors. And so we have some lessons from that too, from that program.
Thank you for those really interesting insights. And I mean, you're one central bank. It's interesting you've done this with the OECD, which of course has a network of many countries. Are you seeing this picked up in other central banks? I mean, obviously the NGFS has got a lot of potential interest in this, but if you're something of a pioneer in this space, how are you working? Which networks are you working through to try and encourage your colleagues and peers to think in the same way and pick up on some of the same tools and approaches that you're using?
Yeah, our side event are going to address exactly this
then you need
80
to tell
minutes.
Us, you need to tell us when it is.
I might not be able to cover this in 2 minutes, but you're all welcome to come. So I would just say it's one thing to have a framework, and it's another thing to actually apply it as it fits to purposes. So I can just share with you 3 different application cases. One is on our own portfolio as central banks. So what I'm seeing is that it's very challenging to apply nature-related risk framework for a central bank portfolio because it consists of very different sort of, we have more sovereign bonds than corporate stocks. So that's one sort of lesson for us, and it will take us a long journey to truly integrate nature-related risk, building upon our TCFD reporting, for example, to then continue on the nature-related reporting, for example, following the TNFD framework. The second application is on the Hungarian banking system. So what we see is a lot of the transition risks that we see on the climate risk side. It's now more physical risk related on the Hungarian banking system, a lot of exposure to water-related risks that we see. And the green preferential capital requirement program aligned with the EU taxonomy and with the do no significant harm criteria that could enable a lot of agricultural sector, for example, to apply the reduced capital requirements, but they are not really doing it because of because it's a very high benchmark, unfortunately. So that's why we don't see in the Hungarian banking system really shifting easily towards nature-related risk disclosure or applying some of the green, cheaper loans, basically. And the last example is that our framework that we developed with OECD, we ran a pilot with a commercial bank. We also had a software, not as sophisticated as Sarah, presented it, but their lesson is that actually it will take them a lot of time, and it's going to be slower for them to apply the framework because they are like a subsidiary and not a parent company. So in order for you to integrate into your governance system and strategy all these frameworks, the decision-making process can take much longer and more complex, not just the data gaps, but also like the type of company you are, so that you can, even if you have a framework, you can start applying it, but maybe slower. So the pace of integrating such a framework into your lending or investments can be dependent on those things. And I think and I just wanted to mention as well that the Encore system is what we also applied in our framework. So there are some overlaps, I think, here for different disclosure frameworks that we are talking here.
Great, thank you for all that really important information. Although Nature Finance is a not-for-profit, we do allow commercial breaks. So, Kata, you are allowed to tell us when your side event is, please, if you remember.
Yeah, sure. So it's Tuesday, 29th of October from 1:20, and it's gonna be in the business room. Business for Nature room.
Business for Nature Pavilion.
Yeah, not a pavilion. It's a side event. But please come find me, and I can give you concrete.
Okay.
I don't want to take more time.
You know it's coming soon on the 29th.
Thanks for the
You're welcome.
opportunity
Thank
to
you.
pitch it.
Now, in addition to the commercial break, we have a technical break. So I'm passing this to my colleague for a logistical amount.
Hi there. As you'll see on the screen, if you would like to listen to this event in Spanish, just a reminder that you can do so by connecting to the link that's on the screen, and it will be live streamed as well. So just a reminder, and allowing you to connect if you'd like to. Thank you.
Thank you. Good. I hope that's not disenfranchised any of you who needed to listen in Spanish before we gave you that information. I really do hope not, but it will be live streamed, so you can look again afterwards. I'd like to turn now to you, Abid Kamali. I think you're head of environmental advisory, managing director environmental advisory in Bank of America. I mean, tell us what that involves and why Bank of America's kind of in this space, and what your ambitions are as a bank to kind of move into the more nature positive, aligned space. It'd be good to hear from you. Thank you.
No, thanks very much, Jeremy. So, you know, I guess we are guided on our climate and nature strategy by a couple of, you know, key objectives. One is to be net zero across all our scopes of emissions by 2050. We have a sustainable finance commitment of $1.5 trillion by 2030, and you know, an emerging piece of this, to Emily's point. There's been a huge momentum in the last couple of years in the financial sector on recognizing the importance and role of nature within this sphere. So we can't, we can't just look at climate only when we think about what sustainability and sustainable finance means. It's now, in a sense, trying to retrofit existing processes and mechanisms within the institution, and happy to go into more of that later, to reflect the fact that actually what makes more sense is to take an integrated approach, to look at climate and nature and, in fact, other environmental and social risks. So from a strategic perspective, what does it mean? It means, you know, the capital deployment piece of the strategy is only one. It means we have to evolve our risk management frameworks. It means we have to, if I can say, plug holes in policy frameworks that may be outdated. We have to evolve what we're doing on disclosure and we are an early adopter of the TNFD. I'm on the TNFD task force. And then the fifth piece is kind of everyone working together, including everyone in this room probably, on the sort of systems level change that's required to actually get this done in a coherent way. So, in terms of the specific tools that have been mentioned, I would say in our kind of internal dabbling, because there's obviously not too much yet that we can share to the outside world, but there's a lot of internal dabbling going on. So the basic starting point is thinking about the LEAP framework. That's the kind of core framework within TNFD, and that is enabling us to think about our impacts, dependencies, risks, and opportunities. And I won't go through all the different steps, but I'm sure everyone is now familiar with that. And in doing this, inevitably you have to use tools, and you have to be familiar with data sets that perhaps you weren't familiar with before. So we have begun to explore some of the tools that Sarah mentioned, for example. And in fact, we were one of the institutions that played with the nature finance alignment tool, and I think it's got some great attributes. So in fact, let me speak a little bit about these different tools and data sets. I mean, Encore is kind of the basic piece that gives you a sectoral view, and so we've piloted that within our corporate banking area. That seemed a logical place to start, given that's where most of our balance sheet exposure is likely to be. And also the attribution for capital markets activity is less clear at this point. But as everyone knows, one of the keys is really driving down to a much more granular level. And that's where it gets a lot more challenging, because yes, of course, there are these new data sets and tools and AI-inspired methodologies available, but in some ways we are reliant upon companies that we are financing to come forward with their assessments first. It's of course, we could use geospatial data sets ourselves, but if you can imagine, just the thousands of clients that we have a financial relationship with across the globe, it's a pretty challenging ask to do that. So that's not to say that we are not using some of these tools to prioritize, and that's the beauty of what's now available from a data perspective. I mean, you could just throw your hands up and say, oh, can't deal with it, too complicated. But I think the reality is we all know that you have to just jump right in and start to get familiar with it, and then you learn as you're doing that where some of the interesting issues might arise. And so that's what we're beginning to do. And what's helpful there is obviously tools like IBAT, which pull together some of the key information about nature-sensitive areas. There's a variety of water-specific tools that are available, WRI, Aqueduct, to name one. There's many tools available. So coming back to your tool, if I can call it your tool, Sarah, the nature alignment tool is really interesting because, as Sarah mentioned, it does try to bring all these things together in one platform. And that, from our use of it, we found to be quite helpful. And one of the critical issues that it is, I think, possibly the best that we've seen to date at trying to address is how are you thinking about your upstream and downstream impacts and dependencies? So obviously for a financial institution, that means that's the equivalent of Scope 3 financed emissions, right? So it's looking across a company's value chain to say, you are to pick on one, a German-based multinational company. It doesn't make any sense to allocate a geography of Germany to that country. Of course not. You have to think about the assets, the operations, and across the value chain. And that's when it gets really complicated, because that one German HQ company may have a whole series of touch points, if I can put it that way, in nature-sensitive areas. And that's the level of granularity you need to get to. So,
thank you, Abid. Really appreciate that. And it's great to hear that, having kicked the tires of our Nature Align tool, you've found that it has stability, that they didn't go flat. So that's very reassuring. Just one last question, if I may, to you. I know in a slightly different context, you've been involved in thinking about what's important in national biodiversity strategies and action plans for corporates and the financial sector to really move along towards the nature positive curve, towards achieving that. Do you think there's any more that governments should be doing, either in terms of incentives or regulation, to advance what's happening, what we're seeing towards Goal D and Target 14 of the GBF? I mean, you know, I know it's not usual, it's not unique, but it's not usual for the private sector to say, oh, come on, regulate us more. But you're clearly in the Bank of America in the sort of leadership area of this, and there may be plenty of laggards. Would that kind of strong policy or regulatory signal really help pull them along, or is now that these tools are developing much more rapidly?
So, you know, it's a delicate dance between what the private sector is trying to do to close the financing gap and, you know, what governments need to do to through their NBSAPs. And the two have to coordinate in some way, you know, not in a colluding type activity, but there has to be, I mean, and Emily mentioned, you know, the TNFD is going to be launching its transition plan guidance, you know, this weekend. And for companies to be able to have more coherence in their transition plans, they need to be able to dock some elements of this plan around sectoral pathways. And those sectoral pathways have to come from governments. The sectoral pathways have to, and that's done through the NBSAP. So it's, you know, what is the plan for meeting the 23 different targets in that particular country? Where are the specific financing needs? Which sources of capital would be most helpful in addressing those financing gaps? And it could be public only for some of those, but it's really helpful for governments to say, this is where we think the different pools of commercial capital can have a role. And some of that is going to be through raising money on the international markets, probably through the bond market. Some of it is going to be through potentially domestic payments for ecosystem markets, you know, mini markets. And I think that's the kind of clarity that's required to, you know, to really move the needle on finance.
Okay, thank you. Definitely a space I think we should all be watching. Now, thank you very much, Abid. Last but definitely not least, I'd like to turn to Bruno Bernardo, who's from JGP Asset Management, although I think you've also become part of an even bigger company just in the last week or so you can tell us about that. From Brazil. So we're moving to the South American continent, which I think is really important in this context. And Bruno, why don't you tell us about what sort of strategically matters in this area to JGP Asset Management? JGP Asset Management was... I don't think I did anything. It was our first private pilot for the original version of the tools. So you've had quite a bit of experience, and I think Seed was also worked into that at various points. So it'd be good to hear from you about the strategic kind of priorities you have in this and how you see all of the new tools available supporting that. Because you're also a TNFD early adopter and piloter, I think. So over to you, Bruno.
Thank you for the question, Jeremy. Thank you for the invitation to be in this panel. So let me share a bit about what we have done and what we are currently doing at JGP related to nature. So basically, JGP is part of the main global coalitions fighting climate change and deforestation. So some of these initiatives are more aligned with an active ownership approach to engage the companies of our portfolio, our holdings, such as the Finance Sector Deforestation Action Initiative, which together with 30 other investors, we aim to eliminate deforestation risks driven by agricultural commodities from our investment portfolio by 2025. And there is also the Investors Policy Dialogue on Deforestation, which seek to coordinate public policy dialogue to end deforestation by engage with government actors. But there are also initiatives that are more related with disclosure. So, for example, there is the Finance for Biodiversity Pledge, where we need to public disclose annually our actions to protect and restore nature. And there is also the recommendations of the TNFD itself. So last year, we did a pilot, a TNFD pilot, the LEAP approach, in partnership with Global Canop. And by the end of through the end of this process, we became TNFD early adopters. And so it was in the beginning of 2025, 24. So we already published our first TCFD and TNFD report. So following both recommendations, and I think that we are the first asset manager in the Global South to do so. And the ESG journey at JGP began in 2019, and since then we have doing this pilot and a lot of work. And also in the beginning of the year, we have set a strategic partnership with BB Asset, that is the largest asset manager in Brazil. And together we are creating a new asset manager that will be focused on sustainable investment. So it's called Regia Capital. So I am now part of the Regia Capital. If I can share a bit more, we have conducted 2 more pilots. So one with Nature Finance Alignment 2, where we assessed 2 of our funds. And a couple of weeks ago, Sarah just showed it to us, the new version of the tool, and it looks fantastic because a lot of the work that we had when preparing our report, it can be done much easier and faster. So we are definitely going to use for the TNFD report for JGP and for region. And we also did a pilot with SEED. And to me, the SEED is the perfect tool to measure the impact of restoration projects, restoration of degraded lands, because you can measure the impact of a specific project and compare with the surrounding region. So, I mean, it's perfect. Only just in this panel, we already have such great tools for companies and investors to be aligned with the global biodiversity framework.
Bruno, thank you. I mean, it's really good to hear that you found these tools as useful as you have. And you've obviously got great ambitions now as JGP, but also as Regia Capital, to be a real leader in this space. So I think, you know, you're hearing today from some of the cutting edge actors in this, and we hope that's what we were trying to do, bring some sense of that there is a very interesting leading edge of discussion and ambition going on. Now, I appreciate all panelists' comments, but I'm very keen to get some questions from the floor, and I see a hand going up already. We have to end bang on time, I'm told, because there's another event starting straight after. So quick fire questions and quick fire answers from whoever. Tell me if you want a particular panelist to answer them, or if it's just an open question. And tell us who you are. And we need a microphone, please, for the lady. Do we have a roving mic? Yeah. Thank you. Kata, share yours with Abidor if you need. Sorry, the lady over here was first. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. Sorry, Noko. You're second.
Thank you so much. Hi, Stephanie Hauer of Nature Capital. We're restoring ecosystems in Colombia. And I haven't heard from you, Emily and Sarah, I haven't heard the word offsetting. If you assess and report on the harm that you cause and you want to be nature positive, in the end you have to offset. Can there be something like offsetting, not in the climate space, but when it comes to biodiversity? How does that work?
I'm happy to go first.
Have a go, Emily.
Thanks very much. So in the TNFD framework, we set out the mitigation hierarchy. We specifically use the same framework for the mitigation hierarchy as the Science-Based Targets Network, within which you're starting with avoiding and reducing harm and building forwards. And it's actually the specific role of offsets and credits has come up in the context of our transition planning guidance that we are setting out for consultation this weekend. And we have a specific question about what the role for going out for consultation, what the role for biodiversity credits and offsets should be in that context. So we have not set out in the draft a position. One of the reasons is because there are a number of related initiatives that are currently underway, particularly more on the biodiversity credit space, but also relating to offsets. So we want to see, for example, the findings of the International Advisory Panel on biodiversity credits, which is coming out this week. And we will look at their work, at other initiatives as part of our consultation. And then when we put out our final transition planning guidance next year, fold that in. So relevant, but we want to make sure we're building on firm foundations when we finalize our position on it.
Sarah, I don't know if you want to just add anything very briefly to that. Tap it.
So I would just add that, so the work that we're doing with the alignment tool is just the first step of looking at where a financial institution stands with respect to nature now as a baseline. And we view that as the first step to then thinking about aligning to nature positive, which could include offsets, and just to clarify that point. So it's just the beginning of a journey which could involve offsets.
Okay, thank you. And then Naoka, please introduce yourself.
Thank you. My name is Naoko Ishii, the Center for Global Commons at U Tokyo. My question is maybe for Abid. And you emphasize the importance of the sectoral strategy or sectoral transition strategy, which will be maybe based on or built into the NB sub. My question is that for private sector, private banking, to move forward and to take actions on that, to what extent those guidance from the government needs to be kind of clearly, the setup, and then in terms of obligation or in terms of regulation, in terms of penalty. So what exactly you need from private sector point of view to utilize those transition plan for actions, and to what extent it has to be internationally coordinated, because then the global value chain is so global, so that there maybe you need to see some kind of coordination among countries. So that's my question.
Good question, thank you. Abid, do you want to attempt to a quick answer?
Yeah, and so I didn't mean to imply that the private sector should wait until policies are in place. I think there's a lot that can be done. And this is coming back to the tools. This is the beauty of the TNFD framework and all the tools that can support it. You quickly identify where your priority issues are, and then you've got the tools to go and address it. And of course, that then means you have to engage with your clients. You have to, and we're already engaging with clients on climate issues. So the logical thing then would be to integrate, nature-based transition planning into that same engagement process. But a simple thing that that financial institutions can do straight away is to look at the area that cuts across both. So forest risk commodities. A great example of where, enhanced due diligence, looking at sustainability and traceability, sustainable certification and traceability is a win-win for both climate and biodiversity.
Yeah, I just very briefly add that a couple of years ago, Nature Finance, or its predecessor, did some work on the climate nature nexus and emphasized the importance of an integrated approach, because you can do very well on the climate alignment, but you might mess up the nature alignment. So you really have to think of the two together. Sorry, that was just an aside. We're very pressed for time, but I will take one more question, if it can be brief. There's a lady here, and then I will, while she's getting the microphone, I'll tell you that you are also all invited to join us for some food and drinks afterwards.
Okay,
No?
well, that's a very good
Sorry, just to add, our reception will be in collaboration with the BirdLife International, because they got joined at the hip, so I said I'd give them a shout out. Sorry.
Perfect.
Quite right.
Thank you. I'm Harriet Bulkley from Durham University and Utrecht University. So many of the targets in the GBF are focused on giving people access to nature and its benefits. Given the urbanization of the global population, that means that if we don't involve cities and act in cities, we won't achieve the targets. do you think that the financial system and the data behind it is ready to act and align with what cities need?
Emily can have a go. I might give you a 30-second answer myself, but Emily, have a go.
I think Jeremy's going to give a much more interesting view, but I just say that we have, in our package of TNFD guidance, we have guidance by type of ecosystem, by biome, not only by sector. And we haven't gone through all the biomes, but we prioritize the intensive land use biome because I wanted to make sure it was clear that both agricultural systems, but also cities are a type of ecosystem, and to work through what that would mean for impacts and dependencies. So in terms of the guidance, I think we have it to hand. And we are also finding it's being widely used. There's a huge interest and uptake in places like Hong Kong, Singapore, Taiwan, and so on of the TNFD framework using that. So I think it's hugely relevant, and we're already seeing action.
Thank you, Emily. Abid?
In brief, there is a financial product that can be very helpful, and that's a municipal green bond or a sovereign green bond with use of proceeds dedicated to, for example, NBS and the city level.
I think cities are very important. I'm glad you asked that question. There's another piece of work going on that Nature Finance is a partner in, which is looking at urban biodiversity credits, high integrity biodiversity credits. We have a side event on it with the Inter-American Development Bank on Sunday at 3:15. So please be there if you're interested. One of the joys of being a moderator when there's such an intense interest and such a great panel is that you don't have to do a wrap-up. Well, you do have to do a wrap-up, but you don't have to do a summing up. So I won't have to do that, other than to say, I think we've heard, it's actually this afternoon, from a very, very expert, diverse, and leading-edge group of actors in the alignment between finance and nature space. I hope you agree. I really appreciate the kind of involvement and engagement that you've all shown as an audience. But I think you can see that this is a topic that really needs a lot of attention, the best minds, the best ideas, the best collaboration to advance it. It is a key bit of the Global Biodiversity Framework. Getting finance right and making sure that finance is aligned towards those nature-positive, equitable goals and alongside the climate goals is going to be vital if we're going to do our bit to try to make the planet a more livable place in the future. So please continue to follow this space, follow what all the different participants have been doing, follow what we do with the Nature Align tool when we launch it on the 6th of November, and please stay in touch and share all your ideas with us as well. So thank you all very much for coming. Grab some food and drinks outside.
back to it, but that's the point. Might be on first, because Christian Temper hasn't turned up yet. So. They're all there. Can we make a start? Basic from one thing there. Grab a seat. Yeah.
Yeah.
No warm up here.
Okay, thank you. Wow, that's loud. Thank you so much, everyone, for being here. I know this is a really packed day. There's a lot going on. We had a lot of rain this morning, so I'm welcoming dry, damp everyone to this really exciting event. I'm particularly pleased to be moderating an event on key biodiversity areas. For me, it's one of our most crucial tools to accelerate delivery of the global biodiversity framework. If we think about what we've all committed to do in the GBF, it's no small thing. We've committed to maintain and increase the resilience and integrity of all ecosystems, to prevent all human-induced extinctions, to recover wild species to healthy and resilient levels. This is not easy. So we need to make sure that every single intervention is focused to make sure it has its biggest impact. And key biodiversity areas give us the framework to do that for many of the targets, for target 3, for target 2, for target 1. It exists as a tool to help us accelerate. We also know that we will not achieve the GBF unless we mainstream biodiversity, particularly across those sectors that are most damaging to biodiversity. But we know biodiversity is complicated, and for those sectors, it's not easy to understand even how to start. Key biodiversity areas take that complex biodiversity knowledge on species, ecosystems, and biodiversity and biological processes, and they translate it into a really easy-to-use data set, priority sites, those special areas that are most important for biodiversity. So, with that, I'm very pleased to be able to hand over to Christian Semper from the Bezos Earth Fund to say a few words about a project he's been funded. Over to you, Christian.
Right, thank you very much, and it's great to be here. I managed to find the Nature Positive Pavilion, which was not easy, but welcome all to Colombia and to this COP. We've had the privilege of working with the KBA partnership in a couple regions of the world. You'll hear more about it from Andy. But the important thing, when 2 years ago we were in Montreal and we managed to get 30 by 30 adopted, that was a very historic step, but it's not enough. Not only do we know, is it 30, is it the right 30? And the issue of which are the key priority areas that we need to focus on is critical. And we also want to make sure they're effectively managed, and that's a third issue. So at the Bezos Earth Fund, we made a big bet in 2021. We announced we would invest $1 billion to support the implementation of 30 by 30 in key regions in the world. And the first two geographies that we focused on were the tropical Andes, Colombia, Ecuador, Peru, and Bolivia, and the Congo Basin, DRC, Republic of Congo, and Gabon. So those are 7 key countries where we support a coalition of partners to advance 30 by 30, including not just national parks, but community territories, indigenous territories, and others. But one of the key elements was assessing which are the most important areas. So with our support and with a partnership over 2 years and 600 experts that worked on it, the KBA partnership has been able to deliver an update, a list of more than 600 KBAs across those 7 countries. And the important thing is we can then use that information to go back and say which of those are protected, which are missing, and how do we really do this. And we found some pretty surprising results. For example, in Peru, only 19% of the KBAs are currently protected. In parts of the Congo, 60% are protected. But in no country are we close to being done, even at 30. Colombia is 33% on paper right now. You can question whether it's effective or not. And yet we have a number of important key biodiversity areas and ecosystems that are not represented. So we're not done with the 30% here. We have to really build on this. And I think what the KBA partnership brings is a collaboration, a partnership with some of the leading organizations. It's based on clear scientific criteria that we can use. And it is a process that involves all the key stakeholders in bringing together the best science and the key stakeholders like the ministries and some other agencies, because in the end, we can provide the best science, but what we need is to make sure that science is used effectively to deliver the right areas. So it's been a very important process for us. I want to thank Andy and the whole team for everything that they've done. And I'm sure you'll hear a lot more about this work from him. But we need to replicate this and do it more and make sure we live up to what's written in the Target 3 that was adopted. Let's make sure we do 30% well done with connectivity, with representation and other issues, since this is a key piece of that. So thank you very much for having me here. It's a pleasure to join this panel. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Christian, and also for your invaluable support to the KBA program, which we're all very proud to be part of. Okay, so I think what we're going to do now is turn over to look at how does this actually work in a country of incredibly high biodiversity. And I'm delighted to be able to hand over now to Stephen Muba, the Director General for Environment and Sustainable Development of Gabon. Okay, slight change in schedule.
Let's see how good you are.
I can try to do it.
I'd actually
Maybe
like
I
to
can
see the slides of Colombia.
So
we'll switch it around. So let's start off with Colombia, another incredibly important country for biodiversity and where we're all grateful to be hosted. Handing over to Carolina Fierro from the Humboldt Institute.
Hello, thank you everyone. Thank you for being here. Thank you for the invitation to this panel. I am, in fact, a researcher in Institute Humboldt. Humboldt is one of the five institutes of science in Colombia. So we were in this partnership to be able to accomplish all the objectives that Christian was mentioning, and I am going to focus on only one, the one that was the most challenging objective for us. So sorry about those colors, but before we started, we had 163 KBAs. And at the end of the project, we had the same number. But now, this number represents more species and more taxonomic groups protected in the KBA recognition. We also, as Christian mentioned, at the beginning, we had KBAs that were mostly ABAs. So important bird areas representing only bird species, and we needed those taxonomic groups included in the KBA network. Also, we had some sites from the ACE partnership or the ACE, the Alliance for Zero Extinction. Those are species that are very endangered and also endemic species for the country. Around the time that we started 2 years ago, we had 500 trigger species. And those 2 years ago, we had most of the species in the category B, that is range restricted species. And now we have more species towards the criteria A, which is the criteria that protect endangered species. We also have more KBAs, including criteria D, which is the criteria that try to protect congregation of species, such as seabirds that are congregating in a rock in the middle of the ocean to have finding food or to reproduce. And also now we have we try to have more KBAs in marine and freshwater environments. We couldn't make it, or we couldn't reach the goal that we had, but we made all the effort to aim to that. Christian already mentioned this. This was a 2-year project with a lot of people involved, not only from the Institute Humboldt, but outside, NGOs and local people, people that were willing to give the data, the experts. It was, I think, more than 1,000 people involved in the project, contributing in some way to data, with information. Also, pues, we share a lot of information with the other 4 countries in the Andes, in the tropical Andes, with Peru, Ecuador, and Bolivia. This was our most difficult goal because it involved a lot of people, as I was mentioning. We first set up an automatic workflow in... Sorry about that. So we first set up a workflow in a software R to be able to find all the possible options for species in the KBAs. So what we did is that we find all this list of species in the country, endangered species, endemic species, and also we put all the maps together to find to set up a like a hotspot map for Colombia. Then we put all the layer of the KBAs on the map, and we were able to have list of potentially triggered species in all the KBAs in Colombia. After that, we went to the experts and asked them to help us review if those species were already there. For example, some bat was in a KBA, but they say, no, this is not possible. The altitude doesn't correspond. We only had the range. We didn't have more data about habitat or the presence of the species there. So the experts really helped us a lot to build all the information that we needed to contribute to the database of the KBAs. We had 3 workshops with experts, one in Cali, Santa Marta, and Bogota. In each workshop, we congregated more than 25 or 30 experts. We also asked them to help us with the reproductive units, which is one of the critical parts of the standard KBA. You need not only the records of the species in the area to know that they are present, but you also need the reproductive units to know that you have a population that can survive in the future. So they also help us a lot with that. It's not gonna work. Okay. We have more than, I think at the beginning, 1,000 species that were potentially triggered, and at the end of the process, we ended up with 700 species that were triggered. Most of the species didn't trigger because, as I was telling you, need only, besides the presence of the species confirming the area, you need to know the reproductive units, and that is the most difficult part. It was a challenge also to define what is a reproductive unit. Maybe for birds it's very easy because you know that you have a male and a female and you have a nest, that is a reproductive unit. But when we ask about corals or mollusks, I don't know, even amphibians, sometimes it was very difficult to establish what a reproductive unit was. Maybe the following. Gracias. I already talked about this. This is the map that I wanted to show you, the hotspots of the areas in Colombia. So we first have the map over there where we know the potential number of triggers in the KBAs. Some places as Santa Marta, Paramillo, El Duende in the Western Cordillera had a lot of potential trigger species. And also we were trying to find new places to establish KBAs. So we use this is the RUNAP, the system. the system of the protected area in Colombia, and we wanted to find if some protected areas that were in KBA maybe had the data to have KBAs there. We have also Santa Marta, Paramillo, and Chicamocha as one of the places with the highest number of potential trigger species. Potential because we also needed the evidence, as I was telling. We have a lot of amphibians. I already told you more than 100 or 1,500 species potentially triggering, most of them from the amphibians group. A lot of challenges there because we have a lot of endemic species, but also we have a lot of endangered amphibians. So this group was the one that occupied most of our time. And at the end, we have 163 KBAs. It's almost the same amount, but it represents a lot of differences. As I was telling you at the beginning, we also have here now not only birds, but another groups, taxonomy groups, and a lot of KBAs without information were delisted, but a lot of KBAs were included. So maybe now the places that we have, we know where the species are, and we know what includes, what represents. We almost double the areas for KBAs, and we have 1,700 species of trigger species that include endangered species, congregatory species, endemic species. There was a big contribution to our knowledge. This is the number of KBAs that we review in detail. 23 new KBAs, not only with the contribution of Institute Humboldt, but also WCS contributed with some KBAs for the country. And Asociación Calidris, our partner, that help us mostly with birds. And 17 KBAs with changes in the borders. As maybe you know, the borders of KBA need to be clear in order to represent a manageability side, something that can be managed in the best way. And this is with amphibians specifically. We now have 79 KBAs, including amphibians, something that we didn't expect because we didn't have a lot of data, but it's a good number. 8 new KBAs with amphibians and 71 existing KBAs with amphibians. That is a lot. We finally have the second objective that I wanted to tell you was about the capacity building objective. We have a 3-day workshop in Bogota. We met a lot of people there, 13 organizations, about 30 people participating. And this was an amazing effort that helped us build information about the standard of KBA that almost no one knew about KBAs in Colombia before the project. And I think this was a very big step forward. As I already mentioned, 9 KBAs after the workshop contributed by WCS Colombia and Asociación Calidris. Some final thoughts. I think we still have a lot of gap of knowledge. We don't have a lot of KBAs in the Amazonia or Orinoquia region. Most of the time, it's because we didn't find data for the species. Maybe the species is there, but we don't have the data or the money to go there and have some expeditions and so explorations of areas that are really interesting. Some data are maybe in a desk that no one can access. So it's good also to have the ability to find these people that have the data and help us identify places that are important. And another way to contribute to KBAs, we think that it's not only declaring protected areas in the places that we have as KBAs, but putting money in the people that are working and the governance on the place. We met a lot of people like farmers that were doing an incredible job in the field to protect the area, but they don't have the money to contribute for the conservation of the KBAs. So I think those are very important things to do in KBAs in Colombia for now.
Thank you
that,
so
I
much.
will finish. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Carolina. And genuinely well done. It's not easy to just carry on when your slides disappear. We've all been there, so well done. Okay, so now we actually are hopefully going from the Americas to Africa. Hopefully we can bring these slides up this time, and it's over to Stephen Muba, who is the Director General for Environment and Sustainable Development in Gabon.
Muchas gracias. Thank you. Good evening to all of you. I don't know if I will have my presentation, but it's very simple, and I wanted to share with you the experience of Gabon on KBA, but globally on biodiversity protection. I assume that all of us here in this room, we have the same purpose, which is to protect the environment. My role in Gabon as DG for Environment is to implement it at a nation scale, at a country scale, and I need tools and partners and data to do it. And with that experience of KBA, we have at least 3 elements important to share with you. The first thing is what we are doing here really matters on the ground. We start the conversation with Christian, the Bezos Health Foundation, with many other colleagues here, with the Missouri Botanical Garden, and then we implement that vision of how can we proceed on the ground to better protect the environment and the biodiversity in Gabon. And the KBA are tools that help us to implement that vision. So the first element is with partnership, and sometimes I'm really surprised because we go faster with non-governmental actors in implementing solutions on the ground than working government to government, sometimes with a very long process. So we start that adventure with this first element, which is sharing that vision between non-party stakeholders, government, scientific, and many other partners. So basically the context of Gabon, it's naturally a Congo Basin country, 18% of the forest of the Congo Basin. All of you may know Gabon about the forest, but it's forest, but also water. Water is everywhere in Gabon. So you have the forest, you have many species, you have many ecosystems that you have to protect all around the country. And one of the specific of Gabon, the specificity of Gabon, it's we are one of the few countries in terms of the implementation of the Paris Agreement that store more carbon that we emit. So we are already beyond the objective of the Paris Agreement. And when we talk about biodiversity, it's almost biodiversity everywhere. So the issue is now how can we develop in Gabon an economic model, a sustainable model that will maintain this biodiversity capital, the natural capital, and without and provide at the same time development to our population. So to be brief, what I already said, that this KBA process, it's really important in terms of making together, putting together partners at a global scale, but also at a national scales. So through that process, we bring together Gabonese people that never talk to each other. So I don't talk that much to my colleagues from research and science. They don't talk that much with the colleague implementing environmental standards on the ground for the government and the legal framework. So with that process, we put all of those people all together to share data, to share knowledge, and to share experience. So the KBA Gabon, it's 35 KBA that we identified through that first phase of the process. So after 2 years of activities and exchange with colleagues, it's all type of ecosystem, forest, marine, freshwaters ecosystem that have been through that process. And it's more than 180 species that we identify in those areas. So you can see some pictures of the species that you may see if you go to Gabon and if you work with us on the KBA. So those are the KBAs that are in existing protected areas, so 20 KBAs, and the other 15 are the ones that are not in the protected areas. And what is important, it's almost all around the country, but if you come to Gabon and if you work on Gabon, all of this area, it's oil and gas production. So it's really important for us to have a precise idea of what is the environmental status, what is the biodiversity in that area, because at the same time, oil and gas will be 60% of our GDP. So I cannot just, as a DG of environment, going to my government and say, let's stop to exploit oil in this area because it's important. I need data. I need to make sure there is no technical practice that can save the biodiversity, but also help us to exploit those areas. And I need also to prove that we can turn our economic model in that area when you have the Luango Park. It's one of the few parks in Gabon where you can see elephant at the beach. So if I can go to my government and say that with ecotourism activities and projects, I can bring you income, I can create jobs, and I can have a sustainable economic model, this is the only way I have to say, let's change the paradigm in terms of development in that kind of areas. So this is where it's really important to have data. And that's the second point. The first one was partnership. The second point is to have the right data that help us to take decision, that help us also to bring other opportunity where people only see the things from only one window. I need to create jobs, I need to create income, and the only way to do it is to exploit the natural resource I know in this area. So another element, it's we have different criteria within the KBA process. We have some of threatened species that represent most of what we saw in the KBA we identify, but also the geographically restricted biodiversity. So some species will not be threatened, but will be in a specific area. Whatever you do, you cannot offset it, you cannot compensate it, you have to preserve those areas. And that kind of element are really relevant for government because you can explain to partners, including private sectors, why they cannot do something at this area, because there's no alternatives. When you have alternatives, when you can offset, when you can provide other opportunity to develop, it's another model that you will develop. But you need to bring on the table the right information to make people decide on what they will do. And I show you some picture of species, but you have also beautiful ecosystems. So that is another way also to see the importance of species and the importance of biodiversity. When you talk to people that are not involved, as we are here in that process, you talk about biodiversity, they will only talk about species. Most of the time, even in Gabon, people talk about fauna. No one talk about flora. But you say it's that much important. But all of these need a matrice to live. It's the habitat that you have to preserve. And that is really important to also be able to explain it. So why KBA are also important for Gabon? It's that will be a tool that help us to implement the three major objectives of our convention. So with those KBAs, we will work on conservation. We will better know where to conserve, what to conserve, and why to do it. In terms of sustainable use, some of the KBAs will be in areas where probably we will have development activities. But now you know what kind of standards you have to use to develop activities in those areas. Our vision and our process is not just to say that we'll do conservation everywhere and we'll stop development. That is not sustainable. You won't have any of your population supporting that kind of policy. So you need to be able to say, in those areas, as I know that there are KBA, this is the kind of soft activities that I can do, and this is the kind of hard activities that I will definitely ban from in those areas. And the last thing, it's benefit sharing process. With a clear mapping, with clear data, you can better value biodiversity. And this is where Gabon is in terms of challenges. We have huge biodiversity, huge potential, but now we need to value it. And to have those KBA data and information, you know what you can do and where you can do it in terms of valuation of the biodiversity. So very quickly, next steps for us in that process, continue the stakeholders engagement. We did a strong technical work with the scientists, the government, but the next phase for us is to work with the private sector, to explain to the mining company where they are working and why it is important for them to include biodiversity in all of their technical model and technical process. The second thing, it's the regulation. Through the KBA, we have in front of us some of the information that we didn't have as a government, and that help us to say, okay, how can we regulate activities depending on the status of the area where we will work? And lastly, it's capacity building. It's really, really important. It's my last point. Capacity building are the key to do. We cannot protect what we don't know. We cannot protect only without financial resource. We need people on the ground to work. We need data, and we need to update those data. So Gabon is a 2 million people country. It's very difficult to find all of the skills you need locally to do it. So partnership, as I said before, it's really important in what we are doing. So thank you very much. Just those words, it's just to say thank you in the different KBAs area and language we speak in those KBAs. So we have Akewa, Akiba, Akeva, Diboti, and Malumbi. Muchas gracias to all of you.
Thank you so much, Stephen. And what great two presentations to show the real power we have when we pull data together, when we create partnerships, and we translate that data into something that is usable for decision-making and moving forward. When it comes to decision-making, I think it's great that you mentioned the private sector, because we're now going to come to Konrad Savy, who's going to talk to us a little bit about how the private sector uses this data and what the next steps are on that front. Konrad Savy from the World Bank. Thank you.
Great, thanks, Wendy. Hi, everyone. Actually, I'm going to start with a little story. So my first real job, thank you. My first real job after leaving Africa was in the US for an NGO called Conservation International. And the first week I was there, I got asked to write a note about these things called KBAs and their role with private sector. And at the time, it was a very speculative note. What's cool now is to see how much of this has actually come to fruition. It's gone from basically a very conceptual thing to now lots of partners, and we're actually seeing people using them. So where am I now? I'm at the World Bank, and I'll talk about basically how KBAs support or inform private sector action. So again, everyone's heard of the World Bank as a thing. It's actually a large group. There are different organizations in the World Bank. The typical World Bank you mostly think about focuses on the public sector, so IBRD, IDA. But these two groups, IFC and MEGA, focus on the private sector through guarantees or direct investment. And in doing that, they're basically applying safeguards to make those financing decisions. Those safeguards build in KBAs. Hence, I've been asked to talk about KBAs in private sector. And just about MEGA, often is forgotten, but it's part of the World Bank that focuses on guarantees, providing guarantees to de-risk investments in basically tough places around the world. But basically, there's 5 key headlines of how KBAs help protected areas. So the first one is it's an existing database. Today, you can go and screen investments using KBAs, pretty much covering data across the world. It's like 16,000 plus sites now, pretty much. It's an incredible database. There's no reason why any private sector company, a financier, a developer cannot today go and screen for biodiversity risk from their desktop. That's a huge, huge issue. Second, KBAs, in terms of the actual criteria, the language behind what makes a KBA, has been explicitly built into a lot of the safeguard systems of key lenders. So for example, defining critical habitat. For many lenders, critical habitat triggers very high requirements in terms of mitigation requirements, in terms of offsets. And that definition of critical habitat is pretty much a copy and paste of parts of the KBA standard. The third key piece where KBAs really help is in terms of the networks behind them. So KBAs aren't mapped in a room by Andy by himself. They're mapped by lots of local partners at the national level. And what that means is that when a company goes to a country, having looked at KBA data, behind that data is a whole bunch of experts who know these areas really well, have lived in these places for years, who can answer questions. So often you'll hear companies say, oh, KBA data isn't the greatest, it can be a bit old. That's all true of any data. But the strength here is that you can pick up the phone and talk to an expert who's part of the process, and you can answer the questions about what's changed since they were mapped. The third thing is in terms of disclosure frameworks. All day I've heard about metrics. Everyone thinks metrics will solve the problem. I think it's part of the solution, but not the complete panacea. But the great thing is KBAs are part of all these key metric frameworks. So TNFD, SBTN, GRI, all that acronym soup. All of them are now referring to KBAs as part of a way to work out where is important biodiversity in terms of reporting on overlaps or impacts with those sites. And the last thing, which is actually really exciting, which I guess comes back to nature positive, is nature finance. There's a big push now to look at how do we get financing from the private sector into nature. And KBAs, in my view, are a already defined set of places that just need your money. If you're looking for biodiversity credits, carbon credits, and you want to add biodiversity value to that mix, these are existing sites mapped as management units that provide a great source for or a target for that financing going forward. So those are really the 5 headlines I'll leave you with. I'll stop there and give back some time. But again, any questions, please, let's have a chat after this. Thank you very much.
Thanks so much, Conrad. So I think that's told a really nice story from the science and the expert opinion on the ground to the creation of a data set to then a huge number of end users who are using that on a daily basis. That's the power of mechanisms like this. And I'll turn the last speaker. Well, I have to say thanks to Andy. WWF is a very proud member of the KBA partnership. All the KBA members are proud members of that partnership. And Andy has been leading that partnership as the head of the KBA Secretariat for a long time now. So Andy, please take the floor and give us your words before closing.
Thank you. I was lucky enough to go up to the local national park here, Farallones National Park, and see one of your KBA trigger species there, the toucan barbet. So I'm very honored to be here in Colombia. I'm going to quickly run through my presentation because we have to be out of here by 5:02. So key messages that I want to flag up. We know that if we're going to halt extinction and reduce biodiversity loss, we have to be protecting in areas of importance for biodiversity. Recent paper argued that we should at least use the KBA criteria to identify what those areas of high biodiversity are. So areas important for threatened species, geographically restricted species, outstanding sites of ecological integrity, areas of importance for biological processes, and areas which are irreplaceable. Currently, the World Database of Key Biodiversity Areas has more than 16,500 sites, and all that data is available for people to be able to query through the KBA website. KBAs are relevant to pretty much all of the targets, and there's some leaflets I've left on the table out the front which go into a little bit more detail about how they're relevant. Everyone's talking about target 3, but they're also relevant to targets 1, 2, 4, 14, particularly 15, the private sector, which we just heard about from Conrad. But a key thing to recognize is that in many countries, we haven't done a comprehensive assessment of our KBAs. Many of them are based on the important bird and biodiversity areas or the critical ecosystem partnership fund planning processes in hotspot areas of the world. So quite a few species have not been assessed for their KBA status in different groups, and some species are very poorly assessed. What you've heard about from Colombia and Gabon is an example of what's been going on in these different countries around the world. And generally what we do in each country is we encourage a group to form which we call a KBA National Coordination Group. Stefan chairs the KBA National Coordination Group in Gabon. And it's usually comprised of people from government institutions, people from the conservation sector, and scientific experts. Can include the private sector in some cases, and we encourage them to include members of the indigenous peoples and local community if there are national representatives who can all engage in the process. One of the advantages of forming that group is it brings everyone together from the conservation community in the country to develop one common goal and set of objectives of what they're trying to achieve and identifying important sites for conservation. We currently have 33 countries around the world which have formed the KBA National Coordination Groups. Those are the ones in green. The slightly pinky ones are the ones that are starting to form their group and seeking more funding to do so. And the yellow countries are where we've got institutions that are interested in starting a process, but they're trying to get other institutions together to form a KBA National Coordination Group. So what's happened in Gabon and Colombia and these other countries that the Bezos Earth Fund have been funding is what we're calling a relatively comprehensive assessment. They've pulled together all of the data they've got in the country on all the different species. It's never going to be complete, but it's trying to pull together everything that they have and apply all of the KBA criteria and do it to as many species as possible. So although the numbers of species that were triggering were sort of low thousands, they were actually assessing many, many more thousands of species. And what I want to talk about, as well as those 7 countries, there are 3 other countries, which South Africa, Mozambique, and the United Arab Emirates, which have also done comprehensive assessments of their KBAs. What we've been looking at is, so what's the difference when you've gone from a state where you've got some IBAs, you've got some CPF sites and some AZE sites, and you've actually done the comprehensive assessment? How does that change what happens? So what I'd say is on these slides, mainly look at the bottom. So in terms of the numbers of KBAs, they've increased, but not greatly, but the area has almost doubled. So in terms of the area before 2019, which was before any of the comprehensive assessment started, you had about 150,000 kilometers squared on average per country. That's gone up to 233. Percentage of the country that's covered by KBAs has gone from about 9.2 to 19%. But if you look at the thing on the right, it shows that most of that increase is on land and less so on the sea. If we look at the percentage percentage of all KBAs covered by protected areas, they haven't changed if you look at the total area that greatly. But if you look at individual KBAs and take the average of the individual KBAs, so it changes from this 55% and there's a reduction. So what it's showing is a lot of the new KBAs are unprotected areas that are smaller than the average size. We also looked at OECMs, and there's been a slight increase in coverage by OECMs in the countries that have reported them. Clearly, because everyone's focusing on more species, the increase in taxonomic groups jumps considerably from about 7.9 on average to 25.5. And the number of species that trigger global KBA status has jumped massively from 62 to about 582, and similarly for threatened species. But if we look at the percentage increases, so how's it changed from 2019 to the present? There's been nearly 78% increase in the number of new sites that have been identified. There's been a 99% increase in the number of sites which were less than 50% covered previously. So the previous sites are less than 50% covered by the current sites. And the area increase has increased by 164% on average. So what this is effectively showing is there's roughly 100% increase in the number of KBAs that we're finding in these countries after you do a comprehensive assessment. So what it means is where we haven't done a comprehensive assessment, we could be missing half our KBAs. And this is an important sort of message I want to plug. Clearly, these countries are mostly tropical countries. You've got South Africa, which is more of a Mediterranean country, and the UAE, which is more of a desert. But the numbers may not be quite as high as this, but what it shows is we're clearly missing a lot of our KBAs until we do a comprehensive assessment. KBAs are being used by the private sector, we've heard that, by the governments, by the conservation community, and by the donors. I just want to flag they're being used in many different ways. I'll skip that one. And so some of the key messages, we need to make sure under the Global Biodiversity Framework that we're conserving the right places if we're going to achieve the mission and the goals. KBAs provide the largest database and the largest data set that helps us identify that. On average, we might be missing half our KBAs, and so we should be encouraging all countries to make comprehensive assessments of their KBAs before 2030. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Andy. And you are very succinct, so we do have time for a couple of questions. Would anyone like to ask a question to any of our panelists?
So I think there's a lot of focus on terrestrial ecosystems. I'm wondering what the progress is on looking at marine freshwater ecosystems for KBAs. Thank you.
So we did an assessment about a year ago and looking at marine versus terrestrial KBAs. 30% of the KBAs in the database have a marine component, so some will be land and sea. But there are countries, WWF's got a project around Madagascar that's identifying marine KBAs. The Philippines government is doing an assessment of marine KBAs, so that's also picking up.
Okay.
Just in determining KBA, I hear a lot about animals of different kinds. What about flora, trees? Is that also? I hear very little talk about trees, which are all going extinct in Colombia.
Sorry, I haven't been able to show everything I'd love to have shown you, but if you look at the KBA database, if you go to the website, you'll see plants are now the most numerous KBA trigger species. So we've actually, it used to be birds because of the IBA program, now plants dominate. That's a lot of work from South Africa particularly, but also Colombia, Ecuador, Peru and Bolivia.
Thanks. One more question from the front.
Hi, Paulina. I used to run the HCV network. I'm just wondering how you're considering cultural and social, if that's being looked at or not.
So an important thing about KBAs is it's a scientific designation. So it says that there's a globally significant population of a species or extent of an ecosystem. How the site is managed is then a political decision that governments have to take. So we wouldn't say that every KBA should be a protected area. And we're very keen. In the Ecuador, quite a few indigenous communities identified their own KBAs and own lands and their own KBAs on their lands because they saw it as a way of helping them give some safeguarding to their sites because of the way private sector is using them.
Great, thank you. I'm really sorry. I think we're going to have to close, otherwise I will get into trouble. It's been a really rich and very rapid go-through of this KBA story. And I think, for me, the heart of this story is going from the people on the ground, the experts who have the data, taking that data, translating that data into a usable for decision-making data set, and then ensuring global stakeholders are using it. And I think this session presented that story really well. But I think if you take one thing home, it's that we have a real urgency now to do what Colombia has done, to do what Gabon has done, to do comprehensive KBA assessments in as many countries as possible so that we don't miss half of the biodiversity. Just before we close, Stephen has a gift for Christian. So let's do a formal handover.
So we did it. So it was to thank you very much. Unfortunately, it's in French, but you have the book with all the KBAs of Gabon. And thank you again from Andy and I and the whole team from Gabon.
We say it's been a pleasure working with you. I've had a chance to go Gabon 3 times. It's a spectacular country. And I know with you and with the government, we'll be able to make sure all these KBAs get protected.
Thank you so much. Thank you everyone for coming. And please do reach out to the panelists afterwards over coffee. Do we get a food? Oh, there's food outside. Please help yourself to a sandwich. Try and get Andy. Andy, try and get a photo of the puzzle. Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's take your seats. So we are going to start in about 1 minute. and gentlemen, please, your attention. We are going to start the session. Shh. Thank you. Thank you very much. First of all, thank you so much for joining the session today on building consensus on state of nature metrics. Some of you may have heard already this topic being discussed in other conferences beforehand, but we thought it was very important, and online, but we thought it was very important to have this opportunity today at COP16 as part of the Nature Positive Pavilion to, again, have an interactive session with all of you. Thanks for joining. My name is Marco Lambertini, convener of the Nature Positive Initiative, and join is
Gavin Edwards. I'm the Executive Director of the Nature Positive Initiative Secretariat.
As you can tell, we are not twins. He's much older than me, but nevertheless, we are here together and do a double act. We need to fix the gender balance, but you will see that fixed later on in the stage. So, as I said, the slides are moving. Yeah. So, as I said, today we are talking about what we think is really a crucial dimension of the whole strategy to advance the global biodiversity framework implementation, which it is about state of nature metrics. First of all, let's remind everybody the definition of nature positive. I think many of you are familiar with that, but still useful to remind ourselves nature positive is a nice sounding catchphrase, but it's not just a catchphrase. Nature positive has been defined by a group organization, many of those today in the Nature Positive Initiative, years ago, in fact in 2020, as a global measurable goal for nature. Halt and reverse biodiversity loss, nature loss by 2030 on a 2020 baseline. Baseline, deadline, measurable. And that's mirror the timeline of the global biodiversity framework, the decade, but also mirrors the mission of the global biodiversity framework. In fact, the mission exactly recites the same wording of the nature positive goal. That's the link to the global biodiversity framework. And this is what visually means. Halting, and reversing. So a net positive biodiversity outcome at the end of the decade. Very ambitious, but the ambitions that we all know we need, that is necessary. When we start the process of consensus, this is not where we want to end up. Starting with something complicated, and at the end of the conversation, the outcome is even more complicated. That's something that we tried very hard to avoid. You know, it's human nature to try to be perfect and more complex. Simplicity sometimes is dismissed as simplistic. But in this case, we're facing a serious challenge. And I have to say, for me, it's not just a challenge, but it's actually now become a responsibility. Responsibility particularly for our community, but for, in broader sense, many other players as well, to resolve these issues that are at the bottom of the slide. The lack of consensus on how to measure the state of nature in a way which is meaningful, but at the same time practical and usable and affordable and accessible. And that lack of consensus, that lack of clarity is undermining action engagement, is undermining ability to track progress, is undermining accountability, is undermining recognition. So we set off as Nature Positive Initiative just to convene a conversation about state of nature metrics. We had decided to keep out of scope a few things. So we're not into the space of setting targets. We're just into the space of setting agreement, building agreement on metrics, not on social dimensions. There are other organizations better positioned to do that. And particularly at the end here, if you can see, but I'm going to repeat what's written there, we are going to also take this process in stages. We started on terrestrial metrics. We're going to progress on freshwater and marine. We had this morning some very interesting conversation on that. We're going to also progress on ecosystem services measurements. And super interesting as well, we're going to explore, with great humility, explore whether we could engage traditional knowledge holders, indigenous communities, local communities, and develop and complement this set with a traditional knowledge set of metrics in inverted commas, because it's not how the indigenous people call these things, but that's another interesting challenge that we're going to take on next. The metrics we want to build consensus around are universal metrics. And I think it's important that you keep that word in mind, because it's really an important dimension of these metrics. Metrics that are applicable across a very diverse type of users, a very multi-scale level, from site up to global, and across, this is also very important, across a very diverse set of use cases, from voluntary and regulatory disclosure and target setting and standard setting frameworks, to companies and financial institutions, nature positive strategies, and also to national government, local government, landowner, stewards of land like a local community or indigenous people, NGOs, etc., etc. So very broad and universal, applicable. Gavin, anything I'm missing here? Or?
Sure. I think one really important point here is we're not trying to develop a new index, a new way of looking at it, and something else that you need to do on top of your engagement as a company, for example, through TNFD and its LEAP approach, through setting science-based targets, through SBTN. The idea is that these state of nature metrics are embedded within existing frameworks. By providing a consensus around measuring state of nature and building them into frameworks, that will be easier for companies, for financial institutions to start with, and then other use cases for the metrics down the road to be embedded in other places. So we're trying to embed them system-wide rather than create an additional burden on different actors. That's really important.
Thank you. That's absolutely important. So where we are today, we did an analysis. Actually, the biodiversity consultancy did an analysis for us, looking at what's out there, which is amazing. It's amazing and it's great because, for somebody that when I was 18 was counting birds, walking the forest, listening right and left, now we have so much more ability to measure nature in so many different ways, and technology is fantastic and it's continuing to develop very fast. But on the other hand, if it is true that this is great because you can measure so much, it's also confusing, intimidating. And that's exactly what we are finding, particularly in categories of users that are not familiar with biodiversity. Biodiversity is still a bit of a complex issue in itself, and if it matched with 600 plus metrics, become an impossible issue to deal with. So what we're trying to do is exactly using a number of criteria, boil down the set of metrics, existing metrics, nothing new, into a small set that is striking the right balance between being meaningful, credible, science-based, but also practical, usable, and affordable, because we want this to be used across the world. Another important, we're spending a lot of time on the context, because that's important before we get to the metric, for you to understand why the metrics why those are the metrics we are recommending. So you're familiar with the pressure response state framework, and that's super important. And all these three elements are critical. They need to be measured properly, all these three levels. On pressures, there's a lot of guidance already at different levels. Pressure are very specific to sectors, to companies, to landscapes. The response is what the player producing pressures do in order to avoid, abate, and reduce the pressure. So all that is part of the super important set of metrics. But what we thought was really missing was the agreement on consensus on the outcome metrics, on the state of nature. Because at the end of the day, if you cannot measure the state of nature, you never be sure whether the response to the pressure is adequate, whether we have actually abated the pressures enough. And honestly, in my whole career, that's what's happened for the last 50 years. We have not addressed the pressures at the right level, and the decline of nature has demonstrated that. So agreeing on state of nature metrics increase the level of, one hand, accountability to the outcome, but also is a service to really develop appropriate strategies that are truly, genuinely delivering a whole traverse and nature positive outcome. Gavin, anything to add?
Just one more on state. So we're here today talking about state of nature. That's not to say, and to emphasize Marco's point, that pressure response is not important. They are equally important. In fact, that's where you drive your action. But we just think state is a missing piece in the jigsaw puzzle that's being built in our response and in the toolbox that a company, that a financial institution needs. State is the missing piece. So we're building that missing piece into the system, but pressure and response equally important as well.
Super. So finally, we are focusing on the state of living nature. Let's call it in simple terms. So the biotic dimension of nature. Species, ecosystem, natural processes that connect species and ecosystems. And that's because most of the geophysical, geochemical dimension of water, soil, atmosphere are actually captured mostly by the pressures metrics, pollution, etc., etc. And so focusing on the living elements, because they are at the pinnacle of the pyramid, they are the ones that they most probably are the best proxies on how the whole is actually in a good, healthy state. And let's now go to the conceptual framework that we have built around the metrics. The metric set is organized around two fundamental organizing principles. The first one is a principle of complexity, maturation, maturity. So it wants to actually encourage players, let's say particularly the private sector, but not only, to start the journey of measuring the state of nature by an entry level of extremely basic, simple, but still meaningful enough metrics. And then progress towards a ladder of maturation that goes into a more sophisticated level, standard level, and a more advanced level as well, with the clarity that the entry level is an entry level, and companies should not stay there forever. In fact, they should move fast into the level of at the standard level, which is the one where we think everybody should quickly get to. And then advanced level, of course, is where everybody ultimately should get to. But this is to try to encourage companies to engage in a journey of understanding of their impacts, understanding of the state of nature changes that those impacts are producing, and addressing them. The second organizing principle is about a small set of metrics that are truly universally adoptable and usable, versus a set of metrics which are triggered by particular conditions, either in the operation or in the supply chain of the company or in the landscape of other stakeholder. And those are case-specific metrics triggered, important, compulsory, but triggered when particular conditions emerge. And then the framework is going to also highlight the emerging metrics, which are extremely promising, mainly based on high tech, that could become the real, new set of metrics for the future. And companies and other players, if they can, could begin to use, pilot, and endorse. So that's, in a nutshell, is the framework that basically boils down all this previous set of metrics into 4 universal metrics and up to 5 potentially case-specific metrics. And this is how the metrics are a little bit more described. Online, we'll have at the end the QR code. Online, you will see online there is the whole full description, but here, for simplicity's purposes, we just highlight the key universal ones, which are extent of ecosystem. Nothing surprising here. Nothing would surprise you, I hope, because this is kind of almost no-brainer selection of metrics. Extent and condition of ecosystems, landscape intactness, which is also important for productive and working landscapes, and of course extinction risk, which is not just about threatened species, but also rapidly declining common species. And then the 5 potentially case-specific one, which are about, for example, if you have a highly threatened species in your operations or in your value chain, you need to pay attention specifically to the species, or if there is a threatened ecosystem or similar. So that's how the metrics, these are the indicators against which we selected the metrics.
More point on this. 4 metrics to cover everything, 5 additional. It can start to get a bit complicated if there are too many triggers. But triggers are needed. If you have a species that is not red listed yet, but you know that population is declining, species abundance, population abundance becomes important. So pay attention in the consultation, what kind of triggers, and not too many to avoid overcomplexity, but enough to ensure that it's holistic.
That's a good point. If you go into the consultation, check the triggers and tell us whether the triggers are right, they're too complicated, or they're not too simplistic. This is how the whole framework will look like: universal, case specific, the ladders, the 3 levels there, and then these are the categories of metrics. The actual metrics are described in the paper. This is one example of how one metric will evolve across the maturity ladder. Ecosystem extent is the metric. It's measured in absolute or percentage loss and gain, obviously, of net change. And the entry level, the standard level, and the advanced level are defined by a higher level of sophistication, either in the resolution of the analysis or in the typology, the more specific typology of the ecosystems. So that's how a metric evolves from entry level up to advanced. And that's where we are today. So to remind you all, this was the product of a consultation and intense process of discussion of the last 6 months between the 27 organizations of the Nature Positive Initiative. You see all the logos on the back of this wall, and many more organizations, including corporate sector, financial institutions, regulators, frameworks, assurance providers, that actually have joined the consultation in those 6 months. But we want much more feedback, and the consultation is out now online. This is the QR code if you want to join, but you will find it on the naturepositive.org website. We really invite you to join, to provide feedback, either generic feedback, yes, we like it, no, we don't, that will be already enough. But of course, if you can provide feedback specifically on the proposal and the dimensions of the proposal, will be, of course, even more helpful. And let me just conclude by also thanking EY, which is going to be on the next panel, that has been helping us in terms of managing the project and engage a lot also in processing and analyzing the outcome, and the biodiversity consultancy that together have been part of this process. Extremely grateful to both organizations. So I think, that's enough for the start.
That covers it. I think, let's go to the panel.
Let's go to the panel. So thank you for listening. And now I hand over to Diane Orff from WCSD.
Great. Thank you so much. Hello, everybody. How are you? It's great to see such a packed house, to be here talking today about nature metrics. How many of you were in Montreal when the Global Biodiversity Framework was signed? Would you have predicted that we would be here already at this level of detail? 2 years on. I think it just shows how quickly we've been able to apply the learnings on what it takes to actually drive the action and materiality necessary to be having the types of detailed conversations that we're seeing here. So I'm very eager to invite our panel up. You can see we've got a really amazing group to take us through some very practical aspects of what this work really looks like. Tony, if I can ask you to come up and join me, that would be great. Tony's the Executive Director of the Task Force for Nature-Related Financial Disclosures. And if you haven't been deeply involved in TNFD, I guess it's a good thing you're here, but it would also be pretty surprising. Next, I'm going to ask Dr. Frank Hawkins to come up. Please, Frank, come on. He's a senior science and policy advisor at IUCN and driving a lot of the work that we're doing in this space. And then, as Marco and Gavin referenced, EY has been a tremendous partner on this journey for many. And we have Alexandra Banks here with us from the Nature and Climate team at EY. So welcome to the conversation. Let me just note that we are going to try to ensure that we have enough time for audience Q&A. But the way that we're going to do this is through Mentimeter. Any of you who are new to Menti, here's the guidance. Take a snap of that QR code. It will take you into Menti. And as we're having the conversation here, capture your questions there. They'll be summarized, and then we'll be able to look at those questions and pull from those when we get into the Q&A. So we're going to pick up from where Marco and Gavin left on what this actually all looks like from a framework and metrics standpoint for the work that we still have ahead of us. And some of you, I'm sure, are quite mature in your journey, and some of you are here trying to figure out what the first steps are. All of that is okay. We have work that supports each of these areas. And Tony, I'm going to come to you first because there's been quite a lot of work, obviously, that TNFD has done in this space. You've created real interest from the finance sector and understanding what the reporting should look like with the use of these. Tell us a little bit more from your perspective on the state of nature metrics needed, building on what we just heard, and how it can be further built into these existing frameworks.
Thanks, Diane, and nice to see so many people here. Well, I think this is a big milestone, actually, because those of you who are aficionados of the TNFD guidance, you'll know that we've had a working group working on metrics for about 3 years, and we started by surveying all of the metrics that are sort of out there by the science community, and we stopped counting when we hit about 2,000 metrics. So there's no shortage of things that can be measured. And so I think really the question that we grappled with, and it's the same question that the Nature Positive Initiative teams grappled with, is how do we find the right balance between a science-based approach on the one hand, and yet something that's practical to implement for business and finance on the other? And so our initial focus was on impact drivers, because one of the key organizing principles of the TNFD is we've organized the framework around the 5 drivers of change. So pollution, land use, resource use, invasive species, and obviously climate change. So those are the things that we can measure in terms of what business and finance are doing to impact on nature. And so that's where we started. And we spent about 2 years wading through, as I said, thousands of metrics. And we have actually boiled that down, and it's in our recommendations now. We have a set of cross-sector metrics and increasingly now sector-specific metrics. But those are impact driver metrics. So that's the equivalent on climate of reporting your CO2 emissions, right? That's an impact driver metric. So we've now done the same on nature. The thing that was missing when we published our guidance in September last year was the state of nature metrics beneath that, so essentially the reference state. And for those of you who've been through our guidance, you might have seen we had what we call placeholder metrics. And they were sort of, in UN negotiating language, given we're at a COP, that's like stuff that's in square brackets that's yet to be decided. So we said, well, we haven't done the work. There's no consensus view about what those state of nature metrics are. So we're really delighted to be both a member of the Nature Positive Initiative, but to be sitting here today, because now we have that bottom foundational layer of the metrics to, as Gavin said, to kind of complete the architecture. So we've got state of nature metrics at the bottom. We have impact driver metrics that sit on the top. And then, of course, we have the TNFD LEAP assessment, which is the stage-by-stage approach that companies can go through to figure out what's relevant for their business, either dependencies and impacts on nature or risks and opportunities to their business. And we use those 4 words very deliberately. We don't talk about risks to nature and impacts on business, otherwise people get very confused what we're talking about. And then, of course, at the top of the tree sits the 14 disclosure recommendations that are aligned to TCFD. So I'm really delighted, and I think this is, as I said, a real milestone. I wasn't sure we'd be here 2 years on from Montreal to your point, Diane. So I think this is a great step forward, and we're really looking forward to working with the other members of the NPI coalition of organizations now to get your feedback, to pilot test it. We've now got, I'll say, over 400 adopters. We're actually going to make an updated announcement later this week. I won't spoil the number. But over 400 companies and financial institutions now committed to reporting on TNFD. And so as they now get to their first TNFD reports, they're going to be using these metrics. So we've got a live audience of global organizations to start pilot testing this, and it's going to be fascinating to see how they go, and we'll learn a lot from pilot testing. That's the point.
Yeah, Tony, thank you. This point of the fact that everybody's simply starting to move, I think, is very important, because it means that we're learning as we go rather than waiting for the perfection. And there's a lot that we already can apply and assess. And WBCSD has been super proud to be a partner in all of this as well, providing the support and guidance on how do we make this material? How do we make it matter for companies? And how do we use this funnel of work that has been underway to figure out how we assess it? But you spoke to the importance, as did Marco, on this being based in science. It's critically important that we get that right. It's very complex, which is why there are so many metrics. And Frank, that's why it's great to have you here on the panel. You're bringing this very critically important conservation perspective. We have to make sure that we've got the rigor to knowing how we take these assessments forward, but equally thinking about them in a way that's sufficiently practical that companies can figure out how to use them and get on with them, like you were saying, Tony. So how can we strike the right balance between what the scientific communities rightfully are continuing to work and raise the flag on, and how businesses then connect that into their supply chains, the actions and investments they can take, and eventually the reporting that comes forward?
Lesson 1, turn the microphone on. What a delight it is to be in a room that's absolutely stacked full of interested people. It's really wonderful to see all these smiling faces out there. You can tell I'm a biologist because I've got a nice dirty hat on. That's where I started, at least. I've now learned some words associated with the finance world, so I can get by there as well. What I want to describe to you now is the perfect segue from what Tony just said. That is to say, what it is that you can do to get companies moving right now. We are, 2024, 2030, when Marco's curve is supposed to be already passing the baseline. We've got 6 years. How on earth are we going to get things going at a necessary speed to make that change happen? So what we've been thinking about within IUCN is how we can organize a framework for rapid, high-integrity actions, essentially no-regret actions, that we know are going in the right direction, but are things you can iterate, you can add to, you can take away, but you're still piling along in the correct direction to deliver those outcomes in an effective way. And very much built out from the NPI metrics framework. It's taking all that deep reflection that we've done, part of the working group that I've been involved with, to make sure that it's all anchored in that great consultation process that's been worked through there. The really important thing is that you need to be able to enable companies to deliver things that are concrete contributions, quantitative contributions to the global biodiversity framework. That's the way that you can get people to recognize that companies are contributing to the great social enterprise that the GBF is, but they're also doing that in order to justify internally how it is that they spent money to make these impacts happen. So these contributions have to be additive. You have to be able to add them up over different places, and they have to be comparable. You know that this contribution over here was bigger than the contribution over there. And that's what we've been trying to do, quantify what it is that companies can do to get those contributions to work. So what we're doing is using the NPI framework of metrics to establish a way to assess how it is you can deal with specific threats that deal with specific pieces of biodiversity, in our case, species to start with, because we're further ahead with species, but ecosystems when we've solved the ecosystem metric problem, which is we're still wrestling with at the moment, in particular places. That's where it is that we can get companies to act. If they know what the most important threats are to biodiversity in a particular place, they don't have to wait. They can say, right, we are going to go in there and we are going to deal with invasive species in the places we're working right now with all the toolkits that we have available in IUCN to help them do that. And in a year or two, ideally, you've got some results you can report. Then you find maybe that hunting's a big problem too. Okay, we'll try and deal with that one as well. But at least you're incrementally providing a solution that's delivering outcomes for the global biodiversity framework in a really effective and rapid way. This approach is called, currently, I should excuse myself, it's called the Measuring Nature Positive Approach, which is kind of a overambitious title because it's not the whole of Nature Positive we're trying to measure. I can blame the title on Marco, whose idea it was, and he's going to have to tell us what we now call this approach for its second iteration. So it's part of biodiversity, it's part of the metrics framework, but it's very much focused on getting companies to go right now, do cool stuff, and make people recognize that they've done that. And also to bring civil society and government along with them. They're a vital component of the whole of society approach that the GBF is. We need to make sure that they're part of that process too. What we've got so far is a draft website that describes these pathways that companies can move down to deliver these outcomes. This was as a result of a consultation with the IUCN membership, 1,400 CSOs and 95 odd governments conducted last year. We have goodness knows how many comments that have gone into the framing we've got. That gives it a very substantial legitimacy in the IUCN membership world, civil society world and government world. And it enables us to take something to the World Conservation Congress, which will happen in October next year, with an active website that companies can use to plan and implement these actions, and also a global resolution on nature positive that reflects the value of these contributions that companies can make. And that's where we can start to reach out and get the uptake we need from companies to really push this forward as fast as we can. Thank you very much.
Great, Frank, thank you. I think it's apparent in what you're sharing that in order for companies to do this, they have to very much understand their footprint, the footprint of their operations, the footprint of their sourcing, so they can get to these critically important ecosystems, understand how those species aspects might apply. And well, I think a lot of companies have made progress on that, and some sectors are way ahead compared to others. It's still an expectation so that they can get to that level of science-based rigor and understanding where their risks might be. And Alexandra, that brings me to EY, because this level of information, and as you start to think about just using it to understand where you're operating, how you're driving decision-making, and how it's leading to reporting, as Tony said, in ways that are still voluntary, but equally, we have mandatory regulation coming through requiring this as well. It has to be verifiable, has to be standardized. You have to be able to assess it through an organizational lens capacity. What has EY learned through the work that you and the teams have been leading on how to make that possible given where we are in this journey?
Thank you. Very good question. And this point around value chains is one that we've grappled with throughout this process. And I think one of the big reflections of the complexity there is in the way that the metrics have been structured. So having the opportunity for entry-level metrics for organizations, for standard metrics for others who might have a level of maturity, and then advanced metrics. And I think the other point, and we will see this as the metrics are rolled out into different standards, hopefully like the TNFD, that there might be a lot of flexibility in the way that those metrics are applied. So one organisation, a financial institution, for example, might be using entry-level metrics for certain parts of their portfolio because that will be appropriate over time as their understanding of risk and opportunity matures. They might move into standard or even advanced metrics for certain parts of a portfolio, for example, where there is a significant dependency on nature or a significant risk of adverse impact on population or species. So there is a huge amount of flexibility that's been built into the proposed metrics to reflect that. But I do think it is really important to note that this is a huge step up for most corporates and financial institutions. Even those who have a long history of measuring pressure and response on nature, the idea of going beyond measurement of an individual company's actions into actually measuring the way that they are intersecting with the state of nature itself and ultimately disclosing on that is a big change. And I am really looking forward to helping with that and helping organisations, but I do think we need to acknowledge that that is a really, really monumental shift for most organisations, and it will take them time to get there, and it will take them time to get it right. So I think one of the great things about this process is it has been so cross-sectoral. So we've had corporates and financial institutions in the room, along with scientific organisations, along with standard setters. And I have felt that there has been a really great consensus around the need to start, to get something out there, to get work underway, but also that this is a significant step change and many organisations will struggle even with the entry-level metrics in the first couple of years, and they will need support and encouragement and patience from stakeholders, but also, incentives and excitement around the movement there, because it is a big change.
And it is. You've raised where some of those challenges are. There are opportunities within this, of course, as well. We've talked a little bit about the voluntary requirements. There's some of the mandatory requirements. We haven't really talked about this within the context of the bioeconomy opportunities, however, and that's certainly there, and we'll be raising even further, I believe, based on what we're seeing actually with some real government leadership, if nothing else. But you made this very important point on consensus. And that's something I've always been very impressed with in the nature space, is how well, from the very beginning, all of the organizations that we're part of have worked together to make sure that we're driving consensus and minimizing confusion in the complexity. Can you touch just a little bit more on how you see that consensus having been built?
Yeah, I think it's a really important point, and we have a little bit of the benefit in the nature space, and for many people who have been working on nature for decades might maybe roll their eyes a little bit of this, but we do have the benefit of piggybacking a bit on the climate issue and the consensus that is now being experienced within corporates around climate, this conceptual understanding of climate as a financial risk to an organisation that should be disclosed. You know, we didn't have that a few years ago, and I think one of the things that the TNFD in particular has done incredibly well is to take that foundational kind of architecture of language that corporates and financial institutions can use, of disclosure that corporates and financial institutions can use, and say, yes, and now you also need to be thinking about this concept of impact and dependency, and that will form part of a more holistic disclosure of your value beyond just financial values. So I think there has been a huge benefit in kind of piggybacking off the work of climate, and we are all now experiencing the benefits of that. But also a recognition that nature is complex and it's broad, and it is also very location-based. So to go back to your earlier point around value chains, we cannot tackle the concept of halting and reversing nature loss or regenerating and restoring nature throughout corporate value chains until corporates and financial institutions understand those value chains. And there is a huge amount of work to be done there, but it's not insurmountable. And I kind of always come back to this question of, is it impossible or is it hard and expensive? And just because it's hard and expensive doesn't mean that it shouldn't be done. Yeah.
So true, and yet so challenging. You raised this point around that this consensus is helping us move faster, actually. Yeah. And Tony, I want to come to you just for one moment, because you left a breadcrumb about some exciting news that you have coming up later this week. But some of this is around not just speed, but also scale. And so maybe you could we're going to go to Q&A in just one moment, but maybe you can just briefly talk about how you've seen this consensus building help drive the scale that TNFD is now picking up and moving with.
Yeah, so later this week we'll be announcing an update of the organizations who are voluntarily getting started with their TNFD reporting. Remember, it's 14 months since the recommendations were published. And I should say, so we're already up to, I'll say, over 450, just to give you a bit of a teaser.
You heard it here first, everyone.
But I think what's even more important for this conversation is we're aware of about 70 first-generation TNFD disclosure reports that have already been published. So it's not like everyone's preparing to do something next year. Within a few months of the recommendations out, we already saw people who had pilot-tested TNFD publish their first report. So that's actually incredibly significant, because that means that they had the confidence to make public statements about their nature-related issues, which, as we all know, is not an easy thing for companies to get approval to do. And so we've now got, and you can see illustrative examples of these reports now on our website, we've now got actual TNFD reports coming out in non-trivial volumes. And the number of adopters is much higher than TCFD after its first 12 months. So I think because we've been able to build on the climate architecture, to Alex's point, and because the science community and the standards community have come together, I think that's the reason why it's moving faster. And I don't think we should underestimate the significance of the fact that on the impact driver metrics in the TNFD recommendations, there's 9 core cross-sector impact driver metrics across those 4 drivers of change, excluding climate change. So that's 9 metrics. And Marco and Gavin just outlined 9 metrics on state of nature. So in a way, you can think about this as 9 plus 9, right? 9 at the impact level and 9 on state of nature. And the fact that we've been able to bring the science community along on this journey to say, you know, we have to make a compromise. We can't throw the full complexity of nature at business and finance. I think that's actually a really huge achievement in the last 2 years from all of these initiatives. And actually kudos to the scientists for saying, yeah, we can live with these compromises and we think this still justifies a science-based approach. Because frankly, I don't think right now, given that we've got 9 plus 9, there is literally no excuse for business and finance to say this is too complicated. We couldn't have made the starting point easier. And now, of course, we have to see how it goes.
Yeah.
We have to figure out where's the data, what are the data gaps. If there are data gaps, where are we going to get the additional funding to fund the closure of those gaps? Because the science community needs more funding to have more coverage of the data that's going to be needed and to improve the quality of the data, certainly to make sure it meets a standard of assurance, which is a new higher standard than just scientific standards by themselves. So we've got a lot of challenges to go. But I think the collaboration that we've all had in the last few years is a good foundation for solving those problems.
I think it's right. I think it's been key. And I think we've got some questions that we're going to come to. And as I take a look at those, Frank, maybe I can just come to you for one final point before we go to the audience Q&A. Do you think it's enough? I mean, you're up here representing science. We're talking about the fact that scientists have been working really hard with the broader community to get to these priority starting points. When do we start to see the impact of that back in the ground?
I think the really, really important factor in all this is uptake. And I like your 400 companies. That's a great start. We need, what, 400,000? So making things as easy as possible. So the 80% of the companies who don't want to do all this stuff because it's too much trouble have no excuse not to. And that means low transaction costs, a low bar for entry, a lot of support, a strong pressure for them to do that. And there are 2 things I think that we need to do to make this easier than it has been. One is to make sure that companies that are involved in value chains have a way of tracking what's going on to impacts on the ground. And what we've been doing is slicing up the world into administrative now. Don't wait.
In those areas where we need it the most.
In particular places, and do it. We can't afford to mess around. We've got to get going right now.
Perfect. Perfect. Thank you. Okay, let me come then to the second question, since you so well answered the first one. Will one assessment be needed for TNFD, SBTN, GRI, ISSB, CSRD, I'm adding to the list you had here, etc., or is this just one step with the need to report separately? And I would love to answer that, but I'm going to turn it over first to Alex, and then I think, Tony, you're going to want to come in.
This is a great question, and my clients have been asking me this. And to Marco's little cartoon there about if we have created another standard that people need to put an acronym in for, we probably haven't really done our job properly. So to reiterate Marco's point around the intention of these metrics being embedded into other standards, so these will not be their own standalone framework or reporting standard. They should be embedded in the same way that no one owns CO2e as a metric. That's a metric that we all own now and is embedded into various regulatory and voluntary reporting regimes. That's the intention with the state of nature metrics as well. And of course, over time, as we see this evolution from voluntary reporting to mandatory reporting, hopefully there will be additional consensus. But the idea is very much that in the way that CO2e has universalized the way that we measure carbon emissions, that the state of nature metrics will be the universal metrics that we will see across various voluntary and mandatory standards. So you won't be measuring slightly different things for slightly different standards, because that is super confusing for corporates and financial institutions, and we don't want that.
Not to mention the communities on the ground and who are actually having to provide all of that all the way up through.
And the readers of the data as well. So it might be the investors, it might be the community, it might be an NGO tracking an area. We want to try to make it as easy as possible to understand, information about the state of nature in the area that is of most concern.
Perfect. Did you want to add on that, Tony?
I do. So I think the question was, will one assessment be needed? The answer to that is yes, I would hope. And that assessment tool is the TNFD LEAP approach. That's why we built it. And we're seeing hundreds of companies now using that to do CSRD reporting. Part of the LEAP approach is to, in the P phase, is to start thinking about target setting, so it then links over to SBTN. So, and it starts with understanding, to Diane's point before, you have to start by understanding where are we interfacing with nature? Where are our assets or our operations touching the planet or the oceans? Well, the oceans are part of the planet, but terrestrial or marine or freshwater biomes are realms of nature. And what's surprising is from the 250 odd pilot tests that we did with LEAP over 2022 and 23, is how many companies really struggle to organize their own asset location information. Right, that's a prerequisite. So
much less sourcing.
To Frank's point about, like, we've got to get started now, the first thing that companies need to do before they even start reading TNFD or SBTN or nature positive stuff is get your own house in order, figure out what your asset location data, because that is the critical prerequisite to figuring out where is our business, either our direct operations or upstream and downstream, where is that interfacing with nature? And so some organizations that have their asset location data well organized steamed ahead into the LEAP approach, and others found that they were stalled at the starting line trying to figure out, where is all of this information in our company? And of course, companies have complex ownership structures, and the information might be held under different limited entities and different jurisdictions. But that's going to be a critical requirement. But in theory, there should be one assessment approach, and then it branches off to inform a number of activities. One is your corporate reporting. A second is your target setting. A third is transition planning, which TNFD is releasing a discussion paper on in the next few days. So, but it's all underpinned by this standard assessment approach, which uses these metrics and the impact driver metrics I mentioned before.
Perfect. I'm actually, as I read through these questions, I'm hoping that we're indirectly or directly answering many of them through the conversation that we're having, because many of them are actually quite linked. But here's one that I think is interesting, and it's a build on what you were just sharing, and that is, it's one thing to know where your own operational assets are, and often, as you said, not easy. But then working through your often complex supply chains, all the way back down to roots in the ground or mined origin or extracted location, that's a whole nother layer of work to be done. And is the intention that companies should ask their downstream suppliers to collect this information?
Maybe I can jump in. I'll just give you an example of a company that found a really clever hack to this problem. A lot of companies, many of you in the room, will have some sort of supplier questionnaire before you onboard your suppliers. You may then ask for information on a periodic basis. A company in Australia was about to, when they started doing a LEAP assessment, they were about to send out their annual survey for information to comply with Modern Slavery Act requirements in Australia. And they thought, why don't we just add some questions on nature to our Modern Slavery Act questionnaire, and we'll do this all in one process. And it worked perfectly. So I think there are existing tools, whether it's onboarding suppliers before you decide to procure from them, or whether it's in your annual relationship. But absolutely, we're going to have to start to include nature-related questions in the interface and managing these supply chain relationships.
I think just to build on that, Tony, like I do lots of work with organizations on supply chain due diligence, and the mistake that organizations can make is to try to take a broad brush or capture everything approach within the supply chain, which makes absolutely no sense. You send out, most organizations have between 500 and 50,000 suppliers, and even 500 questionnaires that have responded to a question about nature, impact, or dependency is a huge volume of data for an organization to then say, what are we actually going to do with this and how do we respond? So to go back to the LEAP assessment process is a really important part of the locate phase, where you look at where the material interfaces with nature may be within a supply chain. So for most organizations, you'd look at your supply chain data and say, okay, we're procuring professional services over here, probably not super high risk for nature, maybe, depending on who the professional services provider is. But we're also procuring a huge amount of construction material here for a new project. So let's start with our construction material first. So this risk-based approach, this initial materiality assessment or a location-specific assessment or an interface assessment, and to Frank's point before, like organizations actually have a pretty good sense of, finger in the wind, sniff test of where the big nature impacts and dependencies might be. Follow your nose, start with that. And if you are doing nothing but really, really meaningful due diligence on all of your construction material suppliers for the first year, the impact that an individual company can make is really, really massive. So it's not that they have to do absolutely everything in the supply chain. It's the same if you're trying to do a human rights due diligence assessment in a supply chain, a scope 3 assessment in a supply chain. You don't take the same approach for every different type of supplier, and that's how this is going to have to be rolled out in supply chains as well.
I think it's also worth pointing out that, 80% of biodiversity loss around the world is caused by a relatively low number of combinations of administrative unit and activity. Most of that is agriculture. There's a substantial remainder to do with extractives, construction, infrastructure, other sectors that have significant footprints. But you can sift out those connections, those links, into a very small number of things that companies actually really need to get into quickly. There's no point in going all the way across your value chains. You start out by asking, are you sourcing wood pulp from West Papua? If you are, you need to do something about it. And then the rest of that flows into a hierarchy of responses that you can get to pretty quickly.
Perfect. Well, there's a couple of other questions here. We don't have much more time, so I'm going to ask it, but I really need speed round answers, flash answers here. So who's the audience for these? And will the measures also tell you how to do the methodology for the work? Speed round, who's going to take which?
Okay, I can quickly audience the metrics. The metrics are meant to be universal, so can be used, of course, by corporates and financial institutions, but the intention is that it could also be used by government, by NGOs, by communities. They have been written in such a way that they are meant to be universal and universally used, but there is a big focus initially on corporates and financial institutions for pilot testing, as Tony said, and ultimately for uptake, because that's where the big demand and need is right now.
I think the ideal client for the metrics that we're trying to promote is the 5 to 10% of companies that are doing most of the damage. The bad guys who really need to get sorted out in the impacts they're having.
Tony?
I think part of the question was around the underlying methods.
Yep.
Lots of groups, including those of us on the stage, are talking about the idea of, do we need something like a greenhouse gas protocol for nature, which would codify the methods? We don't have that today. That'd be a very substantial piece of work. It will depend on the size of metrics for which you then need to articulate the methods. But I think that's an important piece of work to come, and the organizations like ours are interested in helping to solve that problem, but that's going to be a piece of work to get started on. And I don't think that should be a cause for delay. We need to get going with what we've got.
Yeah, Marco and I are laughing. We've been having this conversation for a while, haven't we? So we know we need to get there. But thank you all for the questions. Thank you. Huge thanks to our panel. Really special.
Thank you. Thank you, Diane, Tony. Thank you, Frank, and Alex. I don't know you, but the confidence that perhaps, just perhaps, we can get this right is coming from the quality, the passion, and the knowledge of the people involved, like this four, but many others during this process. So thank you so much for the panel discussion, but even more for the engagement that you had over time on this. So a couple of parting reflections from me before we go for a break. The first one is that I think it's pretty clear now, I hope it's clear, that this is an exercise to create a minimal level playing field, but meaningful enough to mobilize mass adoption and engagement in terms of measuring state of nature and informing corporate and other strategies to deliver nature positive outcome. This is a contribution to the GBF. This is a direct contribution to the GBF because the GBF mission is halt and reverse. This is a way to measure the overall mission of the Global Biodiversity Framework and knowing whether we're really getting there by implementing the targets and the goals of the GBF. Second point is that this is a process that requires all your inputs. This is not something that we're going to brand MPI metrics or TNFD metrics. This is a set of metrics that should be universal in terms of use, but also universal in terms of ownership. And I cannot underscore enough the importance of consensus and alignment, because only if we come around a common set of metrics, we will be able to embed those metrics in the key frameworks where they matter. And actually, this is a great segue to the next session after the break, because we're going to discuss exactly that. The landing zones, the embedding of these metrics, where and how, with a number of frameworks existing today. So that's my parting comments, but I have developed in the last months a strange habit of throwing things at the audience, which is a bit rude, but that's what it is. And here I found something here. It's an extremely unique edition of a Nature Positive by 2030 CAP. So because I know a lot of friends here, and I want to be completely impartial, I'm going to do what brides do during the, So, and this is the rule. If you are an MPI member, and you will have access to this, pass it to the one next to you, which is not an MPI member. Otherwise, all right? Are you ready?
1, 2, 3, go!
So what we just witnessed is the human greed that we need to overcome to become nature positive. Thank you very much for enjoying. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much for joining this session that follows the previous one, and I can see some familiar faces, so thank you for staying for the second session. And it's following up on the first session where we introduced, we described this framework for state of nature metrics that are aimed to be of universal use, engaging very different users across very different use cases and very different scales as well. It's a set of metrics that build on existing metrics today, but talking about 600 plus, and boiling that list down to the absolute minimum viable, credible, but also affordable, practical set of metrics to encourage mass adoption, particularly at the private sector level, business and financial institutions, but not only. Within, as I said, a diverse group of users as well. To begin to measure the state of nature in a comparable way and inform the corporate or other strategies to deliver a nature positive outcome, to contribute to halt and reverse biodiversity loss. The mission of the Global Biodiversity Framework. So very connected to the themes of COP16, very connected to delivering the overall ambition of the GBF, and designed to engage, encourage the journey into measuring state of nature, but particularly increasing both accountability and recognition of the different users of the metrics. That was the session before. Now, in fact, there was a question about this in the previous session. So, okay, now there is this set of metrics that, by the way, are out for consultation. Check the naturepositive.org website and join the consultation on that set of metrics. Please provide your inputs and feedback. Super important, because those metrics are benefiting from your perspective. We want this to be co-owned by as large as possible constituency. But the question was, okay, assuming those metrics are then finalized, where are they going to land? Where are they going to be embedded? What are the mechanisms to ensure that these metrics are actually used at a universal level as the objective? And today we are exactly going to discuss that with another amazing panel of speakers, members of the MPI initiative. And it's my pleasure to introduce, to hand over to Sarah Nelson, is the Nature and Biodiversity Director of KPMG. And Sarah, thank you so much for joining us today. You've been very actively involved in all this. And I'm going to give you my microphone, so make sure that you can speak. Thank you, Sarah.
Thank you so much, Marco, and I'm delighted to be here today. I'll start off by introducing my excellent panelists. So starting over here, we've got Erin Billman, who is the Executive Director of the Science Based Targets for Nature. And then we have Matthew Bell, who is the Global Leader of Climate Change and Sustainability Services at EY. Got Emily McKenzie, who is the Technical Director of TNFD. And finally, Gregory Watson, who is the Principal Specialist at IADB. So just setting the scene a little bit on this, 2 years ago, many of us met in Montreal, where governments came together and they agreed the Global Biodiversity Framework. And with that Global Biodiversity Framework was an agreement for 23 targets, which really set the direction for how we're going to halt and reverse nature and biodiversity loss. So over the past 2 years, governments have been taking that Global Biodiversity Framework and translating that to the national level through the National Biodiversity Strategy and Action Plans. And each of those have also started to develop at that national level a set of targets as well to report up to progress towards that Global Biodiversity Framework. So that's what's happening in those closed rooms over there, the discussion. Over here and in the business world, there has been an explosion of standards, frameworks, new regulations, new initiatives aimed at businesses trying to embed nature and biodiversity into their work. And the majority of those have also developed a whole set of different metrics and targets as well within those. And metrics will, of course, be really key, not only for governments to ensure progress, but also for businesses. And it is particularly important for businesses because this is really where the rubber hits the road. And to avoid accusations of greenwash, this is a really clear way that businesses can actually report on the progress and on the commitments that they've set themselves. But with so many of these metrics under these various frameworks, initiatives, standards, the national biodiversity strategy and action plans, I think there are sort of a number of things that are now starting to emerge. And I think the first one is around sort of complexity. So I think I hear almost every day from the businesses that I discuss with that they're just becoming absolutely overwhelmed by the number of initiatives, standards, frameworks that they need to report into, and the number of different metrics, targets that are available and how all of those fit together. And that really brings me on to my second point, which is around alignment. So with the above in mind, actually that key point around alignment, so just really making sure that everybody understands how those different targets, both from the government side, but also from the business side, actually fit together is going to be really key. And why is all of this important? Because we actually need everybody pointing in the same direction if we are going to drive progress and drive impact quickly in this space. So with that in mind, I've got a number of questions for our panelists and hand myself over to the laptop here for those. So I'm just going to kick off actually. And Erin, I'll start with you. So it'd be really interesting to just firstly understand, and in a few sentences, why are state of nature metrics important? And how are they relevant to your work in the SBTN? And I can give you my microphone. That work?
Whoa, sorry. So first, state of nature metrics are important because nature positive is a global all of society goal. And the way to measure it is measuring the change in state. That doesn't mean that that's the way to measure it for any individual actor in the system necessarily, but it is the way for us to collectively measure and monitor our progress toward our goal of halting and reversing nature loss. So that's kind of the collective. And then for SBTN in particular, we have an extensive set of state of nature metrics, and it's beyond our remit to be the ones bringing all the actors together to align on how do we simplify to a short list. And so that's really the unique contribution that the Nature Positive Initiative Coalition is taking in this space, because we recognize that we can't be using hundreds of state of nature metrics, at least not all the time collectively.
Great, thanks, Erin. I'm going to pass the same question over to each of our panelists. So I'm going to zigzag back to Gregory over this side to give a quick overview from his perspective on the same question.
Sure, thanks. So I represent a multilateral development bank that covers Latin America and the Caribbean, but we're looking at this actually within all MDBs right now, because what we see is we saw we had a problem, right? We're doing nature positive investments, we're doing transactions in the market, we're doing bonds, we're doing debt for nature conversions, we're doing guarantees. We also have our own corporate results frameworks, which are looking at how do we look at nature positive and nature, state of nature. And then we also have new principles for tracking our nature finance, which is really the bare minimum of how much money is going out the door. And then within MDBs, we work with basically everybody. We're kind of the glue across the system because our governors are the ministries of finance. So we're supporting them with taxonomies. We're supporting them with other work. We have in Latin America, there's a platform of finance ministers, which has created a group on biodiversity and looking at, fiscal management and budgeting. But then we also work with ministries of environment quite a bit. And then we're also working with civil society and with science organizations. And so we've seen that there's a proliferation of different frameworks from ourselves, from others, that really are holding back scale and speed in getting financial products and finance, helping Target 19, getting financing onto the ground, because we're doing this on a case-by-case basis and we need to simplify it.
Great, thank you. And we were saying earlier, you really sit at that intersection between businesses and government, so you probably see that whole spectrum of the complexity at the moment. Matthew, same question over to you.
Thanks. Look, for me, it's the context. So realistically, nowhere do we actually have context-based reporting, although I'm sure the UNSDPI would argue differently. And so if we look at nature, for example, we obviously have the increasing expectations that corporates will go through a process of determining what their impacts and dependencies are. But that's kind of in the absence of the knowledge of the state of nature that you're actually talking about. So we could well have organizations comprehensively disclosing, with gay abandon, how they are impacting on nature and how dependent they are. But if we don't understand what that state of nature is, how do we understand if we're moving towards a positive or negative future in the context of that? So for me, that's an overarching consideration. If I think about it from, and I'm somewhat strangely representing the assurance side here because I'm not actually a financial accountant or an auditor, but we obviously represent a large part of the assurance marketplace. It's really hard to be an independent assessor of information unless you know what you're assessing against. And actually, we're often asked that question. I'm sure, Sarah, you'd have the same answer. We're often asked this question of, can you provide assurance over that? And often the answer is always yes. It's easy to provide assurance as long as you know what the subject matter is and what criteria you're assessing it against. Is that assurance relevant? And is the information relevant? So for me, the state of nature metrics are fundamental in the context of providing that context.
Great, thank you. And yes, recognize the challenges. Emily, same question to you.
I'll take it from two angles of what TNFD has produced. So the TNFD has produced guidance on how to identify and assess what we call nature-related issues, so how you depend and impact on nature, and then the risks and opportunities that creates for organizations, so for both corporates and financial institutions. So we have the assessment guidance, and then we also have recommendations for disclosure. So I'll take each in turn. So for assessment, we've developed something called the LEAP approach, which is a sort of step-by-step process for how you identify and assess your issues. And when you start, organizations need to focus and prioritize because many of them will have very complex portfolios or extremely complex value chains. And one of our steps in that prioritization is exactly what Matthew was saying, which is context, location-specific context. So some of the criteria there relate to state of nature. We say, is it an area of high biodiversity importance? Is it an area of high ecosystem integrity? So that requires state of nature metrics. Then you move from the L of LEAP to the E of LEAP, which is evaluating your impacts and dependencies. And that walks you through from looking at your drivers of impact through to a change in the state of nature and potentially also the next frontier, the provision of ecosystem services, which they and others depend on. And that's looking not just at a snapshot in time, but then a change, a dynamic change, which might be caused by the organization or by others. Again, we need state of nature indicators and metrics to look at that change. So that's on the assessment side. Then we get to disclosure. And TNFD has, I think, done a great job in filtering the thousands of indicators and metrics that were out there in existing standards. We knew that financial institutions and investors wanted a small comparable set, but also the flexibility to make that meaningful for different sectors. So we have a metrics architecture that enables that. And at the heart of it sit 9 dependency and impact metrics, but we focused on the drivers of impact or the pressures because we knew that was what was most commonplace in standards. That's what businesses can feel accountable for, and they often have the internal data. But we also included indicators on state of nature. And there's a lot of resonance with what's now out for consultation on ecosystem conditions, species extinction risk, and so on. But we used the word placeholder in front of those indicators because we felt there was insufficient scientific consensus on what the metrics should be. And I get lobbied every day on what the metrics should be. So what I need is scientific consensus on what those metrics should be, so I can then work with our task force to update our guidance and our metrics architecture to reflect those. So we think the process underway with the MPI is absolutely fundamentally important. We're so delighted it's underway, and TNFD intends to draw on that work in updating our metrics over time.
Great, thank you so much, Emily. I forgot to say at the beginning, but there is a QR code up on the screen and a Mentimeter, an active Mentimeter. So please do log on and start thinking about your questions, because we'll be coming to you soon on those. So I'm going to move back to Erin. So obviously your organisation does a lot of work around target setting, and I guess the question for me is, how does the development of state of nature metrics relate to the work of the SBTN? You gave a little bit of a flavour of that in your last answer, but in particular, their relevance to target setting.
Sure. So for those that may not be familiar with SBTN, we exist to provide the guidance for companies and cities to set science-based targets for nature, to do their part to meet the goals, the global goals of halting and reversing nature loss and the goals of the GBF. And we're part of the broader Global Commons Alliance, collectively working together to catalyze citizens, cities, companies, and countries to better steward the global commons. And like Emily outlined with the LEAP approach and the disclosures, we have our version 1 out for corporate target setting for science-based targets for nature. And in it is the best available information on state of nature metrics. And we also have the shared vision of incorporating the outputs of the Nature Positive Initiative process on state of nature metrics into our framework. And so that is the shared vision that we have for the future state here. I have to say that just sitting here speaking a common language is music to my ears. When I first was standing up Science-Based Targets Network with a ton of partners, we were just trying to figure out what's an orienting framework that we can even use as a logic model when we're talking about metrics, let alone targets. And what's this DPSIR, DPSIR framework? And then lo and behold, 2 years later, sat down with Tony and Emily in Glasgow and said, boy, it would be really great if you could organize your work around DPSIR as well. And then when Marco and Gavin were starting this work, we went around a bit on language. And so just the fact that we're calling this state of nature metrics is a big step forward. It's a big step forward. And so, yes, there is still more work to do to reduce complexity and reduce confusion, but I would like to just celebrate that as a milestone, because we're speaking a common language and we understand what we mean when we're talking about this category of metrics. So that's state of nature metrics. As Emily mentioned, companies more understand drivers and pressures. And so our target setting approach is around pressures. What a corporate contribution is to the state of nature is several steps down the road, because we don't even yet have consensus on what those metrics are, let alone how do you attribute to an individual actor like a company their respective contribution to that. So until that point, we are working with how do they address their pressures and the ways in which that they can increase their positive contributions. And so that's the reality of where we're at. That means there's going to continue to be some confusion and complexity that we're all going to have to wade through together.
Great, thank you so much, Erin. Greg, I'll turn to you next. So the state of nature metrics are ultimately about understanding and addressing impacts on nature. What is the need and interest in clear state of nature metrics within the project finance frameworks, and how will such metrics help NDPs play a leading role in catalyzing private finance to help implement the global biodiversity framework? Just a quick, easy question.
Right. So maybe I'll start with why it's important for us, right? So, both our public and private arms of MDBs, we're supporting the issuance of bonds. Under climate, it's fairly simple with climate, right? We know how to issue an SLB for climate. There's good metrics. There's everybody in the market kind of understands it. You can go and look at the ICMA frameworks, and you fit certain markers and you're good. It's much more complicated for nature, both because the nature is place-based and it's not necessarily that 1 ton of carbon is equivalent to something someplace else, but also because I think that we tend to overcomplicate the language and get maybe too scientific for the investors. And so if we're trying to bring bonds to market, or we're doing a debt for nature conversion that's issuing new debt, sustainability linked to retire old debt and put savings into a conservation trust fund, or if we're trying to do other kinds of financial interventions, we need something simple, understandable. Maybe we need a basket of 15 different types of indicators by ecosystem. But without that, everything takes a long time and it's not going to scale. And we want to move from doing millions to doing billions in this space. Our president has set a goal for our debt for nature conversions of really getting to the billions side. And so what are MDBs doing? So our president right now MDBs have this thing called the Heads of MDBs group, and it's all the presidents of the MDBs. Our president's the president of that group right now, and they issued a viewpoint note when they had a retreat earlier this year with 21 actions they were going to do. For the first time, 2 of those actions are actually on biodiversity. One is tracking our nature finance and putting it out there, but the other is specifically what we're talking about here. Our president said, and the other MDB heads agreed, that we need to analyze the frameworks that are out there, not create something new, look to see where they're useful for us in the financial sector, where they're useful for investors, and start to try to put together these baskets, harmonize when possible, because we also have the ability to go and talk to the standard setters and say, hey, we channel a lot of money here, and there's some suggestions on how you can change your framework. And so that's what we're doing now. There's actually a closed-door workshop tomorrow morning that we will start to do this internal review. And our goal is to publish something by COP30. And we're working closely, and we think the Nature Positive Initiative work is so important because it's already starting to do that work. And what we can do is then see how it fits with the kinds of billion-dollar financial flows that we're trying to get to towards the future. And then how do we also then can be a capillary action to translate that to the countries and to the private enterprises that we fund. One example is IDB Invest recently did a blue bond, and any financial institution that's going to issue under that bond framework and that bond financing has to do TNFD. So once we get to that space with these kinds of metrics, we can start to incorporate them into the way that we have conditions for financing in the future.
Great, thank you. That's really clear. Matt, I'm going to turn next to you. So we talked a little bit about this in your last answer, but obviously not only, as you say, does data for state of nature metrics need to be collected, it also needs to be accurate and, as you say, assurable as well. How will the metrics framework help streamline reporting processes, and what are the tips and tricks for ensuring your state of nature data is ready for assurance if you're a company?
Yeah, an equally easy question there. Can I just say, we are a packed room, standing room only, talking about metrics and assurance. I mean, I'm not saying you're the nerdiest crowd around, but you're getting up there. So look, I would make the point that what we would like to see, obviously, is a unified set of metrics to allow stakeholders to be able to compare and contrast organizations, for governments to understand how progress is being made, for NGOs to understand where there are outliers. Unification has so many benefits. And so the degree to which state of nature metrics are agreed upon, and I'm super proud of the work that Alex and the team in EY have been doing alongside the biodiversity consultancy in supporting the MPI on this. But to the degree that the consultation doesn't radically transform what's come through in the work to date, we are heading towards the point at which you're going to be able to have a set of metrics which, for an assurance provider, or frankly any other stakeholder, Sarah, would allow them to look at them and make reasonable assumptions as to the credibility of the data that's being produced. Now, as I say, this is kind of the unspoken word of assurance. It's actually reasonably straightforward to provide assurance on anything, depending on how you said you have produced that information. If you say, we are producing this useless information in accordance with this useless criterion standard, we could provide assurance over that. Now, we might choose not to because of the implications of that, but what this actually allows you to be able to do is to utilize metrics which are understood and accepted. And I mean, the fact that we have, so many of the key stakeholders here on the stage alone who are talking about the state of nature metrics and their importance for their own benefits is testament to that, I think. Tips and tricks? I'm not sure I have any. I think the reality here is utilizing the best information that you have at hand at the time to produce the best data that you can and be as radically transparent as possible.
Great, thank you so much. Emily, lastly to you. So the State of Nature Metrics framework presented by the MPI introduces this new maturity framework for companies, and that's different to TNFD's approach to metrics to date. Do you think there are, this feels like a leading question, do you think there are benefits to this kind of framework? How would state of nature metrics be embedded within your framework? And what are some of the challenges in operationalizing them that you foresee?
On the maturity framework, I'm interested in that. I don't know quite what I think about it, and to be honest, with my job, I will discuss with the task force what they think about it, and that will come in time. We haven't started that conversation, but I do think it's an interesting approach because state of nature measurement is going to be both challenging for companies and financial institutions, and I also think there are important questions about what is appropriate as the role of the private sector in doing that measurement compared to governments and NGOs, because we all want credible measurement. And so, and of course, there is a range of people are at, however you want to put it, at different stages of maturity, different stages in their journey. And so I think the maturity framework is a very interesting place to start. And I'm looking forward to hearing the feedback about it that we get through the consultation and then discussing it in TNFD. What was the second part? You asked me three things.
I did ask.
How are we going to fold it in?
Yeah.
Yes. So, of course, we want to learn. We're TNFD is one of the members of the MPI, so we want to learn from the consultation. We'll be running in a connected way our own process for thinking about how to embed these metrics into the TNFD framework that will run through next year. As part of that, we'll be running our own consultation workshops, very closely connected, so make sure we're being efficient with people's time, but specifically focusing on TNFD. So how do we think about state of nature metrics in that framework? Then we're going to be looking at that static sort of location prioritization and then looking at change over time. So we'll do sequence consultations based on the draft metrics. And then we also intend to do pilot testing. We did pilot testing of the TNFD framework when it was being developed over 2 years, and we had 240 pilot tests. We do not intend to do another 240, but we would like to do a small set in collaboration with the Nature Positive Initiative, because we found that to be an extremely helpful process by learning from doing and making sure everything we do is practical, which is one of our principles, as well as science-based. So we intend to do pilot testing, consultation, learn through this process, and as I said, by the end of next year, we hope to then have some decisions and then update our guidance in early 2026. And then the final...
And your final one, what are the challenges in operationalizing them that you foresee?
I'm not sure. We'll learn from the pilot tests what they are. But I think there will be these really important questions around data. So we actually folded together. We used to have a metrics working group and a data working group in TNFD, and we've now combined them. So we think any discussion of metrics needs to be in the context of data, existing available data, and the rapid innovation that is happening in the evolution of the data ecosystem. So we have another stream of work, which is looking at a roadmap for facilitating access to data. So a lot of the data challenges are probably what will become most prominent, as well as capacity. So that's another work stream for us, is in building capacity to be able to put this into practice, which we know is a challenge for many.
Great, thanks, Emily. I'm just going to do a little bit of audience feedback. So it'd be really interesting to hear from the audience. And if you could just raise your hand if you are reporting or preparing to report against TNFD first. Just pop your hand up if you are reporting or preparing to report against TNFD. Good to see, Emily, a few hands there in the audience. Then GRI, any GRI takers in the audience? Yep, you. Lastly, SBTN. Few SBTNs there. Any other nature reporting framework? Great. And could you please raise your hand if you're finding nature reporting overwhelming? Oh, everybody. No one is finding nature reporting overwhelming. Are you all lying? Pretty much lying, yeah, I think so. Final question, and before we go into the Q&A, I mean, you all might not be finding it overwhelming, but I do hear from lots and lots of people that they are finding it overwhelming. So I'm going to turn to each of the panelists in turn, and just in one sentence, what is your top piece of advice that you have for those people who are just finding all of this just overwhelming? Erin, over to you.
I guess first just be gentle with yourself, because we're all on a learning journey. But I think if you use common sense, you probably have a good sense of where is your biggest point of leverage and control in terms of impacts and dependencies on nature, and action that you can take in that direction that's going to help make things better. And so I would just start there.
Matthew?
Suck it up. Like, I mean, we've been crying out for momentum for decades on sustainability, and finally we have a bloc in Europe driving comprehensive regulatory reform on sustainability. We've got greater levels of engagement from organizations, many of which are sat around me at the moment, creating the sort of standards and frameworks that will help one another. And it's significantly challenging to be able to do it. But we've had hundreds of years of financial accounting, and they still can't agree on harmonization. And so we've got the ability to drive forward genuine sustainability practice, but we're not going to get there until we have a true understanding of how we are actually set today, and whether or not your organization is creating a new challenge of the commons, right? If we don't have this context-based reporting. So suck it up a little bit, because I think we've been calling this for a long time, and now the hard work starts. And the hard work starts, and I think we should be not just accepting of it, but really celebrating it. We have this ability in sustainability to make it the most dull topic when it should be the most exciting time for us to talk to one another. We can turn sustainability disclosures into like we're inviting someone around to a broccoli party, right? Where we've got to eat vegetables all night. This is the most exciting time, I think, in our professional lives. So suck it up, get through the hard stuff, and we get to the transformation that comes from the back end.
Great, thank you. Greg, do you like broccoli?
I actually love broccoli, but I think what I would say is know why you're using a specific metric framework and what's your purpose, because they're not all relevant for each purpose, and there's no silver bullet that's going to solve all of it. So if you're trying to do dependency analysis, do a dependency analysis. If you're trying to, encourage private investment and bring in investors, make sure what your framework and the metrics you're using actually are going to do that. Because I think we have a tendency to think that like there's one ring to rule them all, that one framework is going to solve all of our problems, and it's not.
Great. And last, Emily?
Get started in a focused way. So almost everybody who's done TNFD has begun with some focus on the most likely material issues by sector or by location. So it's okay to get started and focus and expand over time. Learn from peers. We're finding our community of practice through the TNFD forum is extremely helpful. So there's now 500 adopters of the TNFD's disclosure recommendations, but thousands of people applying the LEAP approach. So there's plenty of peers in your sector, in your geography. We have consultation groups, and those conversations, I think, are hugely valuable.
Great, thank you. And while you've all been answering the questions, there's been quite a few other questions flooding in. So people have been voting against these questions. So I'm going to start with those that got the most thumbs up, which is where is ISSB, and are they planning to expand to consider impact materiality now that they're incorporating nature next, or will they only look at financial materiality as they have done with climate? Now, ISSB obviously are not on the stage, so I'm just wondering who I'm going to throw this to. Any takers? I know, Emily, you've been talking to ISSB quite a bit, so I might throw that one onto you, if you don't mind. Sorry.
Thanks. I'm not going to speak on behalf of ISSB, but I can say what I know. So we work closely with the ISSB as one of our knowledge partners. We also work closely with the GRI, and I've just been in conversations actually just before this with ISO, because we are a disclosure framework, a market-led initiative that set out recommendations just like the TCFD. And so one important part has been to draw on the existing standards to help reduce the complexity, but now to support the international standard setters to update and evolve and maybe build new standards, building from what we've learned through the TNFD process, right, which isn't just a product, it's a process of all of that pilot testing, all of that market knowledge. So we're working with ISSB. As many of you may know, they have a research project on biodiversity ecosystems and ecosystem services, where they are looking at the relevance to investors of looking at the risks and opportunities that result from nature. We're in close communication with them to share what we've understood about that relevance to investors, and also about the relevance of our work. And I would say, in particular, interest in indicators and metrics, because of course part of the ISSB are the SASB standards. And so we have done a close comparison. We're doing a close comparison with the ISSB with the SASB standards. But of course, this is all for them then to make their own due process and their own decisions over the coming year. But we stand ready to support them in doing that.
Great, thank you, Emily, and thank
Sarah?
you for taking that.
And I just would add, echo from SBTN on a target setting perspective, like TNFD is mirroring TCFD, SBTN is mirroring SBTI, and we stand ready to work with ISSB on making sure that our target setting approach is embedded should they choose that to be part of their scope.
Great, thank you. Matthew, want to say a few words on this one?
Yeah, just quick. I mean, again, we've got to start with a caveat, don't we? We don't speak on behalf of the ISSB. And I would say they went through a pretty stringent process to determine that they were going to take a financial materiality lens as opposed to, akin to the CSRD, taking impact materiality as well. There are some backdoors to that, though, right? So, for example, including biodiversity and nature as they, very well might, they could require, or they could set guidance that says that they believe that there's financial materiality in the context of your impact on nature or dependencies. So there are some backdoors to that. I would make the comment, though, that it's an interesting thing that we've seen over the last, and Sarah, you might have seen the same thing, seen over the last 12 to 18 months, where organizations, particularly in the US, who have been captured by the European legislation, have identified material topics such as climate change to large global banks as being material only from the perspective of impact materiality. It doesn't actually meet the threshold for financial materiality, which you might find astounding, but actually, when you take into consideration the accounting treatment, which is that you have to discount any future event beyond 5 years to zero today, and if you have some of the long-run impacts of climate change, then they get discounted, suddenly now you start to think that impact materiality becomes far more fundamental and important. Whilst we have those organizations captured under CSRD and ISSB, we've got Brazil, for example, reporting next year, we've got India and Australia and others, I think we're going to start to see organizations who will not be disclosing under their ISSB for material topics that they will disclose under their European disclosures, and I think that opens some questions. So whether that then means IFRS get the ISSB to relook at that, who knows?
Yeah, I think that'll be very interesting, and I think the fact that CSRD has come in and is such a sort of train that's moving now, it'll be interesting to see what happens in the sort of CSRD versus ISSB space over the next 18 months on that topic. I am going to turn to you next, Gregory. So there was a question on, is there a risk that by asking for simple and useful data for the investor, the actual impact on biodiversity is lost? And how would you approach the issue of social impact in that space?
So I actually think that's a great question. I think that's what we're trying to do with this stock take is actually come down with what are the key indicators that actually matter to the state of nature and that matter to the understanding of the state of nature based on a financial product. So I don't want to, we're starting this process, right? So we're not ending this process. So I don't have an answer to that question yet. I would say on the social side, none of these topics are seen in isolation in an MDB, right? We have environmental and social standards. We are development banks. Our goal is social development and the well-being of populations. And so while we may have in a project certain nature metrics, that same project in the, either in the results matrix or in the policy matrix that we use in policy-based products, we're going to also have a set of social metrics and inclusion metrics as well, most likely, in the interventions that we're going to do that are going to involve nature. So we don't have to ask for one framework to cover everything because there's great social frameworks, right? There's great frameworks for inclusion, and we can include those indicators in the projects that we do.
Great, thanks. So one of the other popular questions that's come in is, are there planned consensus with ESG rating agencies? It would be great to standardize the metrics. So, for example, S&P, EcoVadis, CDP, etc. Erin, do you want to have a do you want to have a bash at that one?
That's beyond my remit, but maybe Marco or Gavin would like to join our panel temporarily because it's more squarely in the broader NPI scope. I don't know.
Over to you. Do you want me to ask
Marco?
it again, Marco? So, Marco, are there planned consensus with ESG rating agencies? It would be great to standardize the metrics, so S&P, EcoVadis, CDP, etc.
I think the plan is definitely to find the right set of landing places, including the agencies you just mentioned. The conversation with those agencies just started, and I think we need to go a little bit further in defining the methods and getting consensus before we can establish a proper conversation on what they could be interested on. So I think it has to come as the next step, but once we have a bit more consensus on the framework of metrics, that would be my answer.
Great, thank you. There is one final question. We've got time for a few more, which is good because there's quite challenging questions here. I'm going to throw this one out because it's the top rated. You probably are not all going to be that keen on it, but the question is, why don't SBTN, TNFD, and MPI all merge into one? Why does it make sense to separate out targets from state metrics, from DIRO metrics, different angles for different audiences, but the same base metrics? Go for it, Emily.
We love that question. We love that question. So I find that question very odd because nobody would take any other topic and ask everybody to glue together into one organization. It's not the way we work. It's also not the way that you create great quality work. So yeah, I think the way we're working with highly collaborative, joined up initiatives. I mean, I'm on the phone to Varsha, Erin's technical director, every week. I speak to Marco and Gavin every week. We're a community that is hugely closely connected and working, and the Nature Positive Initiative is a great example of that. And I'd also say that, well, I can't speak for SB, but for TNFD, we are a temporary initiative. Like TCFD, we are playing a role at a time where there is a gap in market capacity, market understanding, market guidance. We're filling that gap, and we hope to leave a helpful footprint in the corporate reporting landscape and the assessment practice. We'd welcome specific feedback about how to be joined up in the legacy we leave. For example, SBTN has its 5-step process. We have the LEAP approach. Should we be more joined up in how we connect those? We already have the intention to draw on the MPI metrics. We hope all the other initiatives will too, that will help to create joined up. So that's how I feel about the challenge set in that question.
Great. Anybody else want to give it a go?
Sure. I mean, I echo Emily's sentiment. We exist to serve different purposes, and we have different constituencies as well. So TNFD is market-led and temporary. SBTN is civil society-led, and we'll see how temporary or permanent we need to be, because it's going to depend on to what extent we can ensure that our work, which is defining the consensus guidance for companies and cities on what it means for them to do their part, is embedded in the appropriate accountability frameworks, government, et cetera, that's needed in order to not exist. And if we reach that point, or we can shift to more of a light maintenance mode, we absolutely would. I also am very open to ways in which mergers and morphing should happen over time, because I think that the NGO sector should be just as dynamic as the private sector in strategy. And I'm open to those kind of conversations and encourage them any time, as I think those that have collaborated with me have already experienced.
So I wanted to come in on this on the MDB side, because I actually think, I mean, we have multiple MDBs, right? There's the big MDBs, there's the national development banks, there's all, there's multiple networks. I also think, before Glasgow, MDBs had never issued a joint statement on nature before. That happened in Glasgow. That brought us together. A couple of years later, we created a formal nature working group with heads of nature within each institution working together. We worked on common principles for tracking, and that was a joint MDB effort. And now we're jointly as MDBs working on this KPI stock take. And so I also, this isn't, talking about SBTN or TNFD, but from the MDB side, I think it's remarkable the amount of collaboration that we've seen just in the last few years for MDBs to work as a system. And I know that that's a key goal going forward for all of the MDBs, to improve the way we work as a system.
Great, thanks. I'm just looking through the rest of the questions. There's a variety coming in. What shall I go for next? I think I'll ask this question to Matthew, actually, because you haven't spoken for a while. So there are sticks pushing corporates to calculate, and I should say this doesn't have a lot to do with metrics, but interesting question. There are sticks pushing corporates to calculate and disclose impacts and dependencies on nature. What carrots could be combined to get them to pay the actual price to reverse nature loss?
Yeah, this is the existential question of how do we get to price in externalities that corporates and we as civil society get the luxury of not having to pay for today and passing down the line, right? Which is a really large question. The reality here is we need to ensure that the regulatory frameworks and the corporate disclosure frameworks and the corporate obligations are aligned to achieve, a well-being economy. We want to get really existential here. We are likely in a polycrisis environment if we aren't heading towards one at a rapid pace. And the capital market structure that we have is insufficiently sophisticated to incorporate those externalities today, which means that we have, misaligned or disincentives for organizations to seek short-term profitability at the expense of long-term value. That's probably not the answer you guys were expecting, but I think that's the reality of where we are. What we have, of course, is piecemeal regulatory reform, which changes over time, that helps to address market failure. So we have in somebody in my team will correct me, 92 jurisdictions, we now have carbon pricing, for example, where the externality of carbon clearly needs to be priced into the marketplace, and it's changing the incentives and behaviors of the organizations that have to operate within them. We don't have quite yet the same marketplace for nature, and part of that, I would argue, is because of what we're talking about. We are still at a reasonably formative stage of understanding how we head towards. We've only really just defined what nature positive is, thanks Marco and team, but we're now trying to say, well, okay, if this is what nature positive is, what would need to be the appropriate metrics? And we've gone from the discussion of moving from absolute genetic diversity for all species on Earth to 3 metrics, please, if we can report that on an annual basis. And we need to find what the appropriate scale is in between. only at that stage, and when you understand what the market failures are, will you see regulatory intervention that goes beyond what we're seeing here in Cali around the international multilateral process that then gets translated into the national plans. So, yeah, it's a pretty standard academic answer, I'm afraid. But we have to address it because this is the threat that we face in society today. An awful lot, of course, of what is unpriced to the corporate sector is actually paid for either by taxpayers or by us as society. So, yeah.
Great, thank you. Emily, you want to come in?
Yeah, I just want to make 2 points which I think are related to the question and sort of connect to metrics as well. The first is that one of the things we've emphasized in the TNFD is that we're talking about halting and reversing nature loss. So we're talking about both avoiding and mitigating the harm, but also restoring, conserving, regenerating. And that's why we emphasized that we use the term impact driver metrics can be both about reducing the harm, but also doing good. And that's why the state of nature metrics are important, that they work both ways. And that in our disclosure framework, we encourage not net reporting, but you see both the negative and the positive separately. And the second, and it's a little bit of a plug, but is that in a few days on Sunday, TNFD will be launching a discussion paper for consultation on nature transition planning. So we're putting out guidance for both corporates and financial institutions for consultation, which will look at the content, what should be in a nature transition plan, and then how should it be disclosed. And that, again, is a home for state of nature metrics and the consensus we're going to create, because that's where it all comes together into a coherent strategic plan for how is an organization going to respond and contribute to the transition implied by the Global Biodiversity Framework, which brings us all here today. And so a critical part of that will be the metrics, including the state of nature metrics, that leads us both from the sort of mitigating risk through to the carrot from investors, because they will be scrutinizing those transition plans just like they do for net zero transition plans.
Great, thank you. And I think there is probably going to be a move to integrated climate and nature transition plans as well in that space. But I agree that is where everything starts to come together. Very interesting sort of final question that came in, which is, given nature isn't owned by businesses and many business source or operate from the same areas, does it make sense for everyone to be individually measuring the same thing? Excellent question. Erin, over to you.
This question comes up a lot in trying to decide methods for corporate target setting. So how we are tackling that is twofold. Having targets focused on the actions that an individual company can take. So imagine in a watershed, you've got a hydrological model saying the maximum water withdrawals should be this amount. As a company, I'm going to reduce my water withdrawals by this amount by this date to be in line with what that model says is needed. That's something an individual company can do. But what an individual company can't do is ensure the state of the health of that watershed. And so that's where our complementary approach of what is currently focused on land, but is landscape level engagement target is. And that's with the recognition that when you're talking about addressing nature, you are talking about a particular place, and that place is a collective of the organizations and the people that impact and depend on that place. And so we have a portfolio of targets that includes that landscape engagement with the expectation that the company work together in that in a locally led initiative that's committed to substantial ecological and social improvements and measuring them by a certain date.
Great, thank you so much. Anybody else want to come in on this one? My response would be this is actually where the MBSAPs and the businesses come together, because the national target setting will have to be place-based, and actually it will be only through those national biodiversity strategy and action plans that you can bring that sort of collective together to look at those specific areas. Okay, that was all of the questions. You can all relax now today. So I think if you could give everybody, the panelists here, a good round of applause for all of their... Thank you so much.
Final couple of words. So, yeah, again, thanks again. We covered an awful lot of ground there, including broccoli and M&A. So I wasn't expecting those two topics, but thanks for the questions from the audience as well. The consultation is open till early November. QR code here, go to naturepositive.org, pass it on to your networks. The more input we can get, the stronger the metrics, the more consensus we build. So please, please, please do participate in the online consultation, and today's questions and discussions will feed in as well. As I think Emily intimated, piloting and beta testing in 2025 is going to be absolutely key as well, through the lens of standards and guidances, but for many different kinds of practitioners out there. If that is of interest, let us know as well. We're starting to think about the approach to that now. Lastly, just a couple of housekeeping things. There's coffee outside if you'd like to grab a coffee. Another session begins here at 5 o'clock. We're going to start digging in to the practicalities of measuring state of nature. You heard the metrics in the previous session discussed. We're going to go a level deeper now in the next section of 5, so please join us for that one as well. Thank you very much, and thanks everybody again. Right, good afternoon, everybody. Thank you so much for joining the last session of the day on metrics. Quick introduction for myself. My name is Gavin Edwards. I'm the Executive Director of the Nature Positive Initiative Secretariat. You're in the Nature Positive Pavilion. Check out some of the other events here over the next days as well, if you can. I would really like to see you back here. Today has been Metrics Day in the Pavilion. We spent with a number of technical experts this morning, deep diving into terrestrial metrics, and then working on the challenge of freshwater and marine metrics as well. This afternoon, who was here for the opening session this afternoon, the 2 p.m. session? Just to get a sense, about a third, something like that. So let me just recap a little bit on a couple of the, pieces of content that we covered this afternoon. The Nature Positive Initiative, 27 organizations whose logos you can see here on the screen, have been working with a couple of consultancy companies, the Biodiversity Consultancy and Ernst & Young, to develop a set of state of nature metrics. Metrics that can be used to understand whether nature is in recovery or decline at different scales. That has been developed in a collaborative way. We've been engaging more than 100 other experts as well on this challenge, and that has resulted in the publication of a consultation document, which is on our website. We're going to come back to that in the discussion as well. Essentially, we think we've been able to narrow it down to 4 indicators and underlying metrics: ecosystem extent, ecosystem condition, ecosystem intactness and connectivity, and species extinction risk, that you'll be able to apply at different scales. And those are 4 universal metrics, and an additional 5 case-specific metrics that you may need to use in specific cases as well. We think that they can be applied on a maturity model from an entry level all the way to a standard and advanced. And we think that they can be embedded within standards and guidances. For example, we heard earlier both the Task Force on Nature-Related Financial Disclosure and the Science Based Targets Network talk about how they welcome this consensus that's building on state of nature metrics to embed within their frameworks. We heard a multilateral development bank talk about how they're going to be useful, and that standardized and more comparable approach is going to be useful from the perspective of NDBs, whether it's looking at infrastructure investment or debt for nature swaps. And so these are some of the use cases of those metrics. Now, in today's panel, what we're going to look at is essentially a private sector perspective and practitioner perspective as well. I won't get into the panel now. What I'm going to first do instead is introduce a couple of speakers for a fireside chat to help illuminate this further now that I've set the stage for everybody. So I'd like to welcome to the stage Jana Grigorian from GEO and Marco Lambertini, the convener of the Nature Positive Initiative. Over to you guys.
Thank you, Gavin. Yeah, we're going to try and stay here. That's fine, that's fine. Great. To the third of you that stayed for 3 sessions in the room, we should offer you a free dinner because, 3 sessions on metrics is close to be a killer. So well done. Well done for your resilience and passion and interest. Jana.
Yes.
First of all, great to have you here. It's fantastic. Jana Georgian is the CEO of GEO. It's not National Geographic, but is the group on Earth observations hosted by the World Meteorological Organization. It's an organization that I had the pleasure to meet a couple of years ago when the brilliant idea was incubated. And the brilliant idea that was just a seed at the time has become, well, not quite a tree yet, but something much a sprout. More than that. And Jana today is going to talk about that because, as Gavin introduced, this session is about practical use of the metrics that were introduced in the previous sessions. Because let's be clear, unless the metric system framework we come up with is usable and practically applicable, is no good. So we need to actually stress test our own metrics vis-a-vis the different users and use cases. And people like Jana and GEO are organizations that are going to develop methods and approaches to be able to deliver and make those metrics usable and applicable. So Jana, you are developing this global ecosystem atlas. Maybe you can start describing a little bit what that is.
Thank you, Marco, and hello, everybody. Can we just, for 1 minute, recognize the brilliance of Nature Positive Initiative that's making Matrix cool with a round of applause? I mean, Matrix, but look at the crowd here, so kudos. And it's really a privilege, I think, of the highlight of my career so far is to be able to convene the Global Ecosystems Atlas Initiative because of the moment in time in which this is happening, when there's this great momentum among the governments and the private sector and financial institutions to really put us back on course to live in harmony with nature. And the fact that Nature Positive Initiative has come up and decided to really do the difficult and hard work to consolidate Nature Matrix gives us a really great mark towards developing the Ecosystems Atlas to make it really fit for purpose. So what is the Atlas? Simply put, the Global Ecosystems Atlas will be the representation of all the world's ecosystems of all types, terrestrial, freshwater, coastal, marine, that's being shown, served up in a harmonized way. All the world's ecosystem in one place in a harmonized way. That's it in a nutshell. Setting up the monitoring system so you can, or we can, recognize change in the extent of those ecosystems, their condition and risk. On the back end, there will be plenty more, but I think maybe I'll talk about it a little bit later.
No, thank you. And I think for some of you that are at least listened to the previous presentation or looked at online of the proposal of state of nature metrics, ecosystem extent and ecosystem condition are two of the fundamental indicators and with metrics attached to it of the framework we are proposing. So, obviously, it's not an accident that those metrics and indicators are there, because today, through remote sensing, Earth observation in general, we are able to know a great deal of details on extent and increasingly condition as well. And of course, the granularity dimension is important, right? Because our metrics are along a lateral maturity, so very basic entry level, very broad categories, typologies of ecosystems, down to the finest level towards the specific locally important ecosystems. So how do you deal with that complexity? How can you help address that complexity through global Earth observations?
Great question, Marco. And that's really the crux of the case. We have a vast amount of knowledge about ecosystems that has been collected by different actors over long periods of times. Ecosystems are so complex. And one of the things that's kind of led us to what we are dealing with today is a very fragmented, scattered state of understanding ecosystems, is that there have been applied different approaches to classifying them. Different entities have classified ecosystems in different ways. They've mapped them different ways. And what the Atlas has done is actually worked with the global ecosystem typology, which is now the international common classification system for ecosystems, and harmonize the various maps of ecosystems, aligning it to this standard, thereby creating one resource that is representing all these vast different works in one harmonized way. Remote sensing really gives us great opportunity to map things at scale. And in some areas, maps have been produced at very fine resolution, 10 meters and below. Certain ecosystems have been mapped at 100 kilometers, I'm sorry, not 100 kilometers, 100 meters, 25 kilometers. We have decided to settle our proof of concept, presenting the first map at 100 meters, which is a pretty decent scale for most applications. But the beautiful thing, and this is what I really want to talk about, imagine you are going to a restaurant and you want a really nicely curated menu. You don't want to know how this menu has been prepared and what went into serving you this really fantastic menu just as you wanted it. We in the kitchen have gone through the trouble of sourcing all kinds of different ingredients, in this case, maps. We worked with partners to quality assure these maps so that what you are receiving in your curated menu is only of the highest quality, because that is what you deserve. And that is the work that we have done with a great number of partners, some of the global data providers, regional data providers, but also national governments. And when you get to work at country level, that is where you get the finer scale of data. So our curated sort of catalog of data contains a mix of data. But what we are serving up to you is that quality assured, harmonized data set, which is your first entry point into knowledge about spatial distribution of ecosystems. Now, if you are a corporate and you are looking into assessing a site in a particular place and you want finer scale resolution than the 100 meters, then you can go into that area and actually access that data that underpins the atlas. Does that make sense? So if you really want to know where that blueberry on top of your cheesecake came from, you can actually find that source data. But we are making it easy for you to be able to first experience it, enjoy the full experience, and then also give you the option to actually dig deep into it.
Great. I mean, you mentioned several times harmonization. How easy has been or is to harmonize the ecosystem of space agencies, remote sensing agencies, public and privates that are really, many today has been a very fast developing sector. So what has been your experience in aligning that diverse ecosystem towards a joint product like the Ecosystem Atlas?
It's probably similar to your experience of trying to align all kinds of matrix developers and providers into consolidated aligned group. But really, it's been, I wouldn't say it's been challenging actually. When I got going on this journey, I didn't realize that apparently I was touching something that people thought was going to be impossible to do. And apparently, I'm finding it out now, months later, there was some skepticism that this was actually going to be possible. But I think we took similar approach to the way Nature Positive Initiative has done. We brought pretty much everyone into the room from the very beginning. And we made the value proposition in such a way that all our partners saw this as an opportunity to have their data and their products amplified. This was an exercise of amplifying and augmenting the value of these individual pieces, right? Because our ability to bring all this together, consolidate and align, and serve it up to much broader community than the individual communities really was an attractive proposition. And I think that's laying down the foundation and the spirit of this being highly collaborative, what unlocked the appetite and the spirit. And honestly, it's been a really fantastic journey. Our proof of concept is now live on the street since yesterday. And as they say in the business world, going from idea to results, you design it as if you know you're right, and then you test it as if you were wrong. So now that this product is live, we want people to engage. We want us to help us find what's wrong with it, what's not serving right. And as long as we're very open and transparent about this being that phase, I think we're really going to have a pretty good time making sure that we are really developing a fit for purpose product. But truly, I think it's all about not stripping the value from others' work, not trying to take over, but really about amplifying the value of those investments that have already been made, And the other aspect of it is everybody recognizing is we face a significant challenge that despite having all that knowledge, we have just in the few months, we've built this product with 43 data sets, 13 country national maps, but we really lack sufficient data on half of the world's ecosystems. Think about it, half of the world's ecosystems, and if they're not on the map, you really don't know how to manage them, right? You cannot guide conservation strategies. You don't know where to really strategically target investments. So we also are undertaking the effort to fill those gaps in partnering with organizations like European Space Agency and NASA, who are providing available, free, increasingly high resolution data, as well as with our partners who are developing artificial intelligence-powered models, new foundational models, trained with field data. So all of these capabilities, cutting-edge technologies, and local data coming together are giving us truly unprecedented opportunity to map those dark spots, if you will, and really apply this exponential power of technology to deliver this essential resource to solve an existential problem.
I think what Jana just said, the essential resource and the existential problem, is what also played a role, I think, in bringing together all these different players, because I was privileged to be part of the first workshop that you organized in Geneva with many of these players, and I really felt that there was a sense of purpose, shared purpose, and urgency coming up already from that exercise. So I think it's a fantastic, you drove that community towards a fantastic level of alignment. And let me add one thing. This ecosystem atlas is not going to be just useful, as you say, which is super important purpose, to actually provide data to countries and organizations and users that don't have the ability today to access those data. So remember, if you remember from the previous session, accessibility and affordability of the metrics that we are suggesting, critical criteria. We don't want this to be elite metrics, we want this to be metrics usable by everybody. So that's a fundamental session. The other dimension, of course, is that this is a, if you like, once it's all harmonized, a pretty much independent source of data that will hold accountable very clearly and very strongly the different users in moving forward, delivering their strategies to contribute to ultra-reverse biodiversity loss. So it's on one hand supporting, on the other hand also holding everybody accountable.
I do, Marco, want to draw your attention to this slide because I promised you I was going to show you a slide on extent, and this is showing the extent of various ecosystems, in this particular case terrestrial. But look at the coloring, right? So the colors represent different types of ecosystems that the data sets have been harmonized. And what I really love about this potential of the atlas is the ability to facilitate sort of peer-to-peer communication, coordination, and exchange. If you are a country in Europe, or if you are a corporate in Europe, and you see the red-colored ecosystem, and you also have the same in Brazil, and you have the same in Mexico, then you can really be reaching out across borders to compare and contrast how things are actually evolving on the ground. What are the strategies that are working? So it's really leveling the playing field across actors. So I thought it was kind of cool.
Yeah,
I thought so.
I thought so. I think so. Yeah, indeed. By the way, we're going to have questions together on this topic after the next panel that will be soon coming on stage. Jana, what's next?
What's next is to have a few brave partners take this for a spin, and then we really launch phase 1 in January, and we go into full-scale implementation. Building the proof of concept gave us the ability to set up the whole architecture of developing this product. We have the kitchen set up. Now we can start to churn out the curated dishes. Hopefully you're not tired of this analogy, or hungry, I don't know. But we've had fantastic engagement so far. This is definitely, this has the interest of different stakeholders. We were fortunate to secure funding to be able to go into phase 1 and begin full-scale implementation. So I hope we continue to stay connected. We're happy to be part of NPI Forum. And I really look forward to us connecting with you when you are ready to interrogate the various tools to actually see how they're serving the state of nature matrix.
Jana, thank you very much. I hope this has shed a bit of light about what the Ecosystem Atlas, Global Ecosystem Atlas is. There will be an opportunity to ask questions later on. Check on the website for more information. And I guess you got a feel a little bit from Jana's performance today, Jana's sheer determination to make this happen. So that gives me actually a lot of confidence it will happen very soon. So Jana, thank you very much. Please join me to a big hand up for this very, very brave but also exciting initiative of GEO. So thank you so much, Jana.
Thank you.
You will be asked to come back on stage for the questions later on. And now it's my pleasure to hand over to a great colleague, Malcolm Starr. He is one of these people that have such a cool title. Here it is, Chief Innovation Officer of the Biodiversity Consultancy. Malcolm, over to you.
Thanks very much, Marco, and Jana, for that. It's fantastic. As someone who's been working in the field with metrics for a few years, to see things coming together that will make things which took maybe a year or more to compile data suddenly be able to be done really, really quickly and accessible to everyone. I've been very happy to support the Nature Positive Initiative through this process of developing the metrics. And one of the important things through that process has been the wide engagement. It's really important that metrics are practical and useful, because they've got to be used to be realistic. And one of the really important processes has been having the experience of companies that have been trialing similar sort of metrics into that. So we'd like to hear today from 3 of these companies who have been on their nature journey for a while now, to share what they've learned and what that could mean for others. So I'd like to welcome Leticia Guimarães, Biodiversity and Nature Lead from Vale. Welcome, Leticia. Rennie Myers, Global Ocean Policy Lead from Ørsted, and Livia Paraguasu, from Global Net Zero Manager from Nestle. So we have... Great. So we have 3 companies with sort of global operations in 3 different sectors who've had different but perhaps similar, we'll find out, journeys with nature. So I'm going to start with a few questions to the panelists, and then we'll open it up to audience Q&A. So you can submit questions using that QR code, and you can vote on questions that other people have submitted, and we'll pick the questions that most people have voted on. So Leticia, to start with you. So Vale, you have operations all around the world in mining, and this year you've been one of the first companies to prepare and report using the TNFD framework, collating data from many different parts of the business. Could you maybe talk us through what the process you went through with that was, and what the challenges and opportunities that there were?
Of course, thank you. First, thank you for the invitation. It's very nice to be here with you and talk a little about that. I'm very happy with the presentation that we see later with the metrics, and because we start to run a pilot project in 2023, and we have a lot of different challenges, and we decide when we start, the first decision is to start. We have to start for somewhere. So the next decision, it's about what will you use, what kind of data it's possible to use. So we decide that we will use what we have in the hands, okay, in this moment. We collect a lot of data in our environmental impact assessment. We collect a lot of data every year to report GRI and other indicators. So we decide to use these data. This data. And it's important to say that it's not, we have gaps, of course, but we have a lot of different tools and database, public database, that supports this kind of analysis. So it's very important to combine this kind of data to understand the state of nature of our areas. We first, another thing that is very important, it's to start with our operations in Brazil. Why? I'm based in Brazil. I know very well our operations, our sites in Brazil, and the environmental in these areas. So it's important to apply. I'm able to analyze the results and understand that these results represent the reality. Okay, this is very, very important. So if you are thinking about to start where you are most confident that you know the area, that you know the data, that you are able to analyze the results with a critical opinion, okay? So we use the same kind of metrics that you told here, the extent of the habitats, the ecosystems, the quality of these ecosystems, and the type of species, the richness, the type of species, and the abundance of the most important, most critical species that we understand are more critical because they are threatened. So using the data that we have. And we are able to understand the state of nature in this place and understand using our information about drivers of impacts that we use, again, the GRI indicator information that the operations report every year, together with the ecosystem services, data of the ecosystem services that we are most depending on, that are water quality, water supplier, okay, and climate regulation, that we have some information. Of course, we have gaps too. We not assess all the ecosystem services in our sites. So this is one of the improvements that we have to implement. But it's very important to have this experience to understand what we have in our hands about data and how we are able to put all these things together and understand our biodiversity risks, our nature risks. But the most important is the biodiversity risks, because for climate, risks related to climate, to water, are very mature in the valley management system. But biodiversity is the big gain that we have in this, using the TNFD, applying the TNFD methodology, because we are able to put the biodiversity risks in the risk map of the company this year. So what is the importance of that? Language. We talk about that in our lunch. When we talk about biodiversity in our board of directors, they are not able to understand everything. The importance of biodiversity because it's life on Earth, because, oh, it's important, okay, but what this has with our business, and our business in that, we are a mining company, biodiversity, okay. When you talk about risks, they can understand what we are talking about. Of course, we know these risks and we manage these risks, but it's not in our board language yet. So this is one of the gains, the most important gains that we have applying the methodology. Is the best thing? I don't know, but we start. Okay.
Great, thanks, Letitia. So key message there is, you can get started. You might not think you have perfect data, but you can get going. And by measuring state of nature, you can help elevate biodiversity to decision-making levels. Great. So, Rennie, coming to you. So, Ørsted has made a commitment to be net positive for biodiversity by 2030, and you recently published a biodiversity measurement framework. Could you talk us through a little bit about that process and what you learned whilst you were doing it?
Absolutely. So, yeah, in 2022, we released and set our net positive ambition for assets commissioned after 2030. And so that meant that, much like Vale, we already collect a lot of information, a real density of information in our environmental impacts surveys and studies. But now we were going to need to do that in a way that was translatable across our global footprint. It meant that we needed to do that in a way that could measure ecosystems enhancement as much as quantify sort of in situ, project by project risks and opportunities.
And so that meant that we also had to change the methodology or adapt the methodologies that we were using and the technologies that we were using to be able to consistently measure across all of our assets. And I can talk a little bit about that in a second if you'd like. There's certainly the board buy-in piece. I think we were lucky to have some champions on our board who were really eager to take a leading position on this. But I think it opened up as many questions as it sort of raised opportunities for us to be able to find consistency across all of our projects. So still measuring same things, quality, habitat quality, species population health, but then using that framework, that measurement framework, to identify in our project operating model stage gates where you are always going to have to check in on your actions for biodiversity, how you're prioritizing key biodiversity features, and then ultimately using that to justify additional enhancement and action that you can take project by project.
Great, thanks, Rennie. So you mentioned the use of different technologies. Do you want to speak a little bit more to that? Which are the technologies that have been most useful?
For sure. And again, every habitat is unique in the technologies that in many ways that you might justify and that you might deem as most scientifically rigorous, right? But it meant that now we're looking at technologies, we're building our internal guidance that can cut across our global projects. So we needed technologies that could efficiently scale our observations. We needed to collect more continuous data. We needed to be able to monitor at greater spatial scales rather than just project by project, so we could have that consistency of measurement over time. And just to say, for most renewable energy projects, it could be an up to 10-year development timeline for a project and then a 30-year operating timeline. So that means that the second that we set that ambition, we needed to start our journey very quickly to develop our own framework to be able to understand and build in those decisions early on in the project. And we've been very happy to see that as Nature Positive Initiative has been rolling out and doing the sort of community consensus work, that many of those suggestions have lined up with what we already had in place. So that was a weight off our shoulders, I think. But in terms of specific technologies, I think eDNA is something that we've been really interested in. We recognize its potential and its current limitations. So for example, you can't necessarily use it to measure abundance at this time, but there are advancements and you can pair it with those same in situ observations you need to do for your environmental impact assessment anyway. Distributed acoustic system sensing, synthetic aperture radar, AI and machine learning, remote sensing. All those things are technologies that are either out on the market or developing. And then we also ended up developing our own UAV, so a floating LiDAR that we now put out when we're assessing lease areas. And have patented. So it's been nice to also show internally that by having a real cause motivating your measurement framework and the technologies that you use to do that, you can actually create new commercial enterprises internally that we can then share across the industry.
Great, thanks very much, Rennie. So really showing that measurement of state of nature is not just necessarily something you do as a regulatory framework, but it can unlock opportunities and help underpin targets as well. So that's great. Livia, so coming to you now. So, Nestle, have been on a nature journey for a number of years now. The nature positive metrics that we've been hearing a lot about today, they're framed along a maturity scale from sort of entry level through to advanced. Could you say, what's your journey been like, and how far away do you think we are from the advanced sort of level at the moment?
Yeah, sure. So first of all, thank you for having me. I will start just giving a little bit of context about our nature assessment this year. As you just mentioned, Nestle has been working on nature initiatives for the past 10 years. So we have some landscape initiatives, 15 around the world in Brazil, Mexico, and Malaysia. We also have our deforestation-free ambition for some key commodities. And we are also making great progress in regenerative agriculture at farm level. But the question this year was, how can we connect all those dots, all those initiatives in a single methodology at global level? So this year, we decided to develop an internal tool to assess nature, and we defined some priorities. The land footprint, the water, fresh water, soil pollution, and biodiversity. And during this process, we identify some improvements opportunities for sure. And it was like a first assessment, not the first one because we did one with the biodiversity consultancy company a few years ago, but was an exercise trying to improve and better understand our state of nature for those priorities. And the way that I see this nature journey reporting is quite similar to carbon. So keeping improving the factors. Sometimes we have no data available for a specific region or country. How can we deal with this? The kind of assumptions that we can create it, and of course work with some partners to identify the opportunities that we want to improve next year. So it was the phase 1 of our internal tool. Next year, we have identified some things to work on, but I would say that it's an improvement process. We learned a lot from our carbon journey, our net zero roadmap, and the biodiversity strategy is embedded in the net zero roadmap. So yeah, I think it's a long journey, but we have to start.
Great, thanks, Livia. Yeah, so another message around just getting started, but then also looking within the organization to see what you can use from your climate and other data sources to help you get started and learn from that. So I'd like to sort of turn to the different types of metrics. We tend to focus quite often on terrestrial metrics because they're the most tangible, but sometimes we forget about freshwater and the oceans, but they're critically important, ecosystems for all of us. So, maybe starting with Letitia, how have you tackled measurement in the freshwater and marine realm?
Oh, in the marine realm, it's more difficult. I think we have a big challenge, and I left to my colleague here that has more experience in this habitat, this kind of habitat. But in the freshwater, we didn't use yet in this pilot project, but in Brazil we have a water quality index that it's an index that you use information about physical and biological about your rivers and the freshwater habitats. And using this combined with species components and maybe you talk here about eDNA. eDNA is a new, very good methodology and works very well for water, freshwater habitats. Maybe you can have a very good metric to understand the state of nature of this kind of habitats. But we implement this kind of index in our environment impact assessment. It's how we evaluate this kind of habitats. But maybe if we increment with different new information using the same rationale that you use for the metrics here, it's possible to understand better how is the state of nature in this kind of freshwater habitats.
Great, thanks, Letitia. Rennie, do you want to go talk about oceans?
Always. I think many people would recognize that measurements in the ocean, in ocean ecologies, are incredibly labor-intensive, time-intensive, money-intensive. You're dealing with mobile species, which I think is one of the reasons why when we were developing our measurement framework, we knew we needed to develop our onshore and offshore asset assessments together because we needed it to translate across both. And oftentimes we take the terrestrial first and let that be a model for offshore, but ultimately there are some questions and compromises that you make in that process. I want to flag for folks that I think WWF US is supporting this nature positive pathways for ocean economies that will be mapping a lot of the different sort of metrics, best practices and standards that should be coming out in November. And we're really looking forward to that as sort of a good lay of the land for what's already out there in addition to what we've proposed. But we also, I think, in marine ecology recognize that especially in the ecosystems where we work the most, the North Sea and the Baltic Sea, those are habitats under extreme duress with a low degree of visibility. And so on the one hand, that helps us feel empowered to take action and know that the restoration projects that we do in partnership with research organizations and nonprofits can have a positive impact from a pretty degraded state, but also gives us sort of the mandate to make sure that we're using the best available science and improving on that science as we go through our measurement framework.
Great, thanks, Rennie. And Livia, what's your experience with freshwater and oceans?
Yeah, so as I mentioned, freshwater was one of the priorities for this exercise this year. So we calculate the water at our manufacturing sites and also the water needed to grow our ingredients. So the way that we did it was using some factors for water, so blue water, green water, and gray water. And then we just multiply this with our activity data, which is the purchase quantity. And then you said, okay, let's try to assess our state of nature for fresh water. And we are using several data sources. And we are using the SBTN and also the Atlas to define the stress of water in terms of quality, availability, and demand. So we try to get this data really at watershed. And yes, so it was a little bit of our experience this year for freshwater.
Great, thanks. Rennie, yeah?
And I just also wanted to add, I think as we continue to build out our data collection processes to cover those gaps, you have to be opportunistic, especially for marine ecology, right? So if you're operating offshore, making sure that you have the good relationships internally to do, transit opportunities to tack your biodiversity measurements onto other activities that you might already be doing. And so I think it's as much as you're embedding these metrics into the way that you work and the research that you do in your EIS processes, you also have to embed it into the cultural norms within the organization. And so there's a real social project that we all have to undertake at the same time as we're undertaking this more technical project and reporting project.
Great, thanks very much. So we're getting a lot of questions in from the audience. So Jana, do you want to come and join us again? There's some for you as well. But I'll start with there's a question that's been addressed actually to all three of you, which is the big challenge, the value chain. You can do some things on direct operations, but how have you been approaching measurement in your value chains?
Oh, I will start because I think this is the most big challenge that we have. Okay, because if you have some gaps in your direct operations, imagine in the value chain. But how we are dealing with that? First, we are starting. This is a journey, of course. We start trying to understand our value chain. First, our suppliers. We have 20,000 suppliers just in Brazil. So it's a big amount of suppliers. And we run a first analysis to understand the sectors and the potential impact of these sectors on nature aspects like water, people, biodiversity, climate. And we are able to prioritize these suppliers to all these themes. Okay, so today we are dealing with 183 suppliers that are critical for biodiversity. And when you talk about climate, water, and biodiversity, 400, almost 400, okay? So we are starting for them. And it's very important to understand that we have two different types of suppliers, so two different lines of work you have to do. First, the small and medium suppliers that need to understand, they don't know what is TNFD or SBTI, okay? They are regional suppliers that they need to understand why understand the impacts and dependencies is important. What kind of risks you can deal when you talk about nature. So it's more capacity building than work with them to develop something, to disclose something. It's the first phase. And the big suppliers, it's possible to work with them together. They are almost in different maturity spaces, but very close to our maturity, okay? And we can give hands and work together. How to implement, what are your targets, what kind of measure you have in your company. Let's establish targets together. Let's establish some measures together, implement new areas to conserve and something like this. So it's different kind of suppliers. And with this, we are now starting to analyze the maturity of part of the suppliers. And this year, we run a very good pilot project with CBEDS, that is Brazilian Business Council for Sustainable Development. It's a collective pilot that was very important to understand where to test, what kind of information we need, where you have to go to our suppliers. So we established 30 of the most critical suppliers to understand where they are and implement the locate phase of the LEAP approach, okay? And it's very nice to have the opportunity to understand what kind of information we will need. It's not perfect, but it's now, again, I start.
Great. So it's a big problem, but you can start to segment it by thinking about different types of suppliers, and you can find partners to work with to start to break it down. Rennie and then Livia, so any experiences?
I'll just second that methodology and approach. I think Vale has done some incredible work on this. We're just at the beginning of our journey and beginning to map out our very long supply chain in the offshore wind and renewables industry. Also prioritizing suppliers and working with the World Economic Forum has just started to launch a responsible renewable infrastructure coalition. And so our hope is that as we bring more of our peers on board, as we collaboratively work across developers, that we can continue to use that convening power to bring our suppliers and their suppliers and their suppliers all together to talk about making sure that we're aligning not just our metrics on nature, but also social metrics, so that we're doing those two pieces in tandem and trying to have a rising tide that lifts all boats as we get smart on the integration of those things. I'll also say that Ørsted was a sort of early actor on implementing and starting our double materiality and CSRD assessment, and that has been hugely helpful in making sure that we understand our gaps and where we need to be doubling down with particular suppliers and getting better and more accurate data.
Great.
Yeah, very briefly, because I think it's quite the same. But we are engaging with suppliers, so help them to build some roadmaps, as we did for carbon, as we want to do for nature as well. And the aim is to get more granular data as possible. Just an example, for the dairy business, we work very closely with some farms. We have some pilots. We are co-investing in some solutions for manure management, like provide information and like bring them together in this nature assessment and nature journey. So I think the key message is to get more granular data as possible and work with suppliers on the ground, and also engaging some key stakeholders.
Great, thanks very much.
I want to add just one thing. Tools like the Iana shows us today will be very important to understand better our suppliers. In the locate phase for the TNFD, for example, this will be very rich and very good.
Great, thank you very much. So a big problem, but you can start breaking it down. You can start to prioritize and get started. And that's a good segue back to you, Jana. So there are several questions which have come in, which all start with the sort of, this is fantastic work that Stio's doing. So that's great to hear. There's one around, in the harmonization, did you actually reprocess some of the data, or is it the original data that's provided? And then there's a question around data sovereignty, both governments and then with indigenous peoples, and how was that considered?
Thank you very much, and thanks for the reassurance and compliments. On the processing, so there wasn't processing of the original imagery per se. However, in the process of crosswalking the various data sets that we worked with to harmonize them, right, to the classification system, in that process there has been some processing. So we didn't process the satellite imagery per se, but in converting, translating, crosswalking the data set to the typology standard, there was processing involved. So I don't know if we say the word processing in the same way, whoever asked the question, but hopefully that does help. The other question you asked about data sovereignty, and I think there was specifically even on the sort of indigenous peoples, I will tell you that in the proof of concept phase, we have not yet worked with the indigenous peoples and local communities. However, the approach we intend to take is just like with any owner of the data. We thoroughly study the data license, first of all. And if the license is crystal clear that it is open, then that's great. But even in that case, we actually engage with the custodians of the data sets. And where there is any ambiguity and uncertainty, we do not assume consent. We actually interact with the owners of the data set to ensure that we can use it. Or if there are any things that have to be, provisions have to be inserted, that we implement those. And in the phase of the proof of concept, we actually have worked with the custodians of the data sets. We've converted some where they were closed and then they opened it. So that is exactly the kind of approach. I don't know too many initiatives which actually from the get-go involve IP lawyers. And I'm incredibly proud that from the start, we actually involved intellectual property lawyers in the process because we take this issue of data sovereignty extremely seriously and we do not want to expose any data sets. We also want to make sure that we protect the users downstream because, and we live in the world where AI is taking off, but also a lot of governments are regulating the use of AI and really imposing more and more regulations. So we all need to be hyper conscious actually and never assume consent and openness, but we really need to check and verify and validate. And that, I'm really pleased to say, is how we've set up our process. And it is part of that trust building, actually, because we want to make sure that people trust us in sharing their data sets.
Brilliant. Thanks, Jana. That's really reassuring to hear, I think. So there's a lot of really interesting questions coming in, but I think we're going to have to prioritize somewhat. So there's a few which sort of go all along the lines of about how do you get the internal buy-in and how do you simplify the complexity of biodiversity when you're communicating to high levels of decision-making. Would any of you like to speak to that? What's your experience been?
I think I mentioned something about that earlier. And of course, it's all about language. Today in the morning, I was in a panel and a guy from a bank say, we are communicators. We are all communicators, and it's important to use the right language. It's very difficult, and I don't think that biodiversity resumes just to risks, okay? Risks for the business. But this is an important language that you can use to talk with your board, to make them understand the importance for the business. Dependency, it's another key word that you can use to go on that subject with the leadership.
Okay, great.
I think for us, there are two key, maybe one key piece is that it's critical to our stakeholders and it's critical to our investors, right? So we were getting questions from our investors, especially at this forum 2 years ago. What are you doing on biodiversity? What does nature positive mean to Ørsted? And those are questions that you need to have a science-informed answer to, that you need to understand the impact to the business case depending on what types of actions that you take. So I think that the groundswell of support that we see in forums like this is critical to making sure that there continues to be progressive action. And then in the process of doing that, having tangible investments and early pilot projects to show on the ground action, not just that you're doing additional metrics work, but that you are investing in the communities where you work and that your employees feel excited and good about that, as well as I think are two other key pieces to building that leadership support.
Yeah, and I think also during this exercise to build our internal tool, when we go through all the metrics, it's quite difficult to understand if you are not someone who work on the environmental field. So we try to say, okay, let's add some definitions here, but people, they don't understand actually what is star metric, what is eco-region in Technos. So the way that we are planning to do is really provide trainings for people. And also, I think we have an important thing which plays an important role for the next year, which is the reporting. So we have to do. People know that we have to do. So we have this as a card to play, I think.
Great. Thanks very much for that experience. So maybe just very quickly, there's questions around biodiversity and climate and the interactions. So how has measuring the state of nature changed your approach to climate? Has it? Has it reinforced it? Have you adapted your approach to climate? Or are they still currently sort of broadly independent?
Quickly, I think being a first mover on SBTI makes it easy to be a first mover on SBTN. I think those are paved paths already. I think we have a lot of room for growth in incorporating biodiversity measurement into things like natural carbon sequestration and projects and carbon credit projects. So that's something that I think we need to also think about. What does that look like? But otherwise, I think it was more a challenge to bridge that gap of, we always say there's one metric for climate. There's not really, but there is one metric for climate that was easy to understand for internal stakeholders. Talking about the diversity and breadth of monitoring that we had to do for biodiversity, I think was a real shock to people internally. And so being able to provide clear tools, internal guidelines to do that internal engagement meant that is helping us bridge that gap.
I think when you talk about internal engagement, this is very important because the climate journey starts first. And when you start to talk about nature metrics and something like this, you have to talk with your climate team and understand the way that they are going and the paths, the difficulties and challenges. So it's easy to engage with them, and this makes the integration more feasible, maybe. And you start to understand that climate and biodiversity are very, very, very integrated. So I think the engagement, it's a very good word.
Yeah, great.
Yeah, and I really like to bring carbon to this conversation because I see the nature assessment very somehow similar to the carbon journey. And we are understanding, because we have been through the SBTN pilot project, so we've learned a lot. We have formulated some targets in line with it would be in line with SBTN approach. So now we are understanding how does it mean in practice and how can it impact our net zero roadmap, because the idea is not to try to build a separate link. It's exactly actually embed the nature strategy in our net zero roadmap. So I would say that they are very integrated.
And across both of those also needs to be people. There needs to be social impacts. We can't forget that. I think in any action you take, particularly biodiversity action on the ground, there are social consequences. So,
great. Thanks very much. There's so many more interesting questions and things we'd love to discuss, but I'm afraid we're at time. The other groups are arriving. But just a quick reflection from me. I mean, if we take ourselves back to Montreal a couple of years ago, or even to some of the meetings prior to that, we were having discussions. There were some case studies around specific projects that companies had done, but now we have 3 major companies sharing years of experience, with a room full of people, and it's incredible how fast and far things have moved. So thank you so much, all of you, for sharing your experiences and for the tool development, which will hopefully enable things to go even faster. And let's see where we'll be in a few years' time as well. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Letitia. Thank you, Renee. Thank you, Livia. Thank you, Jana, as well. Thanks, Malcolm, for bringing the discussion along. Thanks, everybody, too. Again, if you would like to engage in the consultation, the QR code may come up any second now. We're going to wrap up now. just one quick plea, as well as inputting on the consultation. If you could also move out of this room pretty quickly. We got to clear the chairs for a reception in 15 minutes' time. So I don't want to chase you away, but do hurry up. Thank you very much.
Not work? The clicker?
The clicker didn't work. Right. I showed them.
I'll take all of those.
Yeah, okay.
It was a great session. Yes.
Hello? Hello, ladies and gentlemen. If you're after that drink that I know you've all come for, then make your way through here. Drinks this way, drinks this way.
That's why I was asking you. Yeah. This is Fred.
Oh, yeah. What's your name? Luis.
Yep. Empezamos en 2 minutos. Empezamos en 2 minutos. Más o menos. Podemos tener, podría darme 2 más de esos por la gente durante la sección por preguntas y respuestas. No ahorita, en momentos. That's for this one. Which button, this one? ¿Cuál? ¿Derecha o izquierda? Bueno, gracias. I'm Reagan. Hi. Nice to meet you. What is your name? Vaughn. Hi. We'll have 2 others for them to share, and I'll have 2 additional ones for the audience members. Hello? May I leave this with you? Okay. You will share it. So, how are you? I'm good, and you? Yes. So, Nature Conservancy? Yes. From the French Revolution. Exactly. Oh no! Yes. I just finished serving the president of the National Congress. Transitioning out of that. Sorry? Oh, it's just, I've got the names of everybody, but to be honest, it's hiding over there. And maybe you can see. So we have, two other microphones. It's just everyone stood anyway. Right, I'll let you. Yeah. Do we have any water? We can get 14 Rosella. Yeah. I'm going to tell him now. Thank you. I requested some bottled water. You. Sure. Thank you. Okay. I don't need this, but I'll give it to Cora.
Good evening. Hello, Calais. It sounds like everyone has a drink in their hand, if I can tell by the noise level. But I would still like your attention. I need somebody who can whistle really loud. Yes, thank you, thank you. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to our Nature Positive event tonight. It's great to have so many friends here together. How many of you were in Montreal? How many of you are amazed at how far we've come in 2 years? How many just feel a compelling sense of urgency on how much more we have to do? We don't get this far, though, if we don't work in partnership. And it's remarkable how much we've all continued to work in partnership leading up to the impact that together we were able to have in Montreal on the Kunming Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework. We know we're carrying that energy into Cali with our host government from Colombia really leading the way for us. So I'd like to just do a quick shout out to the partners who've worked together, not just for tonight's event, although that's not insignificant, but also for the tremendous effort that has led us into what we have tonight and what will take us ahead. So I'm here, Diane Holdorf from WBCSD. A huge shout out to the WBCSD team and members who are here. Thank you all. Business for Nature, Ava and the team, where are you all? Huge shout out. Thank you. Capitals Coalition, I know I saw many of you here. World Economic Forum, do we have any of our partners from WEF here? All right, a shout out on their behalf, please. CISL, Cambridge Institute, I know you're here. Yes, thank you. CDP, I saw some of you here before. Where's our CDP gang? Thank you, thank you. And World Benchmarking Alliance. Yes, thank you. Amazing. And our host and partner tonight, KPMG, as a thank you for the drinks, if nothing else. It's really nice to be able to come together and celebrate progress, see good friends, and talk about what we have yet ahead of us that we're doing together. This is a critical moment. Shh. Just for a few minutes. It is a pretty critical moment, and we've got really diverse voices here, even more so here in Colombia than we had in Montreal. And I think that's a credit to the recognition of what's needed, the planning that went into getting us all here, and acknowledging what it's going to take to actually implement the GBF. You know, we had 450 companies and finance sector leaders in Montreal. The number is more than that here, and that's partly because we all have so many SMEs with us as well, which is key to the work that we have to take forward. So we know that we need ambition. We're going to talk about what that sounds like. We know we need business. We're going to talk about what that sounds like. We know we need our Indigenous leaders and communities, because if we don't do this in a placed-waste, inclusive fashion, it just doesn't happen. And we know that we need to be thinking through what are the actions that make the accountability and implementation possible. So very quickly tonight, those are the voices we're going to hear from. I'm so happy to have Flora Barbour here with us, head of delegation for France. So when we talk about negotiated outcomes, thank you for doing this. We've got Marcela Diaz-Jamila from KPMG, Director of Climate Change and Sustainability, as our host, and also leading us through implementation. We have Claudine Blomley, the Chief Sustainability Officer of Aviva. Thank you so much for being here. And Fawn Sharp. Fawn, thank you for being here. 23rd President of the National Congress of American Indians and former President of the Quinault Indian Nation near to Seattle. So, with that, I'd like to get started. And I am going to ask, if you want to continue the party, take it outside. If you're willing to listen to some of how we take this forward, please stay with us. But be respectful, please, of the folks that we've got with us here tonight. Flora, I'm going to start with you as a negotiator. Why is it important for business to be here on the ground at COP16?
Does it work? Yeah. So good evening. Thank you very much for having us. We are not very used to this very informal kind of setting. So I'm very impressed, actually.
We can appreciate that.
Yeah. And just to tell you before I start, we are at the Pavilion next door, and we were wondering where the music was coming from. And so now we know that there are free drinks, so you may see us again.
What, you are welcome. You are always welcome.
in the negotiations, I think you all know this, but we have some important topics for this COP. It's the COP of implementation. And for us, that's very important to have all the stakeholders, because if we want to reach our targets, we need to be all together in this journey. So you have, of course, the governments that I represent, communities, IPLCs, and businesses. And that's very important to have these bridges between the negotiators and the companies, because first of all, a part of our GBF relies on you, actually.
Second. Sorry, 1 second. Hey guys, please. Let's be respectful of our speakers. It's wonderful to see each other, but it's really loud up here. If it's behind the screen, maybe they can just step outside. Thank you.
And thank you. And so what was I saying?
Implementation COP. Thank you.
No, so a part of the GBF relies on you, on companies, and also because that's very important for us to better understand what you are doing and how we are very focused, for instance, on innovative finance, and how what you are doing can also feed us and feed the negotiations, because it's very important. So to go a little bit deeper into the details, for instance, I can talk about finance, but even on the monitoring framework, there are indicators related to companies. On the implementation parts of the mechanism, companies are involved. And if I go to the finance, that is the big thing in this COP, the big discussions. For us, that's very important to take a step back. So I don't know if you are really following what we're discussing, but most of the discussion are focused on the north-south financial flows or international financial flows, but mainly ODA. And for us, that's very important to take a step back and have the broader picture on finance. So I'm sure that you all know already, but I'll just recall the figures. In the GBF, the financing gap is 700 billions. 500 billions of it are harmful subsidies. So that's a very important part. And I think that companies have a lot to talk about in these areas, and governments as well, of course. And then you have the 200 billions, and inside the 200 billions, most of the finance will come from, so a small part of finance will come from ODA and international transfers, but most will come from domestic finance, private and public domestic finance, but also from companies, from value chains and all this. So that's very important for us to bring you into this broader narrative so that we can also be more efficient in the implementation of the GBF.
Flora, thank you. Talking about the volume of subsidies where business has a role to play in advocacy, and then the private-public partnership investment for the other 200 billion makes it very clear that we're here. And I love having a negotiator here talking about the fact that it can't get done without those of us who are here in the room. So it shows how quickly the bridge building has moved forward. Thank you. Claudine, on this point of finance, I'm going to come to you next at Aviva. The finance sector is actually really critical to the system level part of this conversation. And what do you see as the most important steps that businesses together with governments have to take?
Good question. What an energy in the room, isn't it amazing? So I think maybe to go forward, let's take a little step back and just understand what's happened in the past couple of years. So back in the last COP, and just before that, finance wasn't even discussed. There was nowhere to be seen. But since the Montreal COP in 2022, where the voice of business and finance was clear through the text of the GBF, then we started to see finance start to come in. So it's only been a short period of time. So let's recognize that. We at Aviva, along with many other businesses and finances, the very players here, I'm sure, in this room, and we saw earlier when you asked for people to put their hand up, played a key role in that, I think, in those changes. And we should remember that those early drafts didn't mention private finance at all. So, last COP, we talked about agreeing the ambition. This COP, we should be talking about the implementation of the GBF. And that's what we're here to do. So the successful realization of the vision of the GBF will touch every aspect of our businesses, influencing the state of our societies, as we know, and the shaping the prosperity of our customers. So this realization will ultimately really require the reforming and repositioning of private finance to support this transition away from facilitating nature loss to supporting nature positive outcomes. Now, to enable the private finance to best support the goals and ambition of the GBF, we think a set of policy frameworks and tools at international and national level are needed. So our hope is that in Cali, this can be done. This can be the moment where we see the strengthening of these foundational building blocks that are essential to allow the financial sector to develop appropriate investment strategies, find ways, profitable ways and opportunities, and overcome the risks to facilitate the economy-wide transition to a nature-positive and net zero economy. They've got to go hand in hand. So we are asking for two specific things. One is setting national level strategy plans to deliver the GBF. So things like providing clarity on practical delivery, including alignment and integration with climate agendas, ideally through holistic national transition plans. By holistic, we mean it's got to include everything, not just climate. And then secondly, to ensure legislation, public spending, and the wider policy architecture embeds nature in a way that incentivizes and enables business and private finance to support the GBF. And there are many examples where this comes in. I'll just give you a couple. One is to reorientate regulation, taxes, and subsidies to incentivize private sector. The other is, we've heard a lot about that today, data and data availability. Embedding natural into finances, financial regulations, and into the supervisory agendas. So these are just some examples. There are many, many more. So to conclude, last time parties gathered for the CBD, we managed to agree the North Star. This time round, we've got to build the ladder to get to that North Star. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Claudine. Such a great image for what we need to do to actually now implement, and some really good examples with that as well, so thank you. Fawn, I'm going to come to you next. I remember when we were in Montreal, one of the things that the Canadians do beautifully is acknowledge the land of the Indigenous peoples, and we were actually holding the Biodiversity COP in Montreal on that Indigenous peoples' lands, and we always started all of our sessions recognizing that. And I know that that was the case also at the Nature Positive Summit held in Australia just a few weeks ago. And I think it's something that has become actually more than just an acknowledgement and recognition, as important as that step is, frankly, to being actually much more inclusive as a result. And even in New York Climate Week a few weeks ago, the topic and the engagement of what does it take to actually build those bridges was more evident than ever. And so it's wonderful to have you here, and I'd love to hear from the perspective at the ground, building up the ladders, like Claudine said. What does that look like, and how do we actually do that effectively and quickly and in fair and just ways?
Naop Yohach Anjak Hawishka. That is a good evening in my traditional language. So I wanted just to thank everyone for being here. And before I get into my remarks, I just want to take the time to thank everyone in this room for your work, your dedication, your time, traveling from all over the world to be here. So I'm truly honored. I think the important thing, I'd like to make a point to illustrate the three different ways in which business, government, and indigenous peoples could work together. I've been advocating a policy point from the World Economic Forum. They issued a report that 5% of the population governs and oversees 80% of the world's biodiversity, and that's indigenous peoples. There have been a couple reports calling that into question, but we know it's a high level. And I flip that to say indigenous peoples are outperforming everyone else by 400%.
Yes, let's give that a round of applause, people. Let's go.
And that's with little to no resources. So imagine a world in which indigenous peoples are actually fully resourced to implement our vision. So I wanted to put that out as a foundational point. Now, how could business come to the table to improve the relationships? I think businesses are moving in an incredible direction by implementing free, prior, and informed consent in commercial documents and operating plans. I spent 3 decades advocating free, prior, and informed consent inside the United States at every level, and to witness companies prove it's not rocket science. It's the basic thing indigenous peoples have asked for. We simply want to have political equity at the table. If we're truly to have government-to-government relationships, that means no other entity should freely take unilateral action against our consent and our free will. And so any other government enjoys that basic principle. So I think to the extent businesses continue to bring these aspirational goals into reality to prove the case and continue on that, because we need to be whole. We need to have full participation. And as long as businesses work in partnership with us to make that a reality, it's going to accelerate our direction. Now, with respect to government, I think governments, I like to point more recently to Canada. They've adopted a sweeping set of national policies and laws, and they characterize it as economic reconciliation. They understand that indigenous peoples present day are suffering from conditions for centuries of colonization, of poverty, and some might think that we are weak and vulnerable, but I often say to the contrary, we're strong, we're resilient, we possess centuries of knowledge and wisdom. And so to the extent national governments bring economic reconciliation to the table, as partners in public-private financing entities, we're not only investing in a future, but we're also making amends for the past and recognizing indigenous peoples' full human and civil rights, honoring, respecting, and reconciling with that. That's incredibly powerful. It fosters trust and strengthened relationships. Now, the role of indigenous peoples, this is the fun part. I would like to invite anyone and everyone to come out to our communities. So often we think to engage indigenous peoples, that means inviting them to these type of venues. But in my community, one could travel from a glacier to the Pacific Ocean and see no development and see just pristine waters. And we've hosted corporate board meetings, one that convened right after the pandemic, and they were just amazed to see our fisheries restoration projects, talk to some of our elders, see some of our youth, share our culture. It's a lot different than doing business with corporations where you go into a sterile boardroom with accountants and lawyers. You come out to the ground and you see in a very tangible way the work that we are doing to make the planet a better place. But it stands on centuries of knowledge and wisdom, and it's quite powerful. And so I think for us, we want to be able to showcase the very best that we have. And so I would just like to leave with this remark that the world is on fire, environmentally on fire. There's political fires and opposition, and we have to rise above all of that. And I think people in this room are rising above that. We have to resist the temptation to be apathetic. We have to resist the temptation to be oppositional and divisive, and just go to that place where we know we have a very clear vision for a cleaner, healthier, more prosperous future for the next 7 generations. Diolch wel.
Beautiful. Thank you. Fawn, not just the examples of what it truly means to have an equitable seat at the decision-making table, but that the decision-making table doesn't have to be in the corporate boardroom or at the government headquarters. It can actually be on the indigenous lands, and we should really shift more of that conversation to the place-based approach of where these actions will be implemented and supported and restored. So thank you. Beautiful.
It's part of our nature to be very hospitable. So you come out and we will be very hospitable. Thank you.
I'm sensing a plan here. But thank you. Marcella, let me come to you as our last speaker here. What have you seen as a step change in business across the region starting to take action on nature? You're based here in Colombia, part of how the host nation here is bringing this forward. What more do you see needing to happen on top of what Colombia has actually already accomplished? Because it's really quite a leading country with its biodiversity action plans and circularity frameworks, et cetera.
Well, thank you for having me here and welcome all of you guys to Colombia. We're so happy to have you here. Hopefully you're enjoying Cali. We're seeing a huge change in Colombia and in the region. I think this is the first time that we have been so involved in what's happening in the global scene. I think with climate change, it took a while for things to get to the global south, and we were a bit behind in action, policies, even though we are the most vulnerable and exposed countries or region to climate change. But then it took a while, but I think with nature and biodiversity, we're actually trying to be in the leading front of the discussion and on the action. And I think this is great. It's still slow. It's not where we would want it to be. But we're seeing a lot of action from businesses through business associations. So I think it's great that, for example, Colombia and Brazil were consultation centers for the TNFD. So businesses were involved since the beginning in revising the framework, giving their opinions, and also making sure that these frameworks that are usually very North-centered and like European-centered actually took into account our local and regional context and that were actually applicable to Latin American companies. So I think that's huge. Then we're also seeing companies showing a lot of interest in being part of these frameworks. So we have around 30 companies in South America that are going to be early adopters either this year or next of the TNFD, and 15 of those companies are based in Colombia. So we think that says a lot. When you compare that to the global numbers, they're still small. You know, we have 400 companies internationally, but the fact that we have 15 here in Colombia says about how businesses are willing to contribute. We see large companies driving this trend and sort of like helping their supply chains and their value chains kind of like move along, because I think one of the main challenges for us is how do we engage smaller companies? And how do we help the, for example, small farmer keep up with international regulation and still be able to be part of this market and not to be left behind? So we're seeing like large companies actually engage with their value chains and sort of like help them move up, because, I mean, they're the ones with the resources and the knowledge. But, you know, we still have challenges. We need stronger messages from our regulators and our governments. If we keep this voluntary, then we're not going to be moving at the speed that we need for things to move. It helped here a lot in climate when our financial regulator made like TCFD disclosures mandatory for financial institutions. So if we could see something similar for nature, I think that would really help us move, kind of faster. And then we have other issues that you mentioned, like data, quality and access, knowledge. Like we get a lot of companies saying, like, we don't know how to approach all of this. Like we have a lot of information, but we don't know what to do with that. We don't know how to approach some of the metrics. And we need a lot, like to build a lot of capacity in this region. We have the will, like we want to do it. I think we have the resources, we have like all the land and landscapes to preserve, but we need finance and capacity building.
Perfect. And I love that you have such great leading companies here in Colombia who are showing up for this as well. So people want to get back to their chat and their drinks, but we've got one more question. And this is like a 20-second speed round response, okay? In one sentence, 20 seconds or less, what would a successful COP16 look like for you? Let's start with you. We'll come back around.
Okay, so I'll start. And I think we want stronger and mandatory policies and to have clear guidance on how businesses can be involved in meeting the global framework targets.
Thank you.
I think I mentioned it before, but I think the one thing that stands out for me is integrating climate and nature together. And let's not look at them separately and in isolation.
Thank you, Claudine. That's key. Fun.
Yeah, I think we need a very bold and shared vision and individual and collective commitment for bold, strategic, and decisive climate action.
Decisive being key, bold and fast being there as well. Unfortunately, our negotiator from France, Flora, had to leave. So that gives us one opportunity. Anybody in the audience want to add what their big outcome hope is for COP16? Wow. All right, well then the challenge is, let's talk about that over drinks. Everybody enjoy. Thank you so much. Have a great rest of your evening.
We should